Hello, hello. Hello. Hi. What's up, everybody? How are y'all doing? Welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. We've got some good stuff here. Wait a moment, because I changed some things on my hotbar recently. Hmm. Hmm. There we go. That looks good. Alright. Sorry about that. Yeah, I changed some stuff on my hotbar, made icons a bit bigger and stuff, just because I wanted to see more of my stuff when I was playing Red Mage off-stream. Just some leveling, nothing much. But yeah, welcome back. My name's Sources Supreme, this is Final Fantasy XIV, and we are going through the Endwalker MSQ. Continuing on, chugging along. It's been a lot of fun. If you guys enjoy it and want to see more, and see anything that I've done in the past, go ahead, follow me. Follow the links down to YouTube. There you can find my VOD channel, and you can catch up over there. You can also just hang out here. Give me a follow me here on Twitter as well, so that way you can stay notified of when I go live. And you can catch all this stuff as it happens, and ask me any questions if you want. So, without further ado, let's just go ahead and jump right back into the MSQ. Ah. Rest easy, for all is well here. Young Matsuya returned with the babe safe in his arms. Owing to a warm bed, the girl hath already begun to regain her strength. Less joyously received was word of the mother and father's fate, as well as that of their transformed neighbors. How many children of Thavnir must we lose to this calamity? Mothers and fathers, brothers and sisters, sons and daughters. Every death another void that can never be filled. We who survive them must carry the weight of their memory as we strive to regain a semblance of what we have lost. Kresaf and Mervan's babe is a child of Thavnir as well. I thank you for returning her to us safe.
Oh, most great and merciful worm, I do not have the words to express my gratitude. They say that were it not for you, brave Matsuya and the child would have been lost to us forever. Long had I heard the rumors that a mighty dragon had forged a pact of friendship with the satrap, but never would I have expected such a kind and gentle soul.
Truth in part, but not in whole. I am Vitra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode. An isle I have ruled over as satrap, with Aiwan as my loyal servant.
Am I used to believe? You were the satrap all along? Nidhana, what are you doing here?
Oh, it's Nidhana, the alchemist.
I heard from the Radiant Host that you had gone to get help from the Palakas, that you had gone to help the people of Palaka's stand in their time of need. And so I and several of my colleagues from the Great Work came to offer our services. The alchemists have already brewed up some potions for Mevan's daughter. But enough about us. You and your role are far greater enigma. If you were the true satrap all along, could it be that young Varshan was created to serve as your emissary?
Thou didst suspect the boy was but a simulacrum.
A rumor had circulated for many years around the High Crucible that our most skilled alchemists were once commissioned by the satrap's family in secret to fashion a mammoth indistinguishable from a living body. Looking at Varshan with that knowledge, I simply put two and two together. I was not alone in drawing this conclusion, but like me, they no doubt recognized that the satrap was using the simulacrum to work more closely with his people and decided not to press the issue. I had always assumed one of Ahewan's associates was manipulating it from afar, though the truth is indeed far more surprising. It is an honor to meet you in the flesh, Master Vitra. Pray allow me to express my gratitude. If you had not believed in and given unto us your scales, I do not know where we would be. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart.
'Twas thou and thy fellow alchemists that fashioned the means to unmake the towers. You were the saviors not only of Razadhan, but the star.
Far too kind you are, Master Vitra, but the star yet wants for salvation. Once more will my colleagues and I commit the knowledge and resources at our disposal to the mission of aiding the people in this their darkest hour.
'Twould seem this place is in good hands. I would return to see how Razadhan fares. What will you do, scions?
I worry for the survivors we met at Purusa. Shall we pay them a visit before making our way back? In that case, might I ask a favor? Nothing too burdensome, I promise. This way. Whew.
He did it. He told the people the truth. And Nidhana was like, no big deal. Thank you. Thank you. So grateful.
Needs to simmer just a bit longer, I'd say. In the meantime, I was hoping I might ask you a few questions. The red sky, these terrible beasts. What in the name of the sisters is happening here in Thavnir? Oh my, that's rather a lot to take in. It would seem the situation is even more grave than we suspected. Thank you, friend. My colleagues and I will use your knowledge to see if we can further our own research. And with that, here we are. A pot of piping hot chai, brewed from my own secret recipe of spices and tea leaves, together with a hearty helping of rich milk and pure sugar. I've made enough for everyone in the village. Might I trouble you to deliver a few cups? The drink has medicinal properties, then? Not in the least. The ingredients are quite ordinary. It's so very tasty, though, and has a way of lifting the spirits. The spicy aroma and distinctive sweetness of chai is a simple, everyday pleasure on Eye Island. Sometimes the best medicine is the simplest. A lovely sentiment, Nidhana. By all means, allow us to assist.
While you lot distribute hot beverages, I'll do a sweep for errant beasts to slay. A far less arduous task, no doubt. When you've finished, look for me at the wakeful Torana.
Look at them all, lazing about, knowing full well the beast might strike again at any moment. Do they not realize their lives are in danger? Well, I for one intend to survive. I'm too young to die. Yes, I'll leave this island behind if I must. But where would I go? Is anywhere safe these days? A cup of chai. Can't you see I have more important things to worry about? No, no, you're right. It is precisely in times like these that we must strive to remain calm and steady. I do believe I'll visit the Elder and see what needs to be done. If there's any way I can aid my village and my friends, I'll do it.
One up there. One over here. Ooh. Wait, I know you. You were the one who saved us from those beasts back at the temple. Were it not for you, well, let's not even think about that. At times like this, we mustn't dwell on what might have been, but look to the future. But what future awaits us? How can Razat Han hope to recover from this? Most of my friends are gone, and I don't know where to turn. A cup of chai. Well, if you insist. Ah, that aroma has a way of clearing the mind. Come to think of it, we faced our fair share of trials in the past as well. And no matter how hard the times, we've always come together as a people united. One day at a time, one step at a time, for that's all any of us can do. Yes. Back to work. Once I finish this cup. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I just want to be left alone. My best friend and I, we fled the village together. One of the beasts took him and it was all I could do. It was all I could do to run. All the while, I could hear this monstrous voice screaming my name. This is for me? We used to drink chai together often. Shared stories over steaming cups after a hard day's work. Thank you, friend. The pain may never pass, but I must press on all the same. For his memory, and for we who must remember.
Oh, that's a lot of blue quests. That is a lot of blue quests. Hold up. Ah. Well, we need to do these. Aether current.
I know we are beset by monsters, beasts, and worse, but if you have even an ounce of strength to give, I would ask for your aid. I'm in need of a brave soul to help patrol the area in search of any lost refugees. I would ask my brothers and sisters of the Radiant Host, but our numbers have been greatly diminished. This is all we can do to keep the darkness from swallowing the settlement whole. Very good. It shall be heartening to have another warrior by my side. Let us commence at once.
I'll go get the other one too, just because it's likely pretty quick. Or I might need to return to the same area. Ah, and we get some lentil curry.
Ah, what luck. You look capable of braving the jungles unscathed. Would you help me search for a group of refugees I became separated from? As the chaos unfolded around us, I fled in the direction of Agama Temple, along with a few others. There, one of those terrible beasts fell upon us, and I lost track of my group in the chaos. While I was able to make my way here, none of the others have, and I worry for their safety. I would like nothing more than to search myself, but all hands are required to defend this place. Agama Temple is to the west. Please, journey there and guide anyone you can find back here. I only hope that some manage to survive the madness.
Ah. Alright, where are we going? All the way to the west, and just south for the Radiant Patrol. Well, we'll go all the way to the west first. That's a cool-looking mount. It's a very cool-looking mount. Do this one first, because it's the furthest. We've already explored pretty much this entire area, huh? It's pretty interesting. I don't remember going south here. Oh, no, yeah, that was the last thing I did. So, how much is left in this area, then? I'm missing a grounded aether current. Oh, right. Right. It's somewhere to the north. Which makes me think that it's not even in this area, and it's by the Giant Skull grounds. Oh, if that's the case, I'm gonna be so mad. If that is the case, you're gonna have to forgive me, because I need to go get that. I'm not gonna sit around. If I get all of the side quest ones before finishing that, then I'm gonna have to go search for it.
Who are you? Are you here to save me? Of course. I knew she wouldn't forget about us. The beast prowled that area for some time, but I managed to find refuge among these rocks. However, I've been too frightened to set foot from their shelter for fear of drawing attention of some hungry animal. But with you here, I believe I can find the courage. Will you accompany me to Palaka's stand? Thank you. Now, let us tread carefully.
Oh. Wait, is he gonna follow me? Okay, cool. Something doesn't want us to be here. Oh, this is gonna take a while. Are you actually following me or not? Hey, why are you going for him? Are you going for him? Jeez. Let's get running. Does he run? Not so fast. Great. Just want to keep this guy in my sights. Oh, great. That's not great. Of course he stands right in frickin' both, bro. Jeez. Follow me, dude. You want to avoid these. And then go straight. Come on, we're almost there. Alright, that wasn't that bad, thankfully. 2 encounters. Considering how long it felt to get there on mount, not bad.
I don't know how to thank you. You've saved my life. Please tell that brave woman from the Radiant Host that I've arrived safe and sound. I must think of a way to repay your bravery.
Alright, now we go do the other one. And then we'll turn in all these quests. And I believe, technically, the main story quests are on... Let me... I see that. My main story quest is this one. Yeah, it's also giving an aether current. That's the last aether current. So I definitely messed up somehow in the overworld ones, the ones we have to find. because how could I have missed it? How about fate not joined?
We should begin our patrol by heading south, a route through which many refugees from Yedlimad pass. We will cover more ground if we split into 2 groups. If you should find anyone in need, go to their aid, and if you discover any discarded effects, collect them for safekeeping. Ah, and if you should encounter one of those terrible beasts, slay it where it stands. Once we've made a thorough search of the area, let us rendezvous back here. Godspeed.
Oh man, that's a lot of spots to check. We'll check the one over here then first. It's this one first. Try avoiding that. Ah, it's right over there. Survey the area, but nothing out of the ordinary. Alright. Uh-oh. That's not good. Yeesh, that thing took a super big combo.
Oh, is it gone? Thank the gods. I would have surely died without your help. What are you doing out here? I see. So the Radiant Host looks over us yet. For that I am grateful. Well, I suppose if I follow the path you took to get here, I should be safe on my way back. You didn't leave anything alive, did you? See a strange statuette lying on the ground, depicting a woman wearing a beastly mask. It may be best to collect it.
Okay. Now back to Palaka Stand. Over by those rocks. No, it's past the rocks. It's way past the rocks. The next thing we unlock when we level up here, it's going to be another life surge. That's awesome. Another life surge is pretty huge. Also kind of crazy. Like, what do I use it on? Heaven's Thrust? Just use it twice? How do I save it?
Welcome back. I've heard all about your noble deed. Allow me to thank you for protecting those we cannot. I will add my thanks to hers. If not for you, I'd be nothing but food for the beasts. You've more than earned a reward for your time. Speak with me again at Palaka Stand, and I'll ensure that you get it.
Alright. Make sure I accept the 2... I know it's right there, but I really don't... It's too far. It's too far. That's the MSQ one. We want to collect the not MSQ ones. Because I'm going to go ahead and get that last one.
I watched your arrival. I recognized that man from the group I was with, and I am overjoyed to see him safe. Thank you for escorting him here. Truly, you are worthy of the reputation you've earned. I dare say even Agma would be awed by your bravery. He was a storied mendicant of the Arcasadra. When the Hearers landed ashore this island and war broke out, he spared no effort to save the lives of all who were injured in the conflict. He saw no tribes, only those in need. He is not so different from you, who throws himself into the maw of danger to save someone they've never met. If Agma's spirit lives on today, it is through your selfless deeds. Take this as a reward, although I have no doubt you would deny it if I let you. Once my watch is ended, I shall patrol the woods in search of any more hiding amongst the trees.
Alright, now the other one. Which was over here.
The work ahead of us is vast, and any lives we can save are precious indeed. All I came across on my patrol was discarded belongings and scattered luggage. Did you find anything else of note? I recognize this figure. Doubtless you are curious as to what it depicts. There's a legend that tells of a Manusia goddess who sought the strength of the Murga, wresting her own head from her body and replacing it with the bestial plate of the Murga. In pursuit of wisdom, did a Marga do the same, replacing his own head with that of a Manusia. Thus were born divine beings gifted with both strength and wisdom, heralding an age of untold peace. One of the refugees must have dropped this in their flight. This figure is a reminder that the most insurmountable hardships can be overcome by looking beyond the bounds of a tribe for help. A figure so fine was likely beloved by its owner. I shall do what I can to see it return to them. Thank you for your help today, traveler.
Alright, now, quickest way to whatever that ether current is probably the Great Work, because it's, again, likely all the way over here in Giant Skull Grounds. So, now we gotta make the long trek. Let's head out of here this way. And then just follow the road. Oh boy. This is going to take a while, so we'll talk a little bit. I leveled up Reaper to 85, because that's the furthest dungeon we have unlocked currently. Which is pretty cool. It's only going to get better when I level it up once more. Because at 86 is where we get Lemure Slice and Lemure Scythe, which means we get those OGCD follow-ups in Shroud, which are huge, big parts of, like, actually making Reaper feel good, in my opinion. Obviously, the big one is going to be Communio and Plentiful Harvest, which let you just enshroud more often. But beyond those, yeah. Reaper, I'm very on Reaper. I think it's a little too boring in its downtime, which could just be the fact that it's a very simple combo. And then you occasionally press another button that lets you press a different button, and that's kind of it. It's not particularly crazy or really interesting for me. It looks cool, but to me, so does Dragoon. And Dragoon feels like it has more going on constantly, so it feels more fun. Dragoon has a burst basically every 30 seconds. Every 30 seconds, you get to do Jump and Mirage Dive. That's 2 OGCDs you get every 30 seconds. And then every minute, you get the ability to do a whole Life of the Dragon window. Alongside a jump. And a Lance Charge. Like, your mini burst in your minute is so much. Your odd minute burst is just huge. In comparison to, like, Reapers, who's... Because it's based off of your GCD, how quickly you get to do stuff like Gibbet and Gallows, right? It doesn't feel like it, and plus, Gibbet and Gallows are not OGCDs, they're GCDs. The more GCDs you have that are a part of, like, your main damage dealing, what's it called? Rotation, like your burst phases, the more that your burst is filled with GCDs, the less I like it, in my opinion. The only examples where that isn't true, and I feel pretty good, is the tanks. And the reason for that is purely because tanks on their off are extra dull. And technically, most of them get the ability to use those same OGCDs and GCDs outside of their burst exactly the same as their burst. The only thing that changes is the single damaging buff they get. So it's very different from, like, Dragoon, where I have basically two buffs, one on the 1 minute and then both on the 2 minute, plus Life Surge, which is you just time every once in a while. Life of the Dragon is another buff that's an OGCD. Just all of these buttons are OGCDs, which means you really don't need to think about your combo, and you get to just think about OGCDs. And it's going to be the same when I unlock Wormwood Thrust. It's just the way the class functions. Versus Reaper, right? It's just this button and this button that are OGCD. Oh no, Plentiful Harvest isn't even an OGCD. This is your only buff, your party ride buff. These are not really buffs because they just kind of let you use these OGCDs. Which, yeah, these are OGCDs, but you don't use them like that because this is a weapon skill. So the moment you use Soul Slice, you're going to go into a Bloodstock or a Gluttony. It's just what you do. You have some resource management, which is good. I like having to deal with... I know it's odd having to deal with Shadow of Death and Whirl of Death here with Death Design, but at least it gives me a priority checklist in comparison to, like, Monk, which is literally just, you're doing optimal damage with Monk if you just use your button. And that's it. That, to me, is pretty boring. Because what am I actually doing? I'm not actually doing anything. I'm just doing a combo. But I also don't have Monk very high level. And the complaint I was saying about weapon skills being your burst doesn't apply to a tank. Like, at least to me, it doesn't feel as boring for a tank like Gunbreaker or Paladin, because your combo gives you your other ones. I know that's the same thing for Reaper, right? Your combo technically gives you your Shroud Gauge, but you need to do 5 hits of your combo in order to get 1 Bloodstock, versus a Gunbreaker, which does 1 3 combo and technically gets access to Gnashing Fang or Burst Strike with continuations. I don't know, it feels like it does more damage than Reaper, which feels like I'm doing these super often. It's felt less like that the more I've played it, but still. I think I'm just gonna end up sticking with Dragoon in terms of melee DPSs.
Thank you for delivering the chai call. Did it help to lift the villagers' spirits? That is heartening to hear indeed. The final days show no sign of abating, but that is all the more reason that we must try to keep our composure. Our lives have been forever changed. The people have lost will never return to us. These tragedies will long weigh on our hearts. But we have the capacity to live with our suffering, to carry the agony till we too join the fallen in death. It is not a surrender, but a recognition, for it is only in acceptance that we may find the strength to move forward.
And there we go. Now we can fly in Thavnir. And we also leveled up. So now we have... Wow, that was a lot of stuff. Now we have 2 life surges. But yes, to finish what I was basically saying, in terms of OGCD management, I like OGCD management over GCD management, personally. I like having a busy burst. It feels like you're doing something. It feels way more active. That's why I haven't been... Like, Viper is an interesting job for me. I want to go off on this tangent while I have the brain capacity to do so. Viper is odd, because it kind of does have that OGCD spam because of how much you're using Serpent's Tail, Twin Fang, Twin Blood, right? You're using them very often with this combo. The problem is, that's it. I just don't like that that is it. And then eventually you're going to get Uncoiled Fury, but that's a weapon skill. Eventually you're going to get Serpent's Ire, and that's cool. Right, it gives you a rattling coil. And then Reawaken. Reawaken is good. I think Reawaken is very good. Reawaken's gonna create an actual culminating burst. That's great. Reawaken will also get the continuation effect with Serpent's Tail. That's also great. I don't think it's a lot. And by a lot, I mean enough, essentially. I think that it's otherwise not very... what's the word? Interesting? Kinda? Also, I have a mind to kind of do this. A little odd, but I feel like it makes sense. Because your AoE's combo is going to be this way. So you would go bum, 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 or bum, 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 bum. Yeah, I kind of like that. Oh, but the problem is going to end up being the Reawaken combo. Nah, never mind. Anyways, this is just kind of... Viper's cool. I like Viper, but it doesn't have much going for it right now. Ninja, I think, is going to be a melee class that I enjoy. The problem is leveling up Ninja feels garbage. Monk, I don't think I'll ever enjoy. Dragoon, I like. Samurai, I like, because it trades the OGCD spam. Well, it does technically have OGCD spam, because of how much Genki gauge you get. You're kind of just spamming OGCD stuff, so that's fun. It also has resource management in the stickers, which I realize I have to change this a bit so you can actually see. Where Hagekure, because that you need specifically to line up your stuff, which is cool. Meikyo is a fast shortcut of your rather long things, so I like that. And then the Iai Jutsus, they're cast bars. I think that's interesting. It makes it feel unique. Out of all the melees, Samurai feels the most like, oh, yeah, when you're playing it, it feels like you're playing a Samurai, which is cool. I like that. Same thing with Dragoon. And that's not saying the job fantasy for the other jobs, especially in, like, Melee, isn't good. I think all of them feel very good. It's just kind of... yeah. Also, was I... oh, I'm high enough level for a quest. Interesting. Well, without further ado, let's jump right back in. Under his wing. As you have finished your deliveries, might I ask to talk with you for a moment? I was curious to know what has become of Mevan and Kresov's remains. Oh, thank you, friend. Surely they will be able to rest peacefully by each other's side. I and the people of Palakistan will perform the rites as soon as we are able. As for the child, it will not be easy for her, growing up without her parents.
but I promise to do what I can. Once she is able to eat solid food, the fish I catch will help nourish her.
Remember to drink water. It's good for you.
Well, once we've finished delivering the chai. I do believe everyone has a piping hot cup. I could almost believe there's a magic at work. How their tension fades with every sip. Let us pray that Palakistan has seen the last of those transformations, at least for now. They are still at risk, as every village in Thavnir, like as not. Still, I trust we can leave this place in the care of our friends from the Radiant and the High Crucible. Shall we return to Razatan? By all means, do not let us keep you further. There are still many who have need of your wisdom and strength to deliver those from terrible calamity. And I will do what I can as well. I will bring rations and supplies from Akyali. We have plenty to spare. Then let us find Estinian and be on our way. Where did he wander off to again? The Wakeful Tirana, near the bridge to Razatan, as I recall. Very well, then.
And we can fly. We can fly, we can fly, we can fly. I'm gonna go south to unlock that part of the map. Oh, there's 2 parts of the map to unlock. Well, we're just gonna do a quick tour of everything here. Seems to be something up here. What could possibly be up here? Oh, is this like a Stone Sky Sea? Oh, come on. It is. It's the Stone Sky Sea of Endwalker. Okay. Cool. Every place has got one. Let's go a little south to unlock that part of the map. I don't know why this looks so weird to me. I don't know. This map's pretty big. Thavnir's pretty big. It's cool, though. I like Thavnir. It's got an interesting look to it. Now we need to go all the way out to the west, which I believe that's the isle where the... No. This is where the isle was. I don't know what's over there. Well, that's something. Wow. It is the last days. What's the weather? Apocalypse. Apocalypse. Huh. That's on the nose, isn't it? There's like a thing. What is this? This is odd. It's like an arena. But for what? Why would there be an arena? Well, we're doing our tour of Thavnir. I can get back to my stuff that I was saying. GCD variety or GCD bursts aren't my favorite. Not on a melee. On a melee, GCD burst is not my favorite because it's not often a point of priority in any sense. It's more a point of time management, which doesn't actively fall into place. Like, you have to make it fall into place. And I get it. That's where the difficulty comes in, right? But, I don't know. I just feel like Dragoon doesn't have that. Maybe it's because your burst can technically align anywhere, and your burst isn't reliant on where you are in your combo. And it gives you that freedom. Then it just feels like I have all these freedoms as a Dragoon. Because my burst can start wherever I want it to start. There are obviously better and worse places for it to go, but it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. And so long as you just get everything out within the burst window and nothing drifts, you're good. I don't know. It just doesn't feel as hard, especially because you just need to get used to the entire combo. If you get used to the entire combo, it's not gonna affect you at all. And that's what I think is odd. In like the other classes where it doesn't matter, you have to like purposefully keep track of everything. Alphino told me everything. Full glad am I to hear the people are safe. Likewise, you'll be pleased to know I found no evidence of lingering beasts in the jungle and ruins. It would seem you finished off the last of them. Trying times yet lie ahead for the people of Thavnir. Fortunately, they have a wise and benevolent satrap to shepherd them through. Speaking of which, I received word from Thancred not a short while ago. He awaits our return to the city in Azadal's path. Come. Will we finally be able to attune to the Aetherites? Hopefully. I hope. We've attuned to pretty much everything except for the main one, right? We attuned to the Hall of the Radiant Host? I think we did. That was the last one I remember not having for some reason. Whether or not I did it, I don't know. I did not. Great. It's good to see you safe. Given the skies, 'tis all too easy to fear for the worst. I'm pleased to report that we've succeeded in quelling the threat here in the city. The beasts have all been felled, and the citizens are safe now. For I've also heard from the Radiant Host that an important proclamation will be made in the city square, though they said no more than that. Might you have any idea what this is about? So, Vitra is finally coming out from behind the curtain. I suppose we too should hear what he has to say. To make a duty, then. But before that, it would appear that the word of the assembly has not yet reached all the citizens. If anyone along the way seems unaware, we'd best enlighten them. Okay. Well, it seems like our first person to enlighten is this way, so I guess that's the path we're taking. And just for confirmation's sake... Nope. Before I probably trigger whatever cutscene is gonna happen here, I need to use the bathroom. It would be brief.
Are all the beasts gone? I've been hiding and I'm too scared to go out and look. Oh, that's a relief. I thought one of those beasts was going to eat me. I wonder where Rashan is. He's the slowest runner. I hope he got away. He could be with the other people from the palace. Maybe I'll see him in the square.
Oh.
Leave me be. Please, I swear to you, my flesh tastes absolutely terrible. Oh, gods, what are you doing scaring me like that? You are not quiet, those beasts will find us. Square, you say? But that's where the satrap was killed. With my very eyes I saw him crushed in that creature's maw. So many lives lost. Such terrible carnage. And you say there is someone else who would lead Razatan in his stead? Whoever they are, if they say anything to sully the memory of our beloved satrap, I'll make them regret it.
Yeah, good luck with that. Also, he's always has been the satrap. Yeah, before I click on that little spot to wait for Vitra, I'm going to use the bathroom very briefly. So, give me 1 second. Alright, I'm back. Let's go ahead and watch whatever this is going to be. Hopefully nothing terrible happens again. Because that would make it, what, the third time that something bad happens in this square?
Someone's coming!
People of Razathan, it warms my heart to see so many brave, resilient souls before me. Today, I would share with you a great revelation. But before I do, I must make a humble request. Do not be alarmed, nor avert your eyes. See the one I unveil for who he is, and know that he means you no harm.
Very well. I dare say it can't be worse than the horrors we've already seen.
Many thanks.
A dragon!
Wow!
People of Radzathan, I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode. 'Tis as the Satrap's ally I am known. Today, I would reveal the truth unto you.
Let us hope they accept him.
I think they will.
If I am hearing this right, you were the satrap all along?
Vashan! I mean, Master Vitra, does your divine eye really see all?
Nay, child. While mine eye hath borne witness to the whole of our nation's history, to its future I am blind as thee. Countryman, calamity the likes of which we have never known is come to Thavnir, our home. Friends and loved ones have been taken from us. I, too, have lost my closest confidant. Ahawan loved this land and served it with dignity till his dying breath. A nobler satrap there will never be. For so long, I lacked the courage to face you. I will not easily earn your trust, this I know. And yet, I cannot sit idly by and abandon Radzathan to her fate. A font of boundless vibrancy, this jewel of the ocean. Since time immemorial, hath she glittered with every color imaginable. To this dragon, slumbering in his dark lair, 'twas a mesmerizing sight, and one that brought no end of joy to my heart. This calamity hath stolen too much from you already, yet so long as you live, the light of Radzathan will never be extinguished. I pray you let me watch over it. Over you. And lend me your strength, that that we might face this trial and those to come as one.
I do not know you, dragon, but I thank you for speaking the truth to us. As divinities, both Manusha and Riga once joined together. So too do I believe that hand in hand, we can overcome this ordeal and welcome an era of peace.
A sight that would have surely brought a smile to Izel's face.
Indeed.
Huh? Why are you here? Why are you here?
Excuse me, but I must speak with the Satrap at once.
How are you here?
Father.
You have suffered dearly of late, yet you must endeavor to look beyond these losses to the future you yet have. On behalf of the Forum of Sharlayan, I come with a proposal by which you, the people of Radzat-Han, might be saved.
It looks like they're actually taking to the idea of letting other people on, which is better than not doing that.
I say again, I must speak with your Satrap. I beseech you, take me to him with all possible haste.
Oh, he's right there.
I am Satrap here. Speak thy proposal. All present shall hear and judge.
If I have given offense, then I apologize. First, allow me to share with you what knowledge we have of the phenomenon responsible for your woes. The final days. 'Tis an affliction of stagnancy and rot, sown into the currents of the star. Though the first prominent manifestation was here, in Thavner, it will invariably spread to every corner of the world. The Forum was forewarned of this apocalypse several centuries ago. Thenceforth, my predecessors sought to prepare for the end times in the only conceivable fashion, by securing a means of escape.
Escape the star? What madness is this?
'Tis by no means madness. With the coming of the 7th umbral calamity, the true nature of the Red Moon, Dalamud, was revealed. That it was an artificial construct of ancient Alag. But what of the Silver Moon? This celestial satellite is yet another technological marvel fashioned and maintained by ancient allies. A ship that will sail the heavens and deliver our people from destruction. And by our people, I speak not only of Sharlayan. We mean to save every man, woman, and child it is within our power to save.
Okay. At least they're not only Sharlayan focused. That would have been real bad.
Including you, our dear friends of Radzat-Han. Recent events necessitate adjustments be made, and quickly, but we can and will escort you safely to the moon.
I wonder, though. Would...
Long has thy Forum been allies to Thavner. I trust thou dost not extend this offer lightly.
My question that I kind of just came up with in my head is, if the transformation is from despair, would they need to be on the star to transform? Because there's nothing saying they can't be off of the star to transform. I mean, if you think about it, the lives of everybody here seem to be inextricably linked to that of the star. Considering when they die, they go to the ethereal sea. And that's a fact. We know that. So would being away from the star even affect the problem?
Yet I wonder, is this truly the way? Is there a future to be built for us beyond this star our father deemed the last bastion of hope?
Ah, Midgard Summer.
It is for that very reason I come before you and your people. To answer any and all of your questions. To offer my assurances and allay your fears. Though, if you wish the best for your people, I advise you to render your decision swiftly.
Show our friends to Megaduta. They are to be received as honored guests. Worry not. Whatever decision is reached, your paths shall be yours to decide. Until then, heed the warning of these brave heroes. Guard your hearts against fear and despair, for it is within such fertile soil that the seeds of blasphemy find purchase. Remain calm and attend to your daily tasks. I shall return anon.
We'll do as you say, Master Vitra. We believe in you.
Oh? She's in a rush?
Oh, you're still here. What a relief.
What's up, Nidhana?
Nidhana, what's the matter? Has something happened at Palaka's stand?
Oh, no, not that I know of. I just hope to hear your thoughts on a theory of mine.
Ah,
All who undergo the transformation are drained of their ether, yes? What is it then that gives these beasts the strength to carry on as they do? Logically, they must be drawing upon an alternate form of vital energy. That put me in mind of our earlier conversation, when I tried to explain the essence which many confuse with ether.
Akasha. Yes, I remember. The unseen gift bestowed from on high. An energy influenced solely by emotion.
Yes, yes. In this instance, negative ones set Akasha into motion, thereby infusing the beasts with vitality. I posit this as the mechanism by which the beasts are born and sustained. Ah, do you still have that flower?
yes. Oh. Oh!
If we accept that it once shone bright by drawing upon Akasha, influenced by the thoughts of those nearby,
But, the flower!
then fear, terror, despair, negative emotions so powerful as to suffocate it, permeated the air in this place. You must be very careful. The forces which drive the final days may be beyond our ability to perceive.
And if that's the case, how do we...
Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you like that. At any rate, I will continue my research into Akasha. Do temper your expectations, however. There are sadly few detailed studies upon which I may draw.
Formulating a new theory as you have is itself no small feat. I wish you well in your endeavors, and pray you take care.
Thank you. You stay safe as well, yes? Till next we meet. And we will meet again.
Yeah, we have to show the forum that I don't think its plan is going to work. Because that's just a physical relocation away from the star. But if this is truly a phenomenon from which the physical is completely not important, then leaving the star isn't going to do anything. As far as we have come, and after all the horrors we have seen, there is still so much we do not know about the final days. Could it be as Nidhana said, that all the cause of this phenomenon is beyond our comprehension? And if so, are we powerless to forestall it? Greetings, honored scions of the Seventh Dawn. I have a message from His Excellency the Satrap. Brave scions, you have my gratitude for aiding my people in this most trying of times. Alas, matters here at the Megaduta prevent me from meeting you all in person. As a token of mine appreciation, I have arranged for a feast to be held in your honor. May it nourish you in preparation for the trials ahead. Such are the words of Master Vitra. The feast he speaks of awaits you in the Medrid's Mayhan. Pray make your way there whenever your business here is done. We thank you for your kindness. Indeed, I was hoping we might find a place to discuss our next course of action, and that seems an ideal venue. Ah, and to you, Kohima, there is someone we had hoped to introduce you to in particular. While I am loath to detain you further, might you spare a moment of your time? A personal invitation? Knowing full well your services are in highest demand right now. This must be important. Worry not. We'll save some food for you, so take all the time you need. You better. I want my food. Thank you, friend. Whenever you are ready, please join me in the Aetheryte Plaza. I shall go on ahead. Of course, I have no quick way to the Aetheryte Plaza. Just had to pick all the way over there, didn't you? Am I going to take this opportunity to go to the Hall of the Radiant Hosts? Maybe. Probably. Let's go ahead and do that, because I feel like it might lead to the... We might be getting the full Aetheryte access right now. Otherwise, coming back here is an absolute pain. And if we do end up leaving here, then I wouldn't want to not have that unlocked. Tune yourself to all the Ethernet shards in Rosathan. Thavnir is now accessible as an Ethernet destination. Wait, that's what I needed to do? You're kidding me. That was the only thing I... Wait. That was the only thing I needed to do to be able to teleport to here? No. No. But... No. Thavnir. Thavnir is inaccessible. Oh, okay, I'm stupid. Thavnir is what's accessible. The outside. Okay, yes, that makes much more sense. Jeez. Access to the Aetheryte you see there has been restricted to a select few ever since the tower first appeared. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience, but it was deemed too dangerous to permit the free movement of visitors at a time of emergency, a risk we could not take. In light of recent developments, however,
The satrap has decided that such restrictions would only hinder our efforts to combat the final days. As such, I would encourage you to attune with the Aetheryte before proceeding along the corridor. Okay. And you're going that way. Lovely. Well, now it's just quicker, isn't it? Who is the person we're meeting? Who are we going to meet? Ah, you must be wondering what this place is. You stand in the hall of the Radiant Host, from where our leadership oversees all of Razathan's military operations. Sundrop, our destination, lies just ahead. Okay. Dome delegation. Oh. Welcome to Sundrop. Without further ado, allow me to introduce you to... Oh, so you're the famous Call-Him, eh? I knew it the moment you stepped through the door. You have the look of one who's walked through hell. Sherbot, please. You are speaking to the satrap's honored guest and a savior of our people. You not show a modicum of respect? What disrespect is there in paying a fellow warrior a compliment? We're all friends here, or will be soon enough. More formally, then, of the benefit of my countrymen. It is a pleasure to have you with us, O great champion of Eorzea, scion of the Seventh Dawn, warrior of light, an all-round good egg, I'm sure. What is this place? I hear you've been to Kugane, where you've seen all sorts of foreign embassies and whatnot. Well, we've got them here in Razathan, too. Other lands send delegates to oversee trade and diplomatic dealings. Then there's military matters to discuss, which is why all of these officers are stationed here in Sundrop. I imagine you're more than familiar with each of the nations they represent, yes? Doma. We've got representatives from Doma. Ul'dah and Alamigo. Limsa. Gridania. And last, but never let it be said least, Ishgard. They're the eyes, ears, and mouths of the bridge the distance between Razathan and their respective homelands. We use this brief respite to share the details of our plight with our overseas counterparts. And wouldn't you know it, all of their leaders requested a few words from you specifically. You're a man in high demand, eh? Also, would you mind regaling us with your own account? Indulge us before you indulge yourself. Oh, I see. This is the Endwalker role quest. I see. I thank you for the report. Under conditions under which men are turned into beasts, the etheric anomalies you have observed, you have given us much to consider. It is concerning that the first transformation apparently occurred before the skies turned red. It's contrary to what one would expect. Thankfully, the information you conveyed to Lucia upon your return from the moon has already proved invaluable. As soon as reports of the calamity here in Thavnir reached the Grand Company of Eorzea and our Far Eastern allies, our leaders knew at once that the final days were indeed upon us. They began taking steps to assess the extent of the phenomenon's spread. Our agents were able to confirm that, for the time being, the skies burn only over the bounty, including this land and Corvos. Alas, that is of little comfort. Aye. All throughout Allied lands, and there have been reports of people transforming into hideous beasts. Already? From what little we have learned, these incidents are similar in nature to that involving the merchant Kalzal. As was the case here, the victims underwent the change prior to the heavens being set ablaze. And so, while the burning skies have yet to manifest beyond the bounty, the transformations do not appear to be subject to any similar restriction. If anyone else anywhere overcome by despair can turn, then nowhere is safe. That's about the size of it. Speaking of which... Oop, give me a moment. We ought to give these creatures a name, don't you think? Here in Razadhan, we've taken to calling the first to change, which tend to be the biggest, blasphemies. As fitting as a name as any. To ensure clarity in the future communications, we shall urge our comrades to adopt this terminology. Our leaders have taken measures to deal with the threat to the best of our abilities.
Aye, each nation has assembled their own groups of elite soldiers to put down these so-called blasphemies, and their spawn as when they appear. And at the same time, they're doing all in their power to put the people's minds at ease, and prevent panic and fear from spreading. That said, brave souls with the strength and fortitude to tell these terrible fiends are not easily found.
Just so. And it is for that very reason that we turn to you. Pray, lend us your strength, and help us slay the blasphemies that plague our homelands. Now, you don't have to give your reply before dinner. I should also mention that each blasphemy seems to possess wildly different characteristics. What works well against one may serve you poorly against another. So before you go rushing off to save everyone's day, have a word with the delegates. They'll tell you what to expect.
And this is how the rolls are done. Okay, cool. So we're all chasing a blasphemy.
And with that, I do believe our friend here has a feast to attend. Spare a thought for us while you're tucking into all that fine cuisine, eh?
You've gained access to the role quest for Endwalker. A separate quest line and story is now available for tank, melee DPS, physical range DPS, magical range DPS, and healer roles. To undertake these quests, speak with any of the delegates in Sundrop, and agree to help defeat the blasphemies that plague their respective homelands. Okay. Which one's the melee DPS, I wonder? Ah. It seems it's the Laminsian one. What's the Gridanian one? Tank. Gridania is tank. Okay. Alamignan Udal is healer. Okay. Doman must be his range. Okay. And then Ishgard would be magical range then. Cool. Storm clouds are brewing. Let me drink some water. Actually, I think before we continue, I'm going to take a break to eat lunch. And then we'll be ready to continue on from there. I'll be back in a bit. I'm back. Ooh, excuse me. Apologize, I did that right in the mic. But I'm back. Welcome back. Now, here is the question. It doesn't look like a job quest is necessary to like get to the end of the game, unlike Shadowbringers. Obviously, you should always do your job quests because that's probably what's going to unlock whatever final ability you have. But to that extent, do I do it now? Or do I do it later? I mean, if it's taking place in Limsa, I doubt I'm gonna need, like, flight in any area that I don't have already unlocked. I don't know. Because, like, there's just so much left of the story. There's 2 whole zones. I mean, technically 1 whole zone and then the final zone. But there's all these quests to do. And I can only do it on Melee. But is it actually going to give me anything? I don't know. If you give me a moment to look it up, I can determine whether or not I actually want to do this right now, which is really what I want to determine. I just want to know if I should do this now. Endwalker role quests. Endwalker role quests for melee DPS ends up with you getting some materia, a repeat of the role quest, and an achievement. That is it. That is all you get for doing this. There doesn't seem to be much reason to do it, then. It does not seem as important. Oh, I guess you technically get a, You get a follow-up quest when you do all of them. But unless you do all of them, you're not getting anything. I guess we'll hold off. We'll hold off on doing it. We'll just focus on the main story, and we'll go back and do it later. Maybe even with a different, melee, just to kind of see what it's like. Doing a story type thing with a different melee, because I've never really done that, so. Pray forgive Shira Bath, her rudeness. She can be a bit boisterous at times, but it is simply her nature. Anyway, my apologies for keeping you from your hard-earned rest. You will be rejoining your companions, yes? Do you know the way to Mehan? I have a terrible sense of direction. Truly, a remarkable weakness for such a well-traveled adventurer. Anyway, you can either use the Ethernet or go by foot via the Aetheryte Plaza. From there, cross through the Balshan Bazaar and continue down the passage. You'll find yourself right in front of the Mayan. When you arrive, pray request the drink of your choice. Muradin says that tonight it's on the house. And with that, I must return to my post. On behalf of all the Radiant Host, I thank you and your friends once more for lending your strength and courage to Razat-Han in our time of need. We shall endeavor to fight for the good fight. Fight the good fight to the end, that we may honor Ahuan's legacy and serve Master Vitra well. You have my word that your efforts will not be in vain. Okay. Ooh. I'll just use the Aethernet then. Oh. I didn't need to ask for directions. Whatever.
Welcome. When the satrap asked us to entertain a party of honored guests, I was wondering who it might be. This is a lovely surprise, to say the least. By the way, I heard all about Kolzal from your friend Grahatia. I understand there was nothing that could be done, but I was heartened to hear he meant us no harm. I cannot thank you enough for dispatching the beast. As the smallest token of our thanks, your food and drink tonight are Mairead's treat. Speaking of which, shall I start you off with? What shall I start you off with?
A glass of your finest local spirits. Water, just water. You know what? Water. Water is good.
As you wish. Pray join your friends, and I will bring you your drink.
Water is the most important drink.
Welcome back. Whatever did the Radiant want with you, pray tell? Our allies have sent military delegates. That's news to me. Mind sharing the details?
Yeah, it doesn't sound very good, actually.
So blasphemies now plague all the realm.
It will only get worse if what Father said is true, as it did in Amarot.
If that's our model, then shouldn't we expect the effects to grow more severe as it feeds off its own spread? As if people transforming into those monstrosities wasn't bad enough. If the flora and fauna, if the land itself turned against us.
No one would survive.
Here's your order, friend.
Water.
May you find comfort in these dark times.
Where do we go from here? If there's one thing we've learned, fighting blindly and simply reacting to what comes will accomplish nothing. We must find a solution that addresses the fundamental cause. Before our strength is exhausted, before this crisis spirals out of control. Is there something, anything we've overlooked?
If there is an answer, Hydaelyn herself will have it. 'Twas she who bound Zodiac and forestalled the final days.
Well, I don't know.
Alas, we have heard naught from her since the Tower of Babel. Whether she cannot or will not speak, I can only speculate. Even the flower she gave us is no more.
In our time, we called it Elpis. You would do well to remember the name.
It was called Elpis.
So advised the Watcher. But what could be the significance of that name? It is entirely unfamiliar to me.
To me as well. It meant something to the ancients, though. In our time.
Are we going back
Most
to Amarot?
surely. Yet I do not recall a single mention of it in the records of Anida.
Another dead end. And quite literally. It's not as if there are any ancients living we could go and ask.
Not alive as such, but not quite dead.
Return to the first.
Elidibus.
Oh. He's in the tower.
I sealed him in the white aura site of the Crystal Tower back on the first.
Oh.
Contained within that reservoir of ether that maintains it, ether that is returned little by little to the sea. Naught may remain of his soul. However, if part of it lingers, we might be able to speak with him there. I know we can no longer make that journey, but you, my friend, still can.
It's true. We can go to the first. Would be an opportunity to look in on the others as well.
Thank you, my friend. That would mean much to me.
If nothing else, should we learn the first is safe, we'll have that much more reason to keep fighting the good fight. That said, the odds are not in our favor, to say the least. Which is why we're fortunate to have Urianger up there on the moon, working hard to make all the necessary preparations for our departure, should it come to it.
And why we have nothing to lose by staying the course till the last instant.
Indeed. To the last, let us all do what we can. I will consult with Master Matoya and see if she knows of a way to reach Hydaelyn from the ethereal sea.
And I will visit the nation's leaders and attempt to ascertain how far the final days have progressed elsewhere.
Keep me abreast of your findings. I can seek out and slay the worst of the immediate threats, if only to slow the spread.
True.
Unease, terror, despair. Try as we might to suppress them, these emotions will return to harry us time and time again. But when they do, remember this. Your friends and loved ones are out there somewhere, sharing in your struggle. You are not alone.
So ends the brief respite before the next revelation.
Oh. Why is Emmett Selk the one talking?
Yes. So much left for you to see.
Mm.
Where beginning ends and end begins.
It's concerning. But we're going back to the first. Ooh. Now then, is there anything we've forgotten to mention? Are your arms and armor in good order? In that case, it's time we attend to our tasks. And when you arrive on the first, give my regards to Reed. Tell her I miss her. Ooh. New weapon. Take this, Call. My spirit vessel. Oh yeah, I'll need it to open the tower. Yeah. Empty now, of course, but it should allow you to operate the tower systems in the umbilicus. If even the smallest fragment of Elidibus's essence remains, it should be possible to locate it. As for access to the umbilicus, pray seek out Lena for assistance. Chances are she still stands watch at the ancestor gate. Should she or anyone else ask for me, tell them I am living my life to the fullest, that I am happy, hardships and all. Well, we've had best be on our respective ways. God's willing, we will see each other again ere long. Give me a moment. Okay, to the first. Ooh. Ooh, pretty interesting, you know. I didn't think we would actually ever really need to go back to the first. So, yeah, that's interesting. We're here for story reasons. It's pretty crazy. At least there's not calamity or anything. We do have thunderstorms in Lakeland, but Yeah. This is cool. We're back, and we're back because we need to be.
Cole, you're returned. Have you been well? You and the others?
We've no shortage of troubles, but we're well enough.
Then things are much the same for you as they were here. My lord is doubtless enjoying himself.
Yes.
He said this to you. These exact words. Oh, to know that he is happy. It fills my heart with joy. Thank you, Cole, for taking care of him. When next you see him, please tell him not to overexert himself. Futile request though it is. And tell him that all is well here. The peace you gifted us continues, and we work hard to build new lives for ourselves. In the course of this we occasionally bicker, but we've never been more optimistic for the morrow. If I had to mention one dilemma, it would be the question of our governance. Even as we speak, debate rages on how we should run city in Exarch's absence. Most are of a mind that the Settlement Council should continue to oversee the general running of the Crystarium, while representatives are elected to determine policy and handle diplomacy. Thus far, nothing is set in stone, but however we choose to proceed, we will not replace our lord. No one could. Have we recently observed any unusual phenomenon? No, I cannot say there has been. Curious that you should ask me this question, though. Some days ago, Reen came and asked the very same. She was rather unsettled, in stark contrast to how cheerful she has been of late. Reen has been dedicating herself to the restoration of the empty, you see. Though it will take many long years, the goal seems to have given her a newfound sense of purpose and fulfillment. So when I saw her in a state of such worry, I couldn't help but feel worried in turn, especially since she wouldn't tell me what troubled her. I dare say she would be more willing to confide in you. May I ask that you broach the subject with her? You wish to enter the umbilicus? Very well. I shall fetch the key at once, and take the opportunity to find Reen. Please wait for me in the city, in front of the Cabinet of Curiosity. Shall we say? In front of the Cabinet of Curiosity, shall we say? I will be along as soon as I can.
Okay. Interesting. What's up with Reen? Reen, how are you seeing the truth of the matter? What is the truth you are seeing? Interesting. In front of the Cabinet of Curiosity. The following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations. Okay, wait for Lena then. It cannot be skipped. Whoa. Unskippable cutscene. This cutscene is unskippable. I guess that means it's that important. It must be really informative then. Oh boy.
Do my old eyes deceive? Is that truly Call?
Old eyes. Ah. Never mind.
Ah, it is. Full glad am I to see you hale and whole, my friend. What a wonderful surprise it is to have you back with us, and at this most opportune time. In case you haven't heard, we are planning to produce a tome chronicling events from the Flood to the Knight's return. For this project, we intend to draw upon records kept by the world's peoples. Historical and contemporary first-hand accounts will be the centerpiece of the tome, but yours would be the one to crown them all. I've been asked to contribute a chapter on the soul, a subject that is key to understanding much of your endeavors. In the course of developing this spirit vessel, I gained valuable insights into travel beyond the rift, knowledge that will allow me to attest to your existence and deeds. There is no end to the questions I would ask you, but if you could indulge me just one for now. In your quest to restore the night, you faced many a formidable foe. Among them, who offered you the greatest struggle?
Titania, driven mad by light and loneliness, Vothrina's misguided self-righteousness, Hades, who bore the burden of his people. This may come as a surprise, but... no, it was probably Hades.
Ah, yes, Hades! He who sought to resurrect his ancient brethren. He was the final obstacle in your quest to restore the night. Your battle in the depths of the Tempest, the stuff of epics. Yet, compelling as it is, I worry that mere words wouldn't do justice to that fateful confrontation. Not that we would think to omit it entirely, of course. No, at the very least, we will impress upon readers that it was the climax of your hero's journey. I know you'd love to talk his ear off, Morin, but we really should be on our way. These documents from Yomor won't collect themselves. Of course, of course. And afterwards, would you care to join me for tea? I was hoping you might clarify a few points in your treatise. Till next time, then. Do tell the others to look after themselves. Our overzealous friend in particular. Remind him not to overexert himself. Again and again, till his ear falls off. And if that's what it takes for him to take it to heart. Becklug, Morin.
And now we wait around some more.
Is that the Warrior of Darkness? Ah, the kids. It is him! It's really him! What are you doing here? If you're going to battle, I can give you some medicine. I made it myself. Best not, Riki. You'd only give him a stomachache. We've come to see Morin, to get his advice. One of the guard finally agreed to teach us how to fight, but first we need to choose a fighting style. Well, I know that I want to be a mage. Arkil isn't sure. Magic isn't really my thing, so I was thinking of taking up the axe, or the sword, or maybe the bow. They all seem right, but it's hard to decide, so I thought I'd ask Morin. He knows lots of things. He isn't here? Aww. Ooh, why don't you have the Warrior of Darkness choose for you? What do you think suits Arkil best? Axe, sword, or bow?
For smiting your opponents, the axe. For protecting your friends, the sword. For fighting and hunting both, the both. For protecting your friends, the sword.
The sword? If you took up the sword, you could be just like... Brandon, the Warrior of Light! I love that tale. Let's borrow the book today. It's really popular, though. I hope it's still there. Thanks for helping me decide, Warrior of Darkness. I'll start with that style, and maybe try something else later on. And when I get really strong, I hope to have a bout with you.
Aw, there they go. Now who's gonna call to me? It's gonna be question mark, question mark, question mark. I was right!
Such fun he's been having basking in the adoration of musty old bookworms and wide-eyed younglings. But does he spare a thought for me? Of course not. Fail! I waited and waited and waited, but he won't so much as acknowledge the presence of his beautiful branch, even though they're right here. Such a heartless thing our sapling is, cold and cruel and heartless. Oh, faithful fellow, loveliest of branches, how I have missed you. If you truly missed me, you would have cried out for me at the top of your lungs the instant you arrived. To make up for it, you will call me with twice the passion next time. Though for there to be a next time, you've some few struggles to overcome. So, my adorable sapling, the world is on the verge of destruction, is it?
How do you know?
How do I know this? Joined as we are, spying on you is as simple as sliding down the back of a rainbow. Would that I could aid you in your quest, but the fate of we Fey folk is bound to that of the star. Whither it goes, so too do we follow. Such is our way. The most I could do for you is spare you the pain by gifting you the sweetest of eternal dreams. But if escape's not to your liking, then you must struggle with your fellow mortals. Ah, but here are the ones you were waiting for. I wonder what manner of conclusion awaits that tale's end.
Aw, fail. And there's Reen.
My apologies for the delay. Oh, it's so wonderful to see you again. You doubtless have much catching up to do, so I shall leave you to it. If I've taken the liberty of unlocking the umbilicus, and you may enter at your leisure.
Reen.
I'm relieved to hear that everyone is well. I've had this feeling, like a pit in my stomach, and I was afraid that something might have happened. Maybe I'm overthinking things, but it's just that I'm the Oracle of Light, but I've never spoken with Heidelin, never once heard her call. Even so, I've always had this feeling deep inside of me, a connection to something immense. These past few days, though, that connection has wavered, as if that immense something was distant, then close, then distant again. And then, the other night, I was jolted awake by the feeling it had been completely severed. Wanting some fresh air, I went to open the window, and to my horror, the sky was ablaze, like during the star shower.
She saw it.
Then I blinked and everything was normal. The next day, no one said a thing. No one else had seen what I had seen. As far as I could tell, nothing was out of the ordinary. I began to wonder if it was a figment of a half-remembered dream. Paul, what are you not telling me? I have to know. Please. It doesn't matter how terrible it is.
The final days are upon the source.
It wasn't my imagination then. The doom we witnessed in Amrot has come again. I can't believe it. Like I told you before, all is well here in the First. So don't worry about us. Please, look only to the threat before you. We're fine right now, and even if we weren't, we'd learn how to survive. Should the final days reach us here as well, you may be assured we won't go quietly. No, we hold on until you can find a way to save all our worlds. So long as you continue your fight, so too will we, united in purpose beneath a blazing sky.
I don't like it. Soup. New spear. Hope upon a flower.
You're headed into the Umbilicus to consult with Elidibus, right? I'll do some consulting of my own and speak with Lena, decide how we might best prepare for the final days. So it's farewell for now, but we'll see each other again, I'm certain of it.
Elidibus. Will we actually be able to talk to him? I don't know. Ah, Master Call. Welcome back. The captain has told me all. Give the word and I'll show you to the ocular. This empty place. Oh. Aw. They're with me. Now, how's this gonna work?
Biometric authentication complete. Please state your business.
I wish to converse with Elidibus.
Acknowledged. Reinitializing Silco's tower systems. Searching for Elidibus entity. Target located in subterranean core power accumulator. Projecting image.
Oh. Oh.
My home. My friends. No more than a dream. You. Why have you awakened me? I no longer sense those places beyond, or Lord Zodiac. You must explain all.
You would be able to sense that. Well, final days are upon us. Because of Fandaniel.
So, he is fallen, and my brethren's souls returned to the star. The doom we sacrificed so much to prevent is come again. Old burdens now yours to bear. But if this is Fandaniel's design, then I, as Elidibus, have a duty to fulfill. Your unsolicited act has restored to me some few memories of the convocation. Such knowledge as I have, I will share.
Okay. Thanks. I'm sorry.
Why apologize for receiving a favor of the defeated? If it sits ill, consider it payment for freeing Lord Zodiac from servitude. Where to begin? Ah, the end. Your understanding of what caused the final days is consistent with our own.
Oh, okay.
The decay first took root where the currents were weakest. Yes, a conclusion drawn by him, Fandaniel.
Huh.
Not the him of here and now, but as I knew it.
Oh, oops.
Having shed light upon the phenomenon, he dedicated himself to devising a countermeasure. Were it not for his knowledge of the Celestial, we would never have made the connection, and thence forestalled the final days.
The Celestial?
And though he inherited that noble soul, how different this last incarnation. So consumed by self-loathing and hate. Elpis. Yes, the name is familiar to me. Yet I know it not as a flower, but a place. A testing facility for determining which of our creations were fit to be released into the world.
Oh.
Many worked there. And before joining the Convocation and assuming the title of Fandaniel, he was their chief.
Oh.
He was Hermes.
I'm sorry, why are all of these gods... They're all Greek gods. Literally every single person of them.
That is all I know. The crystals tell little of the lives the 14 led prior to their induction. Elpis itself would tell even less. Nary a ruin has survived. Wait. I saw you there. In Elpis.
Hmm?
No. I did not. But I did. I did. A lingering trace of impossibility.
Hmm?
And a truth that fills my heart.
What?
My memories remain clouded, I fear. However, they have revealed to me one possible course. You must travel to Elpis, to the time when Hermes served as its chief.
Huh?
In glimpsing the Exarch's memories, not only did I make his summoning magic mine own, I also mastered the workings of this tower, which, having absorbed my empowered essence, now harbors an abundance of energy. As such, I believe I can deliver you unto the past, unto that place and that precise moment.
Huh?
Given the eons that must be traversed, the gateway will not be fully formed. Your form will be less tangible still than those warriors of light I had summoned. In all likelihood, none will be able to see or hear you. Yet even should you manage to interact with others, you will be unable to effect meaningful change.
Wait.
For the reality you wish to save, the reality to which you must return, exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present. Cannot unmake the sorrow and suffering fated to come.
Can I?
In full knowledge of this, will you still entrust your life to your foe and make the journey?
Can I come back?
Very well. I shall cast you unto the river of time, Let this be my final act. You must input the commands. I no longer have the authority. First, you must reconfigure the systems, that the tower's ether may be channeled for the magic.
Will that take away the crystal tower from here, though?
The preparations are complete. The gateway will soon open. Return at once to the ocular. All appears to be in order. The ether flows unimpeded. The magic should consume every last mote of my essence. Why are you surprised? Did I not say that this will be my final act? Lord Zodiark is no more. There is nothing for me here. The ones I love and long to see again are waiting in that promised land, beyond memory and dream. Now go, warrior of light. Go, and do not look back.
But how are we getting back? Maybe we don't.
Well, Heidelin, I take my leave of you. Yours is the mantle of the last of us. May you have the joy of it, the burden, and the solitude. It falls to you now. You and your champion to save our star.
Well, that's right. We're going through time. This is what it looked like when we came to the first. Ooh. Ooh, that's bright. Where are we going? What is... Oh? Oh, we are shade. Guess that makes sense. That's what he said would happen. But we're in the oh my gosh. Oh. They're huge. But they look like people. Oh. Is that just always gonna be here? The device is reminiscent of an aetheryte. Perhaps it is possible to attune with it. Despite attempting to channel and focus your energies, you fail to attune with the device. You can only assume it operates differently. Or we just can't. The man stands dutifully by the Aetheryte-like device, a guide for this facility in all likelihood. Yeah, he's not going to see us. You attempt to get the man's attention, but if he sees or hears you, he gives absolutely no indication. As Elizabeth warned, it appears your form is intangible.
This is the right place, yes? Proplion?
Judging by the woman's words, this facility is called Proplion. You attempt to gently prod the woman to attract her attention, but feel nothing. It seems neither does she. But Elidibus has recognition that we were here, and if that's the case, eventually we will be able to interact with things. Also, I can't use any of my skills! Oh. I can't even run. The remarkably large man wears a black robe and a half mask, much like the phantoms you encountered in Mare Lamentorium and the recreated Amarot. It would seem you have made it to your destination. You gesture wildly and shout all manner of greetings and obscenities. The man does not so much as glance in your general direction. Huh. This is interesting. Not being able to... We could teleport? Why could I teleport? That seems counterintuitive. You suspect the door leads outside, but how to open it? We're gonna attempt to touch it, and we're just gonna go right through.
And here we are, Elpis.
That's him, it's Elk. And this is Elpis.
Well, how rare to receive you in person. To what do we owe the honor?
Oh, just a few odd tasks. We'll be here a while.
You're welcome to stay as long as you see fit, of course. As a matter of procedure, however, I must ask that you kindly remove your masks.
That must be Fandaniel.
Come now. Is this truly necessary? Surely you can tell who we are. Who you are, perhaps. But I am far less infamous. Regardless, if we do not follow protocol, 'tis our hosts who would be held accountable. So, please, do favor us with your handsome face.
The left is Fandaniel, the right is Emet-Selch. Or Hades on the right, Hermes on the left. He can... Maybe?
Satisfied?
I thank you for your cooperation. You are free to go about your business.
That's what the two of them look like.
By the by, you see it too, yes?
Okay, they can see us. And they're just both like, are we gonna acknowledge it or we're not?
I haven't the foggiest what you're talking about. That's odd.
He's gonna look directly at me. Yup.
It's right here. A bit thin in the ether, but there's no mistaking it. The color of its soul is almost identical to Azem's. Do you suppose he created it? Rather unusual for a familiar to have a soul, though.
Don't ask me. All I know is that it's trouble. Doubly so if it's his spitting image.
And they can
So
see
let's
it.
leave it be. Come now.
But I want to follow you. Oh, can you hear me?
It's trying to say something, but it's literally too intangible to form words.
Well, Fan Daniel really does seem like a nice
Why don't you give
guy.
it some ether? Spare a snifter of your bounteous reserves.
Who do you take me for?
Why, a dear friend, of course. One who wouldn't let acts of kindness, such as my accompanying him on errands to far-flung outposts, go unrewarded.
I suggest you close your eyes, or this may be unpleasant.
And now I'm probably corporeal. Cutscene? Maybe?
You may open your eyes.
Hey, I'm corporeal. And I'm their size. Oh my gosh.
Oh, you even adjusted its size.
The better to indulge your whim. This way, it will be easier to communicate.
How very thoughtful of you. And may I applaud your artful reinforcement. Without further ado then. Greetings. I am Hythlodaeus, Chief of the Bureau of the Architect.
Huh? Oh, you're... Okay.
Sulking beside me is the most honorable Emmett Selk of the Convocation of 14.
Wait. Oh, my head. Wait. Oh, gosh. Hytlodius. You're also Fandaniel?
And how might we address you, my new friend?
Because you have the same voice as him. What?
A fine name. And I'm pleased to see you understand our words. So, tell us, whence have you come? The thinness of your essence suggests you weren't created here. You do not know? Or cannot say? Allow me to ask a different question then. What brings you here?
I seek a man named Hermes. I want to learn about Elpis. I seek a man named Hermes.
Well now, the same as us. Perhaps Azim wished to come too, but had to settle for a familiar.
If he truly wished to be here, then he would be.
Right you are. My apologies if we've given offense. The two of us can discern the color of souls, you see, and yours happens to resemble that of a friend. And with your purpose matching our own besides, we jumped to a hasty conclusion. We are here to speak with Hermes,
So,
chief overseer of this facility.
Hermes is not
which we also intend
Hytlodius.
to tour in order to gain greater insight into the man's work.
Hermes is not Hytlodius. Okay. But still, Hytlodius. This is him.
We, I say. Though this is Emmett Selk's charge. I am here only to serve as his guide. And I should be happy to serve as yours as well. By way of an apology for the misunderstanding.
Wait. Are you suggesting that we bring it along on official business? This thing we know next to nothing about?
If you harbor suspicions, better to keep it close than leave it to its own devices. Wouldn't you agree? Besides, having a mysterious life form in tow is the norm rather than the exception here.
Whoa.
Welcome, my friends, to the testing ground of creation at Heaven's Edge. Elpis.
Whoa. The world unsundered. Elpis. Whoa. Oh. Oh. Oh.
This presence.
That must be... Oh. Axolotl. What is that? What race?
Visitors! We have visitors!
What race is that? That's cool. That we saw... What's their face?
Hiding, I wonder.
What's their name? What was their name? It was... who became the heart of Hydaelyn? I forgot their name. But that's what they looked like. They had the dog. This is interesting. I'd like to go back inside and get that 8th right, though, so... I'll be right back. What? What? Is this not a... Aw, boo. Oh, my eyes. This is hardly my first time here, but the scenery never fails to take my breath away. Why, it feels as if you could reach out and touch the heavens. Now then, to begin our guided tour. Perhaps you already know these things, but for the sake of thoroughness, I shall start with the basics. Using concepts to give shape to aether, creation magic allows us to bring forth anything we desire, be it inanimate objects or living beings. Anyone may conceive of concepts, but they must all undergo evaluation at the Bureau of the Architect. As part of that process, living beings and certain arcane entities may be sent here to Elpis for in-depth observation and study. A fascinating facility, isn't it? I dare say you will enjoy touring it with us. This is insane. This is not at all what I expected from an area in, like, what? What? Now then, our friend Hermes, aside from overseeing the facility, he also conducts his own research. Chances are he will be at the main observation hub, so let us seek him out there first. Attired as you are, however, you stand out a little too much. Our dear friend Emmett Selk wishes to keep a low profile for his errand, so... Do you know how to make a robe? The basic concept will do. Nope. No. In that case, Emmett Selk? No. Your whim, your responsibility. You're getting not another thimble of aether out of me. The way he scrimps sometimes, you'd think he wasn't a nigh bottomless font of magic.
Very well. I shall make the robe, but perhaps you can assist. Come, let us search for the requisite material.
We're finally gonna get a robe? That's awesome. Northeast. Okay, nowhere near us. Those look like the butterflies of Ravana's. Those are, interesting. Huh.
Yes, these creatures should suffice. An etheric rope. I want you to use it to capture, shall we say, 2 petalologi. There are 3 species here, I believe. Any 2 different kinds should serve. Now, I should mention that the strength of the rope is tied, no pun intended, to the strength of its user. As your aether is still thin compared to ours, you'll need to awaken the petalodi first. Good luck.
Wait a minute. I need this on my thing. Nope. Nope. I'd rather not. Rather not.
You've caught the petalodi. Come, let us see. Yes, these fine fellows will do nicely. And now, a spot of reversion. What? There, it's ready. It's nothing fancy when we're trying not to stand out. Try it on for size. Will somebody be angry with us for using those creatures? Oh, it's fine. There's no one around to tell us off. And besides, we can always make more petalodi. They need only a tiny amount of aether. It may take some effort to get the form and composition right, but anyone familiar with the concept should be able to manage. Well and good to disguise and to educate it, but it won't fool anyone who can see with a damn. Fair point, but at the very least, it should spare you unwanted attention from casual observers. Emitselk speaks true. Even dressed like us, your unusual nature will be plain to those who think to look. Should someone question your presence, don't make up excuses, much less try to explain what you actually are. No, best to simply say you're a familiar. The question is whose? Ah, of course. Azem's. If you say you belong to him, people will give you the benefit of the doubt for any and all outlandish behavior. Exploiting our associate's absence. For lack of his presence, absolutely. Were he here, he had been the first to propose the idea, and you know it. With that, your story is settled. Let us continue with our errand.
Ah, sophist. Whoa. Boots. Look at that. We can be dressed like them. That's awesome. I want to, but unfortunately it's simply not really that usable. So I won't. If you are ready, let us continue along the path to Anagnorisis. The place serves as an observation hub and residence both. Someone there should be able to point us in the direction of Hermes. Okay. This place is crazy looking. Is that a unicorn? Monoceros. Ah. That checks out. Somewhere nearby. This is so cool.
Yes, can I help you? We wish to speak with Chief Hermes. Do you know where we might find him? Well now, by your masks, I assume you are one of the 14. I wasn't aware that there was to be a visitation. Between you and us, it's something of a surprise. Your discretion in the matter would be appreciated. I see, I see. My lips are sealed. But the Chief should be out conducting observations as usual. His focus of late have been aquatic creatures, so I expect you'll find him at one of the pools here. Pools, you say? Many thanks, and apologies for disrupting your work. I say, Hethlodius, while I've never met Hermes, you know him well, do you not? That being the case, couldn't you simply find him by his aether? Aye, that I could. As you know, him itself and I can discern the color of souls. By the same token, we can also see aether quite keenly and from great distances. With this skill, I could readily locate Hermes, but I felt that it would be a waste of an opportunity. We're here to perform an assessment, after all. By searching the ordinary way, we stand to gain insight into Elpis and the man in charge of it. This is as much for your own enjoyment, like as not, but point taken. If you're going to accompany us, make yourself useful and help us look for Hermes. According to his profile, he has short, dark hair. So you know, it's because we're in Elpis that we don't have our cows up. A special exemption due to the need to be aware of dangerous creatures. Elsewhere, we do not exhibit our individuality. It's unseemly. This is all common sense, but I would not assume you possess any. It is a rare test indeed to be able to search for someone by their appearance, and I thank you for humoring me. Come, let us find our man. Quite a lot of pools. Whoa. Big bag lag spike there. I'd like to attune. Ah, there he is. But before we do that, I'd like to get the aether current. That's somewhere over here. East. East? I thought you said west. Question is it over there? I think it is. That's all well and good. Let's see if I can spot it with my eye. Ah, there we go.
Very interesting. Well, that's one. Out of what I assume is going to be 4. Alright. Now, before starting up this conversation with Hermes, I'm going to take a small break to use the bathroom once again. But that shouldn't take very long, so stick around. I'll be back relatively shortly. Just let me get right in front of him, since it's probably just easier if I do that. Alright, I'll be right back. Give me one moment. Alright. Oh, there we are. I'm back. Hello, Hermes. And Bewinged Girl. Will we ever get this race of, oh my gosh, her feet. She has chicken feet. Not in, like, the bad human way, but, like, oh, weird. There he is. Hermes.
Huh. You are...
Well, that sounds like Fandaniel.
Oh.
What?
Different. You're different too. You and me. We're alike. Friends. I want to be... Wait. Please. Wait. Greetings and salutations.
Oh.
Can you hear me?
Oh. Yeah.
Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, and know your thoughts. May we please be friends?
Interesting.
May we please be friends?
What?
Ah, I see you found him.
What kind of an interaction is that?
Hythlodaeus. It's been a while. Too long, I think.
Too long indeed for close collaborators. On this blessed occasion, I bring not only myself, but others who long to speak with you.
You were of the convocation.
Mm-hmm.
Emmett Selk at your service. Do I have the honor of addressing Hermes, Chief Overseer of Elpis?
You do. You have traveled far for it.
Given your facility's purpose, its remote location is something of a necessity. Would that I didn't have to rely upon a guide.
Oh, you wound me. Have I not ever been an attentive and helpful friend? But moving along to more agreeable company, this one we chance to... Well, you certainly have her attention. Is she one of yours, Hermes?
Her name is Meteon. It means shooting star.
Meteon.
If I may make an observation, her ether is terribly thin. I fear she might dissipate at any moment. Nor do I believe you've made a submission to the Bureau. I would remember such a concept if you had.
I haven't, as you say. I judged it too early. She's a pet project of mine, still undergoing preliminary testing. But rest assured that I will attend in person ere long.
Very well. Being an authority on flying life forms, I appreciate that you are exacting in your work. I shall look forward to your submission.
If we have finished with the perfunctory chit-chat, I would discuss official matters. By my coming, I trust you already anticipate the subject.
I have an inkling, yes. Please wait to the main building yonder.
Hmm.
I shall join you as soon as I've returned these creatures to their homes.
What's wrong, Hermes?
Uh-huh.
An amystoma is missing.
Amystoma.
I may have found it. A creature with the self-same ether as those there, nestled in the boughs of a tree outside the grounds.
You're saying they can climb, with their sorry excuses for limbs?
The fashion has been to imbue aquatic creatures with the power of flight, ever since the words of Metron created a sky-swimming fish. The ambystomas too can fly, if only slightly, and they could conceivably climb a tree. Whether they can come down safely, however... Excuse me.
Gotta go save a cat from a tree.
I'll help too.
And what are we supposed to do with this lot?
May I suggest we split up? If you would be so good as to assist Hermes, Emmett Selk and I shall keep an eye on these adorable creations in the meantime.
Well, time to go. Is it in the tree? Seems like it might be in the tree. Ah. It seems Hermes and Meteon have found their quarry, a creature known in this age as an ambystoma. Yet though it has been safely extricated from the tree, Hermes appears to have found himself in quite the predicament.
The ambystoma.
Oh.
Ambystoma. Hermes saw it high up in the tree. He climbed to get it, but it jumped on him and he slipped.
Need a hand?
Ugh.
No, I'm fine, if a little embarrassed. Now, for your own safety, please stand back. Ugh.
Hermes, are you all right?
Quite all right, yes. My apologies for making you worry, Metian. Both you and, Call him, you are called. An intriguing name, somehow reminiscent of a new creation. Thank you for coming after me. As for you, little one, you must be more careful. You may be able to fly, but it doesn't mean you cannot fall and hurt yourself. Oh no! I had forgotten all about its fellows. Truly, what a relief. I must thank Emet-Selk and Hythlodaeus when I return to them. But first, with the distractions out of the way. As Chief Overseer of Elpis, permit me to welcome you to our facility. I hope you will enjoy your time here. Okay. Ponder, warrant, cherish, welcome. Those are lyrics of answers. Ponder, warrant, cherish, welcome. Yeah. Interesting. Well, we mustn't keep the others waiting. Let us return to Anagnorisis. Interesting. What does it all mean? I'm curious. Oh, what is happening? How is it unfolding? My apologies for the trouble. Owing to your kind assistance, all the ambystomas are safe and well. I will presently send them back to their space. If you would go on ahead to the main building. Upon entering, you will see tables and chairs. A meeting area. We may speak there. Very well. Take care not to let the creatures slip away again. Okay. Spriggan! They got Spriggan. Spriggonometry. What did it say? I got distracted. 711 to the west. Ah. That's pretty far.
This appears to be the place. And here is where we part ways.
Oh.
We will be discussing highly sensitive affairs. Only a select few may be privy to such knowledge, and that does not include someone who cannot or will not divulge their origins. What? Will I have to remove you by force?
Give me a moment. I have important things to say to him as well. There are reasons I cannot speak freely. There are reasons I cannot speak freely.
Let's hear them then, these reasons of yours. Who knows? If I deem your mysterious cause worthy, I may even be inclined to offer my assistance.
I do not object to his attendance.
Hermes, this is highly irregular.
Perhaps, but I believe he can be trusted. Meteion would not have taken to him so quickly otherwise. Moreover, the presence of a third party may help me to maintain composure.
As you wish, then. Behave yourself, do you hear?
Watch, it's gonna be like nothing new. Just gonna talk about final days.
So, it's finally happened, then.
Aye. Van Daniels declared his intention to step down, and
Oh.
named you as his preferred successor.
Ah, yeah, I see.
In recognition of your knowledge and your works, the Convocation is giving the recommendation due consideration. As one who does not know you personally, I am to use my impartial eye to take your measure. And above all else, to ascertain your disposition towards the invitation. I understand that you and Van Daniel are close. He himself was once chief overseer of Elpis after all. I should not be surprised if you knew before anyone else that he wished to relinquish his office.
I
did. He told me that when he fulfilled his purpose, he wished to pass the torch to me.
A torch you seem none too pleased to accept. Are you so averse to serving on the Convocation?
No, it's not that. For a humble researcher like myself to even be considered is an honor beyond words. No. What troubles me, what I struggle to come to terms with, is the very fact that Van Daniel is stepping down. Does this not mean that he will return to the Star?
Of his own volition, yes, like so many others have before him.
Return to the Star? Does that mean die?
Well now, that's not a word I hear often. Is that what you say here in Elpis? Mankind is the life of Atheris. Each of us, a drop of blood flowing through its veins, bearing sustenance. In our finite time upon it, 'tis our duty to make it a better place, that all who call it home, now and in future, may abide in happiness.
They're the blood that keeps the planet alive.
To that end, we have dedicated ourselves to the pursuit of enlightened creation. And by our efforts did we transform this once untamed wilderness into the peaceful paradise you enjoy today. To return to the star whence we came is a privilege afforded to we who have so loved and nurtured it. A choice embraced by those who have lived their lives to the fullest, in service to our world. And when they depart upon this journey, it is beautiful, always.
The 14 are no exception. 'Tis believed no occasion is more felicitous than the fulfillment of one's duty. Our office becomes our lives, and to retire is to return, or so the majority of us hold. Some few have elected to eschew custom.
Oh my gosh. Oh. Sorry, I just choked on some water. Okay. Be careful when you drink water. Don't choke. Don't be stupid like me. And try to breathe while while drinking water. Sorry, I need to go get more so I can actually clear my throat. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I might not be able to do any voices when it comes back. We'll see how I feel. That really ruined my throat. Oh gosh. Okay, let's continue.
Mayhap you feel Fandaniel's deeds do not warrant his return. Yet you should know his accomplishments as well as any. During his time, he conceived of countless outstanding concepts. And channeling the wealth of experience he attained here in Elpis, he brought forth many new specimens.
I know of all this. I do. It's just, I cannot fathom why someone so great and wise, who could still do so much good, would want to end it all. Oh no, I've made her upset. Forgive me. I know I requested your presence. Might I trouble you to take Meteon outside? A change of scenery would do her good.
Okay. I wonder if Meteon is, like, sustained through the, through that spatial aether. The emotional aether, I wonder. Because she reacted to his emotion, and he was the expert in it. I'm sorry, Call.
I didn't mean, a walk. Perhaps we can go for a walk?
What? How did she... She walked out that door, but then walked out this door?
Hermes gets sad when he thinks about death. When others are sad, I'm sad too. That's how I am. How he made me.
Yep, okay.
But don't worry, I'm fine now. So, why did you come here? You want to learn about Elpis and Hermes? Ooh, teach you! I can teach you! We could take turns. I tell you something, then you tell me something.
Sure, why not?
Then it's settled. Where to start? Ah, yes! Let's talk to Memnon. He should be near this aetherite. I'm not good at explaining, but Memnon is, so I'll have him explain instead.
Okay. Maton is now accompanying me.
Ah, the aetherite. Anyone can use it to teleport anywhere. Well, maybe not anywhere. Not to the ground or other isles. For that you need teleporters. Oh, and permission.
Oh. And what have we here? Though you look like a person, you have the horns and scales of a beast. I assume you are familiar like Maton. Is there something you need?
This is Call. Could you teach him about Elpis?
Ah, newly arrived familiar, is he? Very well. I should be glad to introduce our fair facility to him. As you know, it is mankind's duty to make the star a better place. As part of this duty, we employ creation magics to bring forth new life. However, we cannot simply release our works into the world, for it would lead to chaos. No, any and all life forms must undergo extensive testing to determine fitness to exist. Testing which is conducted here in Elpis. Every candidate is subject to rigorous study, in which we identify their properties, surmise what habitats might be suitable, and speculate as to the effects they may have on the environment and other species. Should it be judged a beneficial addition to the star, it will be allowed to take place in the world. The two of you, too, were created with the hope of making the star a better place. So heed your masters well, and be good, do you hear?
We will, Memnon. We will. Thanks for the lesson. You had a turn. Now I get a turn. Where did you come from?
From a place far, far away. From a place facing a great threat. From the Crystarium, I guess. From the Crystarium, I guess.
Crystarium? I've never heard of it. But this place is important to you. I can feel it. Oh, my power. I haven't told you about it. A creation. Let's find a creation. One not being watched. Then I'll explain my power.
Okay. Ah, mender. Can you mend? Mend my earrings. Motionless bird. Ah.
Spriggans. Spriggans? What are spriggans?
These things.
Oh no, we call them Orei. If there's many, it's just one. If there's many, if it's just one, we say Oreis. Though they're cute, they can be naughty. Sometimes they run off with the concept crystal, and Hermes has to run after them.
No, they're spriggans.
Oh! The shoe bill. The shoe bill. Oh, this creation is perfect. But I don't remember seeing it before. Perhaps it's new? The shoe bill came with us? Huh? Anyway, I'll try reading its mind. That's my power. Hang on, before we do that. This shoe bill has been here since Shadowbringers. Apparently, it's been following us the entirety of Shadowbringers. And it became more and more noticeable as we went on, and I noticed it first in Yulmore. What? What are you? What are you doing here? Why do you have significance? What is your purpose? Read its mind. Tell me. Is it empty? It's empty, isn't it? There's literally nothing. There's literally nothing. I can't read it. Or maybe there's nothing to read? Wait, please wait. I'll try again. With you this time. Greetings. Can you hear me? This is my power. I can read the emotions of those around me and project my emotions to others in return. I'm not actually speaking to you in your mind. Rather, you are converting my emotions into words and intention, a process performed subconsciously by intelligent life forms. This ability is vital to my mission, for it allows me to interact with intelligent beings even should they communicate via unknown languages or other nonverbal means. As a consequence, I am clumsy at speaking. Yet though I struggle to express myself in this fashion, Hermes wants me to speak as much as possible, for everyone has thoughts and feelings that they may wish to hide. I harbor an affection for you, that one that is difficult to define. Aside from the fact that you share common traits with us, your thoughts are complex, prismatic. They draw me in and leave me wanting to know more. Out of respect for your privacy, I will refrain from using my power when speaking with you. Nevertheless, I want you to know that I wish to be your friend. Did you hear me? Good. Now it's my turn again. So, what are you good at? Fighting. Gathering. I'm definitely not good at crafting or gathering. Playing. It's a secret. We'll say fighting. Fighting. Ooh, fighting. That must mean you're strong. Hermes is strong too, but he doesn't like to fight. Even the creations fight him. Oh, the shoe bill turned. What do you want? What are you doing? I think we might be bothering it. What is your true purpose? Let's keep going. We'll go and see Euthane next. She's usually in a small building, one to the west row. This bird, this shoe bill has some significance. It can't just be a meme. It would be so bad if it was just a meme. That's why I doubt it's just a meme. Well, if it isn't Metian, I see you brought a friend today. Greetings, Euthane. An apple. Could you make me an apple? The kind Hermes likes, covered in syrup. I want to share it with Caw. Oh, candied apples. Hermes is certainly partial to them, but you know you can't eat Metian. You weren't made to do so. But I like it too. It may seem that way, but it's due to your ability to share others' feelings. You've taken Hermes' likes for your own. In any case, I can't prepare an apple right now, but I'll bring one for Hermes soon, I promise. I'm sorry, Call. I wanted to show you my favorite thing. Then I could ask about yours, but I failed.
Tell her what I like.
Oh, that's what you like. Yes, yes, I can feel it. Your joy and happiness. And it makes me happy too. Thanks for sharing it with me, Call. Well, we've walked and talked a lot. Maybe his Hermes has finished talking too. Shall we go and see?
Ponder, warrant, cherish, welcome. This is truly a thinking cap moment in history. Things are moving.
There you are. I could see the fresh air has done Maetian well. Good. Call wanted to learn about you and Elpis, so I taught him. About this place, about my power, about your favorite food.
I'm not sure if that last one will be of any use. But I do appreciate you for keeping Maetian company. While you were away, I finished speaking with our guests. Finished? Hardly. We requested time to consider the invitation, so we have no choice but to occupy ourselves with an inspection of your work. My apologies. It has been decided that Emmett Selk and Hythlodeus will accompany me as I tend to my duties. If you wish to learn more, perhaps you would like to come too. I'm compelled to remind you that he is in no way associated with the convocation. We simply chanced to meet at the Proplian. There's no guarantee that the matters we discuss will remain private. I do not mind. To see the joy his presence brings Maetian, I cannot imagine our mysterious friend harbors malicious intent.
Call is kind. Really, truly. He taught me as much as I taught him. You're coming, of course. To watch Hermes? You're bound to learn lots and lots.
Alright, new chest piece. Unlocked. What's it look like? Whoa. That is kind of cool looking. What's it look like dyed? Ah, it retains the red. Come on. So where's the blue we used? We used this blue. Woad blue. And it only colors that section? Really? What about a second dye? Does it have another dye channel? I don't think it does. I don't know how to see that. Man. What's the blue we do have right now? We have a blue. Abyssal. It's like a purple. Still though, it doesn't dye well. It looks very cool. Looks very cool. But not right. Unfortunate. Very unfortunate, because I think it looks cool. And I think there is definitely a set I could do that I could use that with. What's it called? The Manganese Armor of the Behemoth. Okay.
If everyone is ready, there are a few creations I need to check on. First, we shall return to the spot where we found our wayward Ambystoma. Have care when you step outside a hub, for there are many There may be more unruly creatures about. Okay. Blue quest? Blue quest? No blue quest. Interesting. Now we gotta go this way. Man, I really just choked on water. And it's triggered every little bit of my throat being now just constantly in pain. This here's a new species of Petaluda we've recently set loose. It has been doing very well, managing to maintain a stable existence thus far. If it can see its observation period to the end without issue, we shall release it unto the world. Tell me, do you know the difference between living beings and arcane entities? It is the presence of a soul, yet the soul isn't something you can choose to have at will. No, it manifests only in those beings whose forms adhere to the laws of creation, that can endure on their own. Beings that do not fill this requirement, such as those spontaneously born of magic or natural phenomenon, do not have souls. No matter how much it might resemble flora or fauna, if it lacks a soul, then it is considered an arcane entity. So you see, it is not for mankind to decide what is living. That domain lies beyond our manipulation, and it is hubris to assume otherwise. But come, let us head to the nearby beacon. I received a report that arcane energies have gathered there. How curious. Also, this place looks crazy. Ah, lightning elementals, or lightning sprites. Ah, yes, lightning pneuma, just as the report says. Although we call this structure a beacon due to its form, it is in fact a magical device. By manipulating the balance of elements, it keeps the isle airborne and maintains the climate thereupon. In the course of its operation, it often sees an internal shift towards a given element. Right now, that element is lightning, which draws the pneuma here to replenish their aether. It appears Meteon is busy. Would you care to assist me in her stead and feed the pneuma? By using this lightning converger, you can harness ambient lightning and focus it into a ball. A veritable feast for our dazzling friends. Go on, give it a try. Lightning converger. Oh, it's like the Ramu ball. That's funny. Perfectly done, Call. Look. See how they gather to feed. How they express themselves through their actions despite their lack of words. Speech is not the sole defining characteristic of a thinking, feeling creature, nor is silence an indication that they do not possess these qualities. Be it a soulless arcane entity such as the pneuma, or an ephemeral life form such as the Petaluda, all seek to perpetuate their existence, to survive. Is Meteon a living being? Good question. I can answer it from a theoretical standpoint, but it ultimately falls to the Bureau of the Architect to pass judgment. Those with exceptional vision, such as Hythlodius may be able to ascertain her true nature. But to me, it doesn't matter. She is herself, and that is all I need to know. Oh, you finished already? I'm sorry. I was in the way. Not to worry, my dear. They miss nothing of note. And we still have plenty of work for them to observe. Next, we will head east to the Morning Dew. I need to speak with some observers there. I'm quite curious about the nature of thundering, right? Because sundering kind of implies that almost every living thing that exists post-sundering had a soul. And with that being... Oh, wait, what? I passed it. Oh, I completely passed it. And that being the case, kind of makes it seem... I don't know, I'm just curious, like, what animals that we have in the source, right? The beasts, like the bugs and the things and stuff that you just find around. Did they... I mean, some of them existed, right? We just saw a Spriggan back there, but... What's the actual, like... Look at the Gobo, but... I don't know, it's interesting. I want to know how it works. Because we just don't know. And it's hard to, like, conceptualize how it works.
Amazing, is it not? The Ampelos, one of our newest subjects.
Don't say anything.
So, how are we coming along?
Oh.
This place is Elpis. Those flowers. Elpis. Entelekis. Like me.
Entelekis. Emotional.
They are a product of Elpis, and so named for their birthplace. A happy accident, born of the hands of a former researcher who loved beautiful blossoms. Unique for how they change color, to reflect the emotional state of those nearby.
Yeah.
Though be it here or elsewhere, they are seldom seen in any hue save purest white.
Reflect the emotional state, you say? By what means do they achieve this?
In creation, there exists an energy wholly apart from ether, one driven by emotions. In like manner to how we manipulate ether, this flower is subject to the influence of said energy. While it has no will of its own, it is sensitive to the prevailing emotion in the vicinity, and reacts by altering its color and vibrancy.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feeling.
Yep. It's real.
Akasha. Though I'm not familiar with the term, your description suggests it is the self-same energy. Dynamis, we call it.
Dynamis.
Isn't
And
there a
those
server
entities like
named
the Endless
Dynamis?
Flower that have the ability to interact with this energy, converting emotions into tangible phenomena, are Antelekis.
Mm-hmm.
That's me! That's me! An Enteleki!
That you are, my dear. And no ordinary one at that, but the first possessed of free will.
Wait. A form of energy other than ether? Dynamis? I've never heard of such a thing.
Hardly surprising. Dynamis cannot be seen, much less felt. And though its existence has long been theorized, we had no proof until the flower's serendipitous creation. What's more, Dynamis is far weaker than ether. Under normal circumstances, its effects are drowned out by the latter. On account of which, beings comprised of and reliant upon the ether, like you and I, are unable to make practical use of Dynamis. 'Tis a truly esoteric thing, known to but a select few scholars.
Intriguing. Then, given the limitations you described, why create Meteon?
Our star, Aetheris, is especially rich in ether, so much so that its name is derived from it. However, when we consider all energy in existence here and in the vast space beyond, Dynamis may account for as much as 68.3%.
Huh?
The more abundant form by far. Were we able to control it, we could open the door to limitless possibilities. 'Tis not unlike a gently flowing stream, unable to break through the dam of ether barring its path. But if we could imbue the stream with the vigor of a raging river...
You would cause the final days.
Not that I have such grand ambitions. Nay. I merely wish to create a being that could traverse the great expanse. The relative scarcity of ether beyond the bounds of this star was a concern. And so, I looked to another source of energy by necessity.
That being Dynamis. No wonder her ether is so thin.
Precisely.
Yours is thin too. Like an Enteleki. Like me.
Yeah, but it's for a very different reason.
So... are we the same? Entelekis.
Unless we are. Are we the same? It's then it's because Emmett Selk didn't do a proper job. Oh, I would love to press that, but he would probably... Oh! Oops.
Well, aren't we ungrateful? Mayhap I should revert you to the pathetic, faded thing you were.
A deficit of ether alone does not an Enteleki make. It would, however, make it easier for you to interact with Dynamis.
Whoa. Oh. Oh. Oh my gosh. Oh, my brain. It was all intentional.
But who? Who intended it? It was never Heidelin's job to sunder the world. Heidelin was just supposed to keep him in check. He was supposed to just keep Zodiark in check. Why would the flow... Why would the
stream of dynamis exist if it weren't broken, if the dam of Aether wasn't broken? And if it was all on purpose, who... Maybe it wasn't on purpose, maybe it was an accident. But either way, it kind of makes sense that if you were sundered and had less Aether in you, you would be comprised of more dynamis to fill out the rest of the missing void of your soul. And if that's the case, that explains why we're able to transcend limits. But was that intentional?
And limited though its influence may be, this quality could prove the difference between victory and defeat. You do well not to underestimate it. Oh dear, I'd forgotten about the poor fella. You must excuse me a moment while I go and verify a few more things.
Man, so many questions, so many answers that lead to other questions. Wow, this is good. This is good stuff. I can only hope the payoff is good. Their greatest contribution. Not that I or anyone else would be able to make use of it even if we knew. But it irks me to discover that there is an entirely different form of energy, and no one told me. That personal annoyance aside, Hermes' knowledge is undeniably impressive. Given that there are none among the 14 who specialize in the Celestial, he would be a welcome addition. Assuming he can be persuaded to join, that is, I still can't understand his hesitation. What do you specialize in? What do you specialize in? Oh, you wish to know why Emmett Selk was chosen for the convocation? I should be glad to share the tale. It began when... Not another word. Lest you've forgotten, we're to learn about Hermes, not me. My misspent youth is not your concern. My apologies for the wait. My apologies for the wait. I've inspected the Empelos to my satisfaction. All is well with the creature, and I dare say it won't be long ere it's released into the world. Another creation, however, reportedly isn't faring so well. The Charybdis. That is what we shall tend to next. You would follow me, my friends. We shall return to the main isle and head north. Oh, man. More water. I feel dehydrated. Hence why I want to drink more. Oh, those are the things that show up when you're fighting Bismarck. I understand there's a problem with one of the Charybdis. Yes, that's right. As you know, the Charybdis is based on a sea creature. Owing to adjustments to enhance its affinity to wind, it is capable of flight. The specimens created from the concept could all fly without issue, but a problem arose in subsequent generations. This third-generation creature was born with an etheric balance leaning strongly towards water. Its aquatic origin reasserting itself, it would seem. The result would be its affinity to wind is diminished, and it cannot fly. No matter what we try, we can't get it to rise even the slightest bit. For such change to manifest in so few generations, I fear that they are too unstable, flawed. With your permission, I will revert the creatures and recommend to the Bureau that the concept be revised. With its etheric balance leaning towards water, the Charybdis would indeed struggle to manipulate wind. It is too early to conclude that it cannot fly. Having failed at first, it may simply have developed a fear. I shall transform and fly with it, helping it to manipulate wind until it finds its wings. What? You needn't go to such lengths. You don't know? Ah, of course not. Transformation is an art in which one manipulates a vast quantity of aether to construct another body around oneself. In practice, this allows one to assume any conceivable form, and thereby transcend the limits of one's flesh. Yet convenient it may be, transforming in the presence of others is considered vainglorious in the extreme, as uncouth and unseemly as running about robeless, shameful. Am I to understand you make a habit of this? Nothing of the sort. It's just that, when transformed, I can wield the wind and fly. It may seem excessive, but what is our shame next to the lives of these creatures? They deserve a chance, and we owe it to them to do all in our power. Be that as it may. Yes, I believe I have a solution. Emitselk, may I trouble you to move that Charybdis away from its fellows? Somewhere out of sight. Meanwhile, I'd like the rest of you to help me prepare here. What mischief are you scheming now? No mischief, I assure you. I would but spare you the need to report your colleagues that Hermes committed an indiscretion. So have a little faith, and run along. I trust you don't mind. Emitselk is out of sight. Good. Let us speak of the plan. It's a stroke of genius, really. We have Emitselk train the Charybdis. Aside from being able to fly untransformed, he can readily see aether currents. And with his adept spellcraft, he can also employ suitable wind magics to guide the creature along. While he is indeed capable of all you describe, it is not his duty. I am loath to trouble him with it. Don't be. As I mentioned, it would be for his... Sorry. Excuse me. Don't be. As I mentioned, it would be for his own sake. With that settled, let's begin at once. Paul, I want you to go to Emitselk. Tell him that you have a favor to ask. He'll be disinclined to cooperate at first, but you mustn't be discouraged. With our friend, the trick is to be unflaggingly persistent. Off we go now, and good luck. I have a favor to ask. Alright, let me write that in. I have a favor to ask. Alright, now I gotta find him. Man, he went far. Why'd he go so far, huh?
Oh, no, you don't. I'm not lifting a finger. Ugh. I don't know what Herclodius is up to, and I will not be made to know. I refuse. Please, Emmett Silk. Please. Emmett. Silk.
No, no, no. You are not foisting this nonsense on me.
I'm given to understand you have the power to help the Charybdis, and should be quite willing to do so. And so I appeal to your better nature, most benevolent Emmett Selk. Please teach her to fly.
Or else Hermes will transform. Right now.
Now, there's no need to go quite that far. Altruism is its own reward, as I'm sure he would agree.
Oh, would he now? And who contrived to put me in this position, pray tell?
Nothing so devious. I merely suggested a possible course of action.
Please, Emmett Sulk. Please.
I did not come all this way to play nursemaid to your creations. I thank you to remember this favor, and let it be the last. I will aid it once it has taken to the air. It falls to you to shepherd it skyward.
Is that what the mount looks like from Hades? Because if so, that's really cool.
Well, let's relax and enjoy the spectacle, shall we?
I was inclined to believe, though, that the mounts for Shadowbringers were mostly dragons. That's a cool looking mount, though.
You were wondering why Emmett Selk joined the convocation.
Yeah.
Truth be told, he wasn't the first choice for the office. I was, on the strength of my ability to see ether. But I declined the offer. For though my vision is exceptional, I am pedestrian in all other aspects. Worse even. Quite abysmal when it comes to manipulating ether, for example. Couldn't transform even if I had a mind to do so. What good is the ability to perceive a problem if one cannot act to address it? Emmett Selk has no such shortcomings. He excels in vision and manipulation both, the latter to an extraordinary degree. If there is a mage more powerful, I do not know of them. Thus did I recommend him for the office in my stead. And I wasn't the only one. Far from it. Countless others vouched for his skill and character. People the world over, to whom he had previously lent a helping hand. Oh, how surprised he was. Claimed he hadn't done anything remarkable for anyone. Modest to a fault. He deserved every bit of acclaim he received. Yet he may well have gone unappreciated were it not for a mutual friend. A singular soul who can't help but involve himself in the business of others. Where he walks, excitement is certain to follow. His antics irritate Emmett Selk to no end, but much of his grumbling stems from genuine concern. When our friend calls, he never fails to answer and lend his talents. And in the course of doing so, he himself came to be recognized and respected by those around him. They are truly remarkable individuals, and I'm proud to call them friends. To help them realize their dreams. This will be my greatest contribution to our world. And when they have fulfilled their respective purposes, so too shall I have fulfilled mine, and together we may return to the star. Look at me, spilling my innermost secrets. I can't seem to help it with you. I can only assume it is due to the color of your soul. I just don't understand how you can be so alike and yet so different.
Well done, my pet. Well done!
Ah, yes. I dare say the Charybdis will be fine here on. Why don't you go and signal to Emmett Selk? Let him know that his arduous task is at an end.
It's a cool mount. The way it flows in the wind. Oh, I see. Emerging from his reverie, Emmett Selk notices you and begins to descend with the Charybdis. I have no words to express my gratitude. Thanks to you, the Charybdis has learned to fly. And Cole and I could relax and have a pleasant chat. I'm sure you did. The creature needed some small assistance at first, but soon it was flying more or less on its own. I doubt you will need to repeat the lesson. That was truly impressive. I witnessed it all from afar. The Charybdis flies. Indeed. With this, we have proven that even a creature with skewed etheric balance is capable of flight. Though we helped it to achieve this, the Charybdis is a herd animal. They may well aid their struggling kin in like fashion if and when the need arises. Keeping this in mind, I bid you continue observing them. If that is what you want. But if I may say so, rather than hoping an idealistic possibility comes to pass, would it not be simpler to have the concept adjusted? That way we can guarantee that anomalies such as this specimen are never born in the first place? These creatures are already here. We will spare no effort in giving them a chance to survive. As you wish, Chief. As you wish. Hermes. I'm fine. Don't worry. Well, that concludes all of my present tasks. Let us return to Anagnorisis for now. Hmm. Hmm. Curious. Quite curious. What? What? You want to apologize for forcing me to help you, do you? Save your breath. You didn't force me to do anything. I merely chose the most expeditious way to have done with an impediment to our business. Alright, buddy. You keep telling yourself that. Why are things out of sort? Please, sort yourself. Aether to Aether. Tell me, Cole, in the course of watching me, have you learned aught of value? Dynamis. Dynamis seemed promising. Dynamis, you say? Curious that such an obscure phenomenon should be of interest to you. Chief Hermes, what good fortune to find you here. Is something the matter? The Ikion. I'm afraid it's done it again. No sooner did we release one for observation than it set up upon the nearby occupities and slaughtering them. Was the creature hungry, or somehow provoked? I just fed them myself, and the occupites were keeping a wide berth. It is the nature of the Ikion that is to blame, their innate viciousness. Temperament aside, it's an outstanding creation, perfect in form and function. Though it may not be suited for release, I've no doubt that the Bureau will accept its concept for preservation. In any case, there's no point in postponing the inevitable. Doros will revert them all once the paperwork is in order. Where is the scene of the incident? Just off the path to the 12 Wonders. As you make your way, you should see it on the left. I don't know if Doris is still there, however. Hermes! Wait! If this is part of his work, then I would observe. We follow. What? I went running off. Normally that means it's gonna... Man... They're being stingy today. Oh. Blue quest. Can't ignore blue quest. I cannot ignore a blue quest. It is not in my nature. Welcome, friend, to Norsis. I'm Sockless, and I manage this region under the authority of Chief Hermes, the head overseer of Elpis. And you are... how unusual. A soul-bearing familiar.
A familiar must have a mission, and yet you offer no message and carry no cargo. Are you perhaps here for the purpose of observation? Yes, that must be it. In which case, you need only mention my name to Charmian, and she will gladly give you a tour of our domain. Soak it all in. Who? What? Yes. Yes, what can I do for you? Paul, is it? And Overseer Sockless wishes me to act as your guide? Oh. Oh, no, I didn't mean it like that. I would be more than happy to show you around. I'm simply wondering why the Overseer chose to send you to me, of all people. I haven't been here long myself, truth be told. Until quite recently, I was wholly engaged in my prolonged research project at the Academia Under. Surely there are other, more experienced individuals who could provide a more comprehensive... This grumbling is hardly constructive now, is it? The task was given to me, and I will attempt to cover the most salient features of our facilities to the best of my abilities. After all, it's not every day that one is asked to indulge the curiosity of such a rare and fascinating visitor. We can commence the tour of this very moment, if you like. Okay. Let us begin. You know, rather than have me lecture you as we walk along, I think observing firsthand what we do in Anagnorisis would prove more beneficial. I will point you out in the right direction. You can question my colleagues to your heart's content. Once you've completed a circuit, we can return and speak to the Overseer Sockless. Now accompanying me. Okay. And we must visit 3 people, one of which is over here. Charmian! Oh, and who is your friend? Asm's familiar. Why, you appear so astute and deliberate in your thinking. I should very much like to make an extended study of your composition and consciousness. Oh, do forgive me my forwardness. It's my duty to chart the behavior of familiars, and I find it ever so diverting. Arcane servants are rarely permitted to roam the world at will, you see, but our research here is a given special dispensation, once the subjects are properly registered as concepts, of course. There are times when familiars are tasked with tending cattle, or must otherwise coexist with other living beings. Such projects are brought to me, and I am responsible for observing and evaluating their potential compatibilities. Oh, but of course, if Azim might grant us permission, then you could abide here for a few years while I analyze. On that note, we must really be moving along. Step lively, Call. LOL. The guy was like, I want to study you. Like, bro. I don't swing that way. It's cool if you do, but I don't. Catch you around. What do we have here? A familiar of some kind, judging by your ethereal structure. Yes. I'm accompanying Call here on a tour around Anagnorisis, and at the behest of the Overseer. A tour? Feel free to wander as you please, of course, but I advise keeping your distance from the larger creatures. The fauna I have under observation occupy the top tier of the food chain, and do not take kindly to intruders in their territory, especially the specimens found on the other islands. They can be exceedingly hostile. While I'm sure you're capable of defending yourself, no one appreciates a surprise tusk to the abdomen, eh? Thank you for the warning. We will proceed with due caution. Interesting. What does this place show up on? I guess that would make sense. World Unsundered, huh? Hello, Charmin. Was there something... The Overseer asked that I give this familiar a tour of the grounds, and I thought the best way to do that was to show him what we do here firsthand. I see. Well, as my work is rather difficult to demonstrate, I hope a brief explanation will suffice. Our creations are many and varied, but I mainly preside over the plant life. When it comes to watching certain grasses grow, one must be prepared to observe over the course of several years And in the case of trees, sometimes decades. Tedious, perhaps, yet necessary. Plants are capable of altering an entire habitat, and their presence as a food source has an enormous influence on the local wildlife. Was that the sort of things you wished to know? Yes, that was perfect. Thank you. I think we've covered the main areas of interest. All that's left now is to speak with the Overseer Sockless.
Okay. Interesting. Ah, I've seen you've completed your tour. One moment. I see you've completed your tour.
Almost. We spoke with those in charge of the various facets of Agnorosaurus. Anagnorisis. But I thought it would be fitting to end with a visit where it began. With you, Overseer Sockless.
I see. And what is your impression of the work we do here? It requires equal levels of passion and patience. I'm glad we could help further your worldly education.
And I am glad to see you enjoyed the experience. At least, I hope you did.
You are truly a masterpiece of a creation. Only a soul-bearing familiar could demonstrate such robust cognitive and cognitive facilities.
Were you perhaps designed to inspire others? I feel something special has been woven into your aura.
Oh.
You have an intriguing presence, to say the least. Please, stay a while, and share more of your thoughts with us.
Yes, I second this invitation. In all the long years I have resided here, never have I encountered such a unique entity, and one of Azim's, no less. Well, bye. They said, please stay. I agreed, and then I left. Such is my nature. Imagine if we were out here, but we were tiny. Like, as small as we would have been had we not been, like, raised. That'd be crazy. That is not a bush. That is an entity. Ew.
The lacerations and burns are unmistakable. Lycon was indeed responsible. But the creature is nowhere to be seen. Duros must have taken it away. The man makes his base at the 12 Wonders. I shall go and seek him out there. I'm at Selk, and I will search the area for good measure, just to make sure that the Lycon did not escape. My thanks. Let us meet at the 12 Wonders when you have finished. I will go on ahead. Please follow with call. Come, come. It's down this path and over the bridge.
Northwest. Oh, I see. Because it can be northwest. $300 west. Ah, it's on the other side. Well, I should have suspected that, really. My own fault. It's very clearly around here. I just think it might be up here. That's why I want to come by here first. No? Now, how's that possible? To the north? No. Man. Man. Of course. Of course it's like that. Because why wouldn't it be like that? I don't know how to get up there. Metian.
There it is! The 12 Wonders! Hermes is looking for Doros. Let's look for Doros too. He's a man with long, blonde hair, I think. I'll know him when I see him.
Ah, and now you accompany me. Well, that's fair. This is 12 Wonders, eh? Why would you call it 12 Wonders? Blonde-haired woman. Dark-haired man. I don't think it's that one. Blonde-haired man. I think I see him. Before talking to this blonde-haired man, I need to use the bathroom again. I've been drinking a lot of water, but that's important. Stay hydrated. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Blonde-haired man.
Doros! That's Doros!
Well now, if it isn't Metian, what brings you here?
Ah, I thought I heard familiar voices. I didn't realize you too had decided to help me search for Doros. Thank you. You're in charge of the Lycones, I believe. Where are they now? Out in the fields in restraints. Frenzied as they were, I couldn't well return them to Kistis. Once I've submitted my report, I'll see them reverted without delay. It's as he says. The beasts are indeed quite ferocious. You're one of the 14. What brings you here? Nothing you need concern yourself with, as you were. We've heard the news that an Lycon slaughtered Occupitus. As the observer in charge, you are of the opinion that they are not fit to be released. Aye, I am.
Their abnormal aggression and exceptional strength makes for a highly problematic combination. It matters not where they're released. Lycons would threaten other species and upset the natural order. Could it be that the specimen observed are an outlier? Highly unlikely. We've created a good many of them. All exhibited the same tendencies. Even when we used Kairos to begin with a fresh slate, their behavior was unchanged. Kairos? A memory reconfiguration system. The Chief himself created it. It allows us to erase or alter memories, that we may observe creations in different environmental conditions without needing to remake them from scratch. Quite impressive, and potentially dangerous, depending on the intensity of the etheric emissions. Hashtero may wish to have words with you. Rest assured I've kept all values within prescribed limits, and to prevent misuse, its applications are limited to those authorized by the Chief Overseer. Do not misunderstand. To manipulate a subject's memory is an intrusive act I deeply abhor, but it is still preferable to execution. Come now, Chief, let's not be so melodramatic. What was born of Aether is simply being reduced to its original state. I know the distinctions concern you, but we mustn't lose sight of the bigger picture, making rational choices for the sake of a more prosperous star. If a creation cannot be properly studied even with the aid of Kairos, we remake it. If a creation is deemed a detrimental existence, we unmake it. It is all for the greater good, and none question the necessity of such routine process. I understand these things, I do. I would never think to unleash a clear and undeniable threat unto the world. Yet insignificant though their individual lives may be, next to all creation, it is all the Lycons have. Before we seal their fates, we owe it to these beings to exhaust all options, to ensure that nothing has been overlooked. If you insist, let me provide you with the full report, and we may take it from there. Would it be possible for us to attend the discussion, that Emmett Silk may better carry out his duties? By all means. Pray, show them to the meeting room.
The man, other beings are just things, used to be used and controlled, like magic. That's what Hermes told me once.
Yeah, it certainly seems that way. Alright, give me a moment. I need to take a break really quickly. Let me just equip this. Awesome. Alright. Give me one moment. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Received an email that required my immediate attention, so I had to immediately do it. But I'm back, and now that should be all the interruptions for now. A sentimental gift. I fear this discussion may take a while, during which time... Metian, are you feeling unwell?
It's not me, Hermes. It's you. I won't go to the meeting. I'll stay with Call.
Loath though I am to impose, may I leave Metion in your care again?
I'm in your debt. You'll excuse me. Can you help me with something, Call? The meeting will make Hermes sad. I want to cheer him up with a flower. Hermes likes flowers the most of all the creations in Elpis. Most creations are expected to be interesting, or beautiful, or strong, better in some way. But flowers are different. They're designed to suit our emotions, what we feel and want to convey. Hermes likes that. I can't make flowers, so I'll search for one, and I want you to search with me. Let's start here at the 12 Wonders.
Vibrant purple flowers bigger than your hand adorn the tree.
Ooh, so big and bright. I love them. But they might be too bright. You have to think of the recipient. That's what Hermes said.
A tall, slender tree rises before you. You crane your neck to look for flowers.
No flowers. If there were apples, we could have covered them in syrup. Let's head outside next. Don't worry, we won't wander far.
I wonder if it lets me do this. Seems so. Should just appear right next to me? Yeah, there we go. An array of beautiful flowers grow in the bed. They're a mix of colors forming a pattern.
These would be better for Hermes, but they're hedged in. That means we shouldn't touch them. They're either under observation or poisonous. Any other place should be fine, though. Let's keep looking.
That is not a flower. That is an enemy. That is an animal.
Set on a tall, thin stalk, the oddly shaped flower is mesmerizing in its undulations. Oh, a conian! A flower that can move. When Hermes wasn't looking, it shot seeds at him. Not a good gift, maybe. But you're good, Call, at spotting flowers. We'll find something soon.
That's a marble. Hey, where'd she go? Despite nothing promising nearby, at best common-looking grasses with some few tiny flowers.
Nothing around here.
Oh, she in the... She's hiding.
Nothing around here. Ah! Over there, Call. Something big. Huge.
Yeah, it wants me to investigate the malodorous grass. Yeah, that's not grass. It's got teeth. Terrible stench reminiscent of sodden old boots pervades the air. Without a doubt, the culprit is the morbol-like creature before you.
It's an Adonis. The thing around its mouth looks like petals. The flowers are the orbs on its head. When Hermes inspected it, it swallowed him up. Didn't leave his room for days. What do you think, Call? Would he like it?
It's probably not the good sort of memory.
So not this one either. finding a good flower. It's harder than I thought. I'm sorry, Call, but could we search a little more? Maybe as far as the fields over there. I'll pick something after that, I promise.
At least it's non-hostile. That's nice. Lush green fields stretch out before you, ending where the sky begins.
Aw, there's nothing. Hmm? The shiny thing over there. What could that be?
Oh. More of the flower. More Elpis.
Oh, Elpis flowers. They're here too. Hermes likes and dislikes them at the same time. Like me, they're entelekis. Like me, they feel his pain and turn dark. That's only for Hermes, though. For others, they're always white and bright.
Hmm. They're white and bright for everybody, but not for him. What do you mean by that?
Truly? The flower was dark in your home? Then, do you have it too? A dark emotion?
I've known the pain and sorrow of loss. I've known the fury. I've felt great fury and frustration. I've been plagued by doubt and anxiety. I dare say I have a few. I've known the pain of sorrow and loss.
I see. Hermes has known the same. The feeling that a part of you is gone. Again and again. But no one notices. Please, Call. Won't you lend it to me? Your pain and sorrow? I want you to make the flower dark in front of Hermes. He has been in a dark place since before he created me. He needs to know that he isn't there alone, that others are sad too.
Oh, okay.
Truly? You'll do it?
I see. That's interesting.
Thank you, Call. Thank you. It means more to me than I can say. I can't wait to see how Hermes reacts. Let's go back and fetch him.
Is this potentially the beginning of the final days, though? Are we about to cause the final days to, like, start? Because that's what it feels like. Especially when you think about, you know, negative emotion, positive emotion, emotional beings, beings that feed off of emotions, yada, yada, yada. It just feels like we're gonna accidentally start the final days, and it all started with him.
It seems like they're still talking. Let us wait until they've finished.
Right? Because it doesn't take the sky going red for the first beast to exist.
Hermes!
Oh, you were waiting for me.
You've finished talking?
Yes, we've come to a decision. My thanks for keeping Meteon company. Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus have already retired to their rooms. There is room for you too, if you would follow me.
Wait! I want to show you something first.
Elpis flowers?
Go on. You're not the only one, Hermes. Others feel sad too. You're not alone.
I see Mission has shared much with you. May we talk a moment?
Hedgehog.
I do not think it wrong that we live for the star, that we strive to make it a better place. And yet, in carrying out my duties here, there are times when I am plagued by doubt. Do you recall what Hythlodaeus said when we first spoke of my nomination? Death is the privilege of those who have fulfilled their purpose, a choice they embrace of their own free will, and when they depart, it is always beautiful. Perhaps it is, but only for man. Creations that he deems useless are discarded with nary a second thought.
Oh, they're so cute.
Some scarcely born into the world, afforded a handful of breaths before life and potential are abruptly extinguished. We make an effort to spare them the pain, but they sense what awaits. Rage and anguish and cower and fear, and it is not beautiful. Yet no one cares. No one. So fixated are we upon the duty that we do not pause to question the method. Pain and suffering, confusion and despair, writ plain in the eyes of those poor creatures. Yet no one sees. We turn a blind eye and carry on in blissful ignorance. Not amiss. And always, always the blossoms shine pure and white. A contradiction so blatant I could scream, want to scream. How can you all accept this aberration? Then I wonder, am I the aberration for thinking thus? And I am filled with dread. But now I know I'm not alone. Not the only one for whom the flowers weep. Owen asked what you thought as you kneeled beside the Elpis, or if you only did it at Meteon's insistence. Nevertheless, I thank you. To know that you too have experienced suffering is a comfort.
Let's have no more brooding, eh?
Indeed. Difficult though it may be, I must endeavor to be strong like you. The stars in the heavens. Know you what they are? Though it is too far to tell, each glittering light could be a world not unlike Aetheris. A world filled with life. So many stars, so many lives. For us, there may be no higher purpose than to live for our world. But what of the other living beings out there? What is it that gives their lives meaning? That drives them day after day after day? To pose that question to our undiscovered cousins I created beings of dynamis, who can traverse the vast emptiness between the stars. Meteion and her sisters.
Her sisters?
Aye, sisters. She has a great many of them, and they have already departed on their journey, traveling to one star and then the next in search of life.
Oh.
As one might expect, exploration on such a grand scale is rife with difficulties, and thus far I've naught to show for it. But I have faith that we will make some manner of discovery ere long. And when we do, I should be glad to share our findings with you, in gratitude for your kindness. It's getting rather late. We had best find our beds. It would not do for both of us to be sleep-deprived on the morrow. Come, Meteion. Let us head back.
All right.
That was weird. Could it have been one of Meteion's sisters that reached Midgardsomer? It was on a different world, completely separate from any of the reflections of the source. Verdict and execution.
An all too brief interlude, perhaps, but it is time I attend to my next task. As Emet-Selch and Hythlodaeus are aware, we receive a verdict regarding the fate of the Lycons. 7 were created for observation, and all 7 must be unmade. Duros has followed the correct protocols, and as Chief Overseer I can find no fault in his judgment. The Lycons would disrupt the natural order, ravaging and consuming other species until they themselves starve and perish. They cannot be released into the wild, and they cannot be allowed to remain here in Elpis. I intend to petition the Bureau of Architect to have the concept preserved as a restricted purpose hazardous life form. Hythlodaeus has pledged to support me in this endeavor. Yet whatever the Bureau decides, the existing Lycons have served their purpose. Duros has already isolated the creatures and is preparing to carry out the necessary measures. I will join him forthwith. It is my duty to witness the conclusion to this study. If you're resolved, then we have but accompany you. Of course. Let us be off then. We return to the main aisle.
Oh, more blue quests. You know what that means. Fish!
My, what a familiar essence you have. Like that of a familiar. If you're familiar with the concept. Oh, just my little joke. Call, was it? I'm Hippothy. Mew, mew. Yes, we're getting to that. Call, say hello to our familiar friend here. She is an Aelios. An Aeliroi are one of the newest creations, highly attuned to abnormalities in their environment. At the first sign of danger, they'll sound the alarm, by which I mean mew loudly. Though we do our best to observe all of our creations, Elpis is simply too large to maintain a constant vigil over each and every temperamental species. A more efficient means of detecting conflict between creatures was in order. Thus have I taken the Aeliros under my wing, to further develop her capabilities in this area, and she does enjoy our little walks. This evening, we are testing her ability to pinpoint sites of conflict. Would you like to observe? Simply tell her that her task has begun, and she'll do her utmost to locate disruptive creatures. Please do subdue any unruly subjects once you found them. We can't have beasts running amok. Mew, mew.
Follow the Aluros. Alright. Aileros. Ailoros. Aileros. Aileros. There's a couple ways you could pronounce that. Aileros. Aileros. I see. Here's the conflict. Mer, mer. The Elros alerts you to two nearby creatures that are facing one another down, and looks at you expectantly. No fighting. Merp. Okay. That was quick and easy. So that aether current just straight up isn't on this island. Not cool.
She seems quite content, but in the name of science, what were the results? As I expected. Well done, little one. Magnificent creatures, the both of you. It's a shame we cannot give you a pair of tiny wings and a bell too. But it's against protocol, I'm afraid. The Alori are enchanted with theirs at birth, so they are able to acclimate properly. I'm certain you have your own unique potential to rise too, however. In fact, why not join us for another phase of testing?
I'm good. I have MSQ to attend to. Because little do you know, but this world will come to an end, and I need to save my world from meeting the same end. So, bye. So, I'm gonna take it this weather is clouds. I mean, these are clouds, so that does check out. Whoa. What happened?
Doros, are you hurt? What happened here?
They caught me off guard. I had them bound with ethereal shackles, but they became frenzied, even more so than usual, and broke free. I was able to stop 4. The other 3 escaped.
I see them. 2 have taken to the air above the 12 Wonders.
The last is up ahead, lurking in the fields. You and Call handle that one. The pair in the sky you can leave to me.
If this is how it must end, then so be it. I will render assistance to Emmett Selk, unneeded though it is. Median, you are to stay here with Doros. But Hermes... The Lycons must be reverted. I would spare you their pain, and mine. This is my burden, not yours. But if you are intent on helping, then please follow my lead.
Interesting. Well, there it is.
I appreciate your help, and lament that it is necessary. There it is, our quarry. Within striking distance at present, but it feels threatened. We may well flee beyond our reach. Here's my plan. You approach slowly, in full view, and draw the Lycon's attention. Now, I warn you, its abilities are as fiery as its temperament. Once it spots you, it will unleash orbs of flame. But fear not. By my measure, you are no more than equal to the task. Withstand the onslaught for but a few brief moments, and I will give me time to catch it unawares. Ready? Then let us begin.
Oh. It literally just spawns fiery aether. It's got a lot of health, too.
Now. Oh. Forgive me. Please, forgive me. May you and your kin find peace. Wherever your souls may drift in the underworld, may you find tranquil seas. Be not forgotten. In concept endure. To reclaim form and one day live again. Serve not the star, or any purpose save your own. Live again, if that be your desire. Hate, if that be your want. We are worthy. But leave your suffering behind. Lay down your burdens, be born anew. Fly high. Fly free.
Join the convocation, Hermes. You do not belong here.
Leave to replace another. To be replaced. It changes nothing. Tell me, do you think it right that we sacrifice all these lives for the sake of the star? And when the star has reached perfection, what then? If all who are satisfied choose to die, shall we all die in satisfaction? I do not know. Were I to take up the seat of Fandaniel, it would be tantamount to approving my predecessor's death. I do not know if it is right. And to be torn by such thoughts. I do not know if I am fit to represent mankind.
Hermes!
Forgive me. If you would still consider me in spite of everything, I beg some time to gather my thoughts. Meanwhile, Hythlodaeus, I fear I must trouble you to attend to the others.
'Tis no trouble at all. Take as long as you require.
And you, my friend, I pray you find that which you seek.
I expect we have some few matters to discuss. Shall we return to the 12 Wonders for a time?
Aye.
The other Lycanons have been taken care of. The incident is resolved, and life in Elpis continues as normal, or ends as the case may be. Rationally speaking, I understand Hermes' argument. No matter how well deserved the rest, there's a pang of sadness when a colleague leaves us. Yet never has a departure caused me such grief as Hermes appears to feel. What must it be like to experience such torment? Not pleasant. Not pleasant. You still need the helmet. Travelers at a crossroad. Where to now? If there is anywhere you would like to visit before we leave, I should be glad to show you the way. Hermes has not yet outright refused his position with the convocation, merely postponed the decision. As such, I may as well resume my assessment. If we cannot accompany him, then I will content myself with questioning his colleagues. Ever the pragmatist. Then allow me to remain your humble guide. What of you, Cole? Will you continue along with us? Wonderful. Our fellowship travels unbroken. I say we explore another part of Elpis and see what new encounters there are to be had. If you would follow me, we will first head back towards Anagnorisis. How far? That is closer to Anagnorisis, so I'm gonna teleport. Don't care. Now, are we finally gonna get to see the other parts of this place? Maybe. Maybe. Just maybe. Gotta go this way. So we have, what, 3 more quests and 3 more currents to find? Yeah. 3 quests, 3 currents. Kind of annoying. But we'll see it done. Eventually. I don't know how you get up there. From here, we follow the path northwards to Notanus. There we will find one of the Nues. One of the Nez, who facilitate travel between the islands of Elpis. First-time travelers must be accompanied by someone with the requisite permission, which I have previously been granted. We need only use the device together once, and henceforth you'll have leave to use it freely. Shall we? That must be whatever that thing is. What is that? What is that? It's a raid boss. Holy cow. Gurngach. Jeez, that thing is terrifying. Clearly a hunt.
a hunting board thing, but even still, creepy. Looks like we are getting to the next island, which is nice. Here we are, Notinus. The news will take us to the Calamelios Zephyros, the western island. That's it right there, looming large over us. Step this way and we can soon admire the view from above. Ah. Just like Aetheryte teleportation. I wonder if I'll experience Aether sickness.
I present to you Calamelios Zephyros.
Calamelios
Here you will
Zephyros.
find a number of testing facilities, as well as the observation hub of Poiton Oikos.
Poiton Oikos.
Right then. Let's begin by... Well, well. An Arraius. How delightful.
And what, pray tell, is that?
Oh, shark.
Ah, that's a new species of shark. We approved the concept but a few days ago. Sharks are among the most popular sea creatures. Rare is the day when someone does not submit a new concept. At first, they were largely orthodox, consideration given to such things as size and environmental impact. And then a whimsical someone thought to bestow it with flight. Another, superior intelligence. And then the floodgates burst. Concepts with multiple heads, or arms and legs, and so on and so forth. It was getting absurd. A part of me wanted to tell them to go away and find something else to create, but in the end, I couldn't deny their passion. And here we are.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
That was too close. Are you unharmed? Well now, if it isn't a pair of familiar faces.
Banar, that we should meet you here.
It is Banat.
As I mentioned earlier, the better part of the convocation holds that when we retire is when we return to the star. Well, she is not among said majority. Even after stepping down, she carries on with her work. Vanar is her name, and she is the previous Azem.
Oh? She's the previous Azem.
It has been a while, Hythlodaeus. You look well. Less so, Emmet Selk. I dare say the lines upon your brow have both deepened and doubled in number. A shame for one so young. You must make an effort to frown less often.
Easier said than done, thanks to your unruly successor.
How is he, if I may ask?
Incorrigible as ever. Rushed headlong into a volcano on the brink of eruption just the other day. I should be glad to share the tale in its entirety later, if you're so inclined.
Oh, you know I am. Now then, you are?
I say, have you perchance come from the future?
What? Oh gosh.
I do not believe we have ever met, yet I sense my magic upon you.
Oh.
Therefore, if I wove the enchantment, I could only have done so at a later point in time.
What manner of magic is this, if I may ask?
A traveler's ward, of course. It prevents the corruption of one's ether.
That rather sounds like the blessing of lights. Does it protect you from enthrallment by primals by any... She's not gonna understand that. That rather sounds like a blessing of light.
I see you are not ignorant to its presence. And while there are many protective spells, the one you bear is unmistakably mine.
Hold on. From the future? That's absurd.
What is it? Are you unable to speak of the matter?
Yeah.
The reality to which you must return exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present.
Oh?
So, your actions here will not change your history, but they may yet affect the course of ours. How very exciting! I'm quite fond of delving into the unknown, and there's naught more unknown than the future. Until a moment finally arrives, we cannot know for certain what will come to pass, regardless of our supposed foreknowledge, so you needn't worry for us. More importantly, that you should go to such great lengths as to travel unto the past bespeaks the gravity of your quest. Will you not reveal it to us? Mayhap we can be of aid to your cause.
I can't.
If this is true, then you've been keeping quite the secret to yourself.
Yeah, I told you that.
As a representative of the Convocation, I will hear it all. Your identity, purpose, everything.
Why don't we move to a place more conducive to calm conversation? I've been working here for some days now at an old friend's behest. If it is agreeable, we may make use of my accommodation at Poiton Oikos. We were meant to meet. I am certain of it. Else I wouldn't have marked you so clearly, and sent you unto myself in the past. It's precisely the sort of mischief I would get up to, and quite inspired, if I do say so myself.
But why? Strange. Look at these. Who would have thought, huh? Who would have thought you would ever see these three standing in front of you as NPCs that are just all looking at you? Emmett Selk, Hythlodius, Venat. What the heck is this? What is this?
My apologies, But before we move along, a colleague has tasked me with a matter which I'd rather not leave unresolved. It involves finding a certain concept-engraved crystal, and the quick-fingered Aureus which made off with it.
An Aureus, you say? I think we might have seen the Croplet before being distracted by that business with the shark. Would you like us to follow its ethereal trail? That would, of course, lead us only to the Aureus. There is no guarantee that it hasn't dropped or stashed away the crystal you seek.
Please. Even that much would be enormously helpful. While you are hunting down the thief, I can follow behind and scour the forest floor just in case. Could I ask that you join the search? I would appreciate another pair of eyes to cover the land to the west of here. Many thanks. There's a small bridge leading to the Oikos. Let us meet up there once we've exhausted our efforts.
Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Is that a... Oh. It's one of those. Oh, it's one of those. Oh, it's so close. The Aether Current we were by before. It's so close. Ah, ha, 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 ha. There it is. This is the one we saw before, right? Yeah, it is. Well, we didn't see it before, but we were, like, reading it. Alright, where's the next one? Southwest. Huh? Southwest is over here. You're telling me there's something over there? You've got to be choking me. That's so annoying. That is so annoying. I have a feeling our thing is going to be up here. Can I not get up there? Nope, not from here. Now I'm not even in this circle. Can I get up here? Can. What am I looking for? Searching for the concept crystal. Ah, there we go. Interesting. And now we gotta go to the Zephyros. Or to the thing. The bridge right there. And then once we unlock that Aether Current. Not Aether, oh my gosh. Aetherite. Once we get that Aetherite, I'm gonna go back down to the 12 place and look for that other Aether Current.
Our last searcher returns. I'm afraid the Aureus no longer had the crystal, nor was I able to find it as it followed in its wake. I don't suppose you fared any better. The crystal. Well done. Wonderful. Now I can focus on your tale without the missing concept nagging at my mind. Have you always had a knack for finding things?
Traveling and searching go hand in hand.
You travel often, then? It seems you have something in common. Long ago, when I held the seat of Azem, I was forever trekking back and forth across the star in search of answers to people's problems. Naturally, the need for such journeys had lessened considerably since I entrusted the position to my whimsical successor. Yet I am still eager to come running should an old acquaintance or new entrance require my personal attention. That is what brings me to Elpis, in fact. Many times has my presence been requested, my opinion sought concerning the habitat of this or that creation. Agreeing to help locate that missing crystal was a minor distraction, which now promises to become a major revelation. How strange and wonderful it is the way one thing leads to another. Wouldn't you agree? Thank you again for your timely help. Now then, 'tis time I return the stolen property. If you would go on ahead to my accommodation, I will join you as soon as I have attended to the task. Follow the path straight ahead to the building at the top of the slope. I have the entire place to myself, so we can speak without fear of being disturbed or overheard.
Okay. We're gonna go ahead, attune, and then we're going to go look for that other Aether Current, because I will not stand not having it unlocked. I simply will not. Not when it was so clearly nearby, and it never showed up. Watch, I have a feeling it's gonna be, like, right where we were by with those flowers. If it's not exactly where those flowers were, I'm gonna be... don't get me started. Alright, where is it? Northwest, eh? This way. Already a bad start. That was the rock dead ahead. If I missed it... Oh no, that wasn't the rock dead ahead. Alright. One more needs to be found. And we still need 3 more quest ones. Right? Yeah. 3 more quest ones, 1 more needs to be found. The one that needs to be found is directly to the north, but it's probably not on this island.
Welcome to my temporary abode. Please, make yourself at home while I put on some tea.
Answers? Are we gonna get some answers?
Ah, a wonderful aroma. I feel more relaxed already.
Would that I had sweetmeats to offer, but I travel light out of habit. There's plenty of hot water though, so please have as much tea as you like. Now then, will you tell us your tale?
The world has been sundered, broken into shards. We'll start there.
Why don't you start from the beginning?
What is gonna happen? Wow, we explained everything.
Preposterous. Utterly preposterous. While not the words I would have chosen, I too have my doubts. Much of it borders on the incredulous.
Well, sorry.
What of you, Vanar?
Not knowing the precise details of the first final days, it is difficult to determine the veracity of the tale. Supposing it is all true, I must ask myself why I would do what I did. Why would I feel I had no recourse but to oppose the 14 and create this Hydaelyn? Circumstances change, of course, but it would not have been an easy decision regardless. No, there must have been a reason. One compelling enough to force me to take such drastic measures. Then there is the Elpis flower, which I said would serve as a guide. That it's of import to your mission is plain, but your presence here leads me to believe that this place also holds significance. But what could it be? What are we meant to accomplish?
Might it not be simply thus? In the future whence he came, the final days could not be averted. Mankind has no choice but to flee the star. By alerting us to that eventuality, perhaps you wish to pave the way for other futures.
Theoretically speaking, it is a possibility. Yet if that were my primary objective, I see no reason to guide our friend to Elpis specifically. The capital and Amarot, or even my own home would be more logical destinations.
True, true. I note also that Hydaelyn did not specify a point in time to which he must return. By this, it may be inferred that it was not critical that we should meet.
Alternately, she had reason to believe that our paths would converge, coincidental though it may seem.
This is quite a puzzle. And we do not have all the pieces.
Hardly any. But we do have one immutable fact. If the final days are indeed as described, they will bring death to all that I hold dear. Yet despite being afforded long years of preparation, the only provisions I could make were for flight. Nay, my first and foremost endeavor would be to find a way to forestall the coming doom.
Okay.
Given that even the 14 failed, mayhap you deemed it impossible.
Nothing is impossible. This I have always believed. And if Hydaelyn is indeed me, she would believe the same.
But what if she's not?
Listen to yourself. Are you seriously entertaining the notion that you are a messianic figure in some far-fetched tale? Well, I will not. I refuse to accept that our world could be undone by some unforeseen calamity. I also take offense to my portrayal as a megalomaniacal madman. To sacrifice oneself for the star is a noble act, and I would hold those who gave themselves to this Zodiac in the highest esteem. Yet, you claim I recreated Amarot and populated it with phantoms of our people? A bizarre indulgence that would be insulting to their memory. Worse still, I even invited you there. Literally invited my own downfall. Why would I do something so idiotic and inexplicable?
I don't know. Maybe you had an actual reason.
Now, I will allow that the hypothetical task of restoring our world would be daunting in the extreme. The thought of having to bear such a burden for 1,000 lives horrifies me. But I would never forsake my duty. I would never forsake my brethren. You do not know me. I've had my fill of your fiction. I will return to my duty, and you will not bother me again.
Emmett Selk, wait!
You've seen much of Elpis already. If you have any observations to share, I should like to hear them.
Hermes and Meteion are somehow involved.
Hermes and his creation Meteion, you say?
Meteion.
If Dynamis is the self-same energy as Akasha, as it likely seems, then those two may well be at the center of the calamity to come. This warrants further investigation. With that settled, 'tis time for action. The missing pieces of the puzzle are here, I'm certain of it. And when you find them, the picture my future self has painted will be complete, and you will have your answer.
My
Suffice
answer.
it to say,
Ugh.
I will aid you in your quest.
Oh, chills. Chills. What is the answer to this massive picture that has been being painted since the onset?
Have faith. If Emmett Selk is the man Azum described to me, we've not seen the last of him.
And did we explain Azim? Did we explain that we hold the soul of Azim?
Shall we begin our investigations, then? I am acquainted with Hermes, of course, but only as a visitor received by the chief overseer of Elpis. Of the man himself, I know only that which is common knowledge. Thus, I suggest we fall back on the tried and true method of conversing with the locals. The observers who live here can surely tell us more of Hermes and Meteion, and I will have a good idea of where we might begin. I see you, the woman standing in front of the yonder building. Her name is Ismene. Ismene. She is the one who made arrangements for my stay in Elpis, and from what I recall, she has held her position here for quite some time. Chances are she can provide us with some insights. Go and ask your questions. I will help with drawing out answers if need be, but I leave the choice of topic up to you. Questions? For me? Well, I suppose I have no other pressing duties at the moment.
Following event cannot be skipped. Oh, begin to ask questions. Oh, this thing. I see.
Greetings, Ismene. My friend here is desperately curious about Chief Hermes, and I was wondering if you might indulge him. Certainly, Mistress Vana. Anything to be of service. What do you wish to know?
What kind of person is Hermes?
Well, I can only answer from my own experience, but I would describe him as a quiet man, reserved, you might say, and occasionally somewhat poor with his choice of words. His reticent nature, however, does not prevent him from carrying out his duties as chief overseer. The man is a walking archive when it comes to life forms. He can discuss any species with incredible detail, and is the leading authority on concepts with the power of flight. I hope that answers your question. Was there anything else?
How long has Meteon been here?
I cannot rightly say. As the chief's personal creation, Meteon has not been subjected to observation and study like other concepts. One day she was simply there. So one day she was simply there. And what do you make of her abilities? I understand that she is highly unusual. She's a highly unusual familiar, able to read emotions and communicate directly with one's mind. Exactly how she was created with that talent, however, is a mystery to me.
How did he do it?
My apologies. I wish I could explain her nature in more depth, but I've not had the occasion to discuss it with Chief Hermes.
Do you wish you knew him better?
The chief may not be the most gregarious individual, but he engages with us as it is necessary for everyone to perform their duties. I wouldn't want to intrude upon his privacy for the sake of curiosity. Though, if you wish to learn more about Meteon, you could try speaking with Timaeus, another expert in the creation of flying concepts. He should be conducting his observations on the bank of the stream, somewhere to the east. Oh, and, unless you take a particular joy in rambling discourse, I suggest you keep your questions concise. We shall keep that in mind. Thank you for your patience and your insight. Think nothing of it. If there is aught else you need during your stay, please do not hesitate to ask. Come, Call. I think we've taken enough of Ismene's time.
Ismene. Oh wait, you're right here.
Our investigation is off to a fine start, wouldn't you agree? From here, I propose that we split up. I shall continue making inquiries with the resident observers, if you could track down the colleague Ismene mentioned. While I feel compelled to interject once or twice during that previous conversation, you seem more than capable of drawing forth the answers you seek. All I ask is that you watch your footing around the stream. We can meet back once once you have finished speaking with this Timaeus.
I had to test if I would get swept away. Yes, I am Timaeus. But please, keep your voice down. We'll start at the birds. So, what is it you wish to speak about? What do you think of Chief Hermes' flying creations? Chief Hermes' work? A worthy subject indeed. Those beings which soar through the clouds, majestic and graceful, are ever a favorite of creators. Even now, with so many varieties in existence, the flood of newly imagined concepts continue unabated. What sets the chief's creation apart, however, is that they benefit from his boundless knowledge of the celestial realm. Birds that climb so high that they disappear from view, others which traverse the boundless sky in moments, and all without riding the currents. I know of none save he who can conceive of such marvels. Even we who prize elegance of form above all else are dumbfounded by his genius. Meteon too is a marvel, then. My opinion on that matter would be superficial at best. Despite my admiration for Meteon as a concept, I have never delved too deeply into the inner working of her nature. I know that she has a gift for communicating via emotions, but otherwise her abilities are a mystery to me. If Chief Hermes should choose to submit Meteon's concept to the Bureau or the Architect, then will the design be registered for public scrutiny? Analyzing a colleague's creation before that step is frowned upon, to say the least. Of course, if it came to me, a fellow artisan, looking for advice, that would be an entirely different story. Do you know of Dynamis and Entelekis? Dynamis and Entelekis? Those terms do sound vaguely familiar. Was there not a flower made here in Elpis which exhibited properties of one or the other? It must have been centuries since I last heard anyone speak of such things. Has there been a resurgence in interest? Then why bring up the subject? I'm flattered that you sought out my insight, but I cannot afford to neglect my duties for the sake of idle chatter. Now, I must really return to my observations. Surely you have your own task to attend to. I think I got good information from that. Nobody has actually looked into what I gleaned from that is nobody has actually looked into Meteon. Nobody has looked into Dynamis or Entelepes. Back already? That was quick work. You were obviously clever enough to head off any of that rambling Ismene mentioned. So, have you any new findings to share? I see. Even an expert in the field has little understanding of Meteon's capabilities, let alone an awareness of Dynamis. My questions resulted in much the same answers. Hermes' colleagues view Meteon as his personal project, and could provide no details beyond those which he just told me. Which leads me to believe that the only person with any significant amount of knowledge of Dynamis is Hermes himself. Yes, we've made some progress here, but more information is needed if we are to reach any definitive conclusions. Ah, the last headpiece. Or is that a different headpiece? Ironwood head? It is a different... It's a different... No, it's not. At present, the strongest link we have to the final days is the power of Dynamis, and the Entelekis which control it. Yet most scholars are only vaguely aware of these terms, let alone study them in any depth, except for Hermes, it seems. Thus am I inclined to stay our current course, and learn all we can about the Chief Overseer and his familiar. And on that subject, was there aught else of note you can tell me about Meteon, aside from an unorthodox method of communication? She and her sisters were created to journey to the stars and search for intelligent life. I rather wish you had mentioned that earlier. In any event, would you care to elaborate? So these siblings of hers now traveled the great expanse in search of a deeper meaning. Thank you. Though the mystery at hand remains unsolved, I feel you touched upon a vital clue, one we should keep in mind as we continue. Next, I propose we take ourselves to Peripetia Crystalline, not far from here. Just follow the path to the west. Okay, give me one moment before I continue there. I need to let out my dog. I'll be right back.
Alright, I'm back. Apologize for that. But now we can continue. We've got to go in the direction I'm currently looking. And meet up with the knot again. The knot. I can't believe we actually are just straight up interacting with a majority of the people who make up the whole entirety of our existence nowadays. You could get up there. The other way is all the way this way, huh? Primordial Hippocurve. Ooh, primordial. That's interesting. This tower and the one further along are both part of Peripetlia Crystalline, the facility where they archive all of Elpis's observational and testing records. Despite how they appear from the outside, the interior is actually a vast area of magically interconnected spaces, which, while fascinating, is not the reason we are here, is it? I shall cut my architectural lesson short, and see what those two archivists have to share. If you could find someone to speak with over at the other tower, I shall join you there anon. Was that them basically saying, don't bother going inside? Yeah. We can't go inside. How annoying. They're just gonna tell me it's bigger on the inside and then not let me in? Come on. That would've been cool. But I guess games aren't that good, huh? You have questions for me? Certainly. Just a moment while I conclude my concurrent appointment. Indeed. So if you could provide a comprehensive log of those behaviors, we should then have sufficient data for our official records. Now, what was it you wished to speak with me about? The Chief Overseer's personal research project. And by that I assume you mean Meteon. Such undocumented studies are difficult to track. After all, hardly a day goes past without seeing a researcher trailed by one creation or another. I'm afraid I cannot tell you exactly when Meteon appeared, only that she now spends much of her time at Chief Hermes' side. Although, I do recall an interesting tale my dearest Galen shared with me. Ah, Galeen is my partner, and fellow researcher here in Elpis. She was returning late one night when she caught sight of Chief Hermes sending Meteon heavensward, a host of them. For several days she would speak of that scene with wonder, describing it as one of the most beautiful spectacles she had ever witnessed. It sounds like a story I should like to hear. That sounds like a story I should like to hear. Mistress Vanna, I thought you had already returned to the service. Permit me to thank you again for your invaluable contribution to our concept placement proposal. Pray do not mention it. As you say, my original plan was to leave after that task, but I have since become engrossed with Chief Hermes' research. Would you favor me with a retelling of this sight which so delighted your Galeen? Of course. Or you could hear it from her lips directly if you prefer. At present, she should be observing a subject in Metabasios Thalassae. She does enjoying her time there, watching the sea creatures hunt and play, gazing upon the salty waters of the world's oceans, recreated in such a sublime detail. I imagine you must find similar joy in indulging your boundless curiosity, Mistress Vanna, even though such pursuits must continually and regretfully delay your return to the star. Indeed they do. 'Tis a rest well-deserved and long overdue, I should think. How greatly have we proposed for the wisdom
you have accumulated during your travels as a Zem. And what would Elpis be without your earlier academic work? The theories you developed served as the basis of many techniques still in use today. Man is a creature of contemplation, but none embody that nature with as much enduring passion as you. Aye, I dare say there is not a soul alive more worthy of return. I shall rejoice the day you depart on your final journey.
I will be honored. Well, shall we take this opportunity to meet with Galeen in person?
And allow me to reconfigure the door to the archives here. We will take you up to the Skyway and spare you the need to avoid hostile concepts on the ground.
That would be most helpful, thank you.
Interesting. Oh, that's cool. So it acts as a gate to a completely different land. Oh, because you can't get there any other way, huh? I guess that makes sense then. I have opened the path to the Skyway. Once you pass through the door, simply walk straight across the next tower and ask for admittance to the upper tier. Upon arriving at the upper tier, walk straight across the Skyway, and you will find yourself at the entrance to Metabasios Thessalal. Thalsai. Galeen will be eager to share her tale with you, I am sure. Approachable Archivist. Mistress Venat, just passing through? Then allow me to prepare the path. If you need further assistance, there is always an observer or two on the upper Skyway. Ah, I see. It's literally just getting up here. That's pretty cool.
Mistress Venat, I was not told to expect... We would have prepared an official welcome. Please, there is no need for fanfare. I only wish to speak with Galeen, if that might be arranged. Yes, Galeen, of course. I'll inform her immediately. Ah, but she may be engaged in a testing phase. You could be in for something of a wait. Should I let her know your business is urgent? That won't be necessary. This lovely view will keep us occupied until she is ready to receive us.
More answers music.
A delightful breeze and a breathtaking view. What is it like in the future? Is the world still a beautiful place?
Some parts, yes. Others, not so much.
Dark, hidden places, rife with danger. Those have an altogether different, but no less powerful sort of appeal. While we wait, will you not tell me about your adventures? Well, not the portentous events which led you here, but the simple delights all your own. By learning about the future world, I may gain insight into future me's plans. But more than that, I have an interest simply as a fellow traveler. Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account.
Well, here's my tales of adventure.
I don't know what I would be telling her.
Incredible. Would that I could have been there to see it. Yours is a harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue.
Yep.
To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, it gives me heart. Thank you for regaling me with your tales. I will treasure every word. As you know, I was once a scholar. And among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world. What exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature? Whence sprung mankind? Riddles and mysteries beyond counting. Over the years, I have managed to find answers to some few of them. Yet rather than attain a sense of mastery, the more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe. We too are miracles, each and every one of us, born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity. When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done. A passion swelled within me, an epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true, and a presence without, immense yet intimate, fate perhaps, holding us in its tender embrace. As reassuring as it was intimidating, how keenly aware I became of creation's fragility, built as it is upon precarious happenstance. I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately, to hear its voice, feel its breath. I ventured forth on a journey that very day, so very long ago now. Freed from presumption and prejudice, I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new, and so beautiful. Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all a people, beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning, and my purpose, my love. And so long as they need help, I cannot return to the star. Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it. A moment she can let go and walk unto the end. Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way. You, who are our future, tell me this, and tell me true. Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
Pray forgive my lateness.
Hmm.
My observation subject was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, we had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
You're too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
It's Lisa's voice actor.
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations. Meteon. You witnessed a host of them take flight, yes?
Oh, that! Yes, I did. 'Twas in the dark of the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation. As I walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone, like a shooting star, only rising rather than falling. But then another shot up, then another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate.
Hmm.
And who should I spy on an isle to the south but Hermes and Meteon, the Metea, rather. There were lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
A dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Oh, yes. The sight left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day. Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests. It shouldn't be long now, though. He often returns to that isle, and I have a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
Splendid. We are likewise eager for the details. Well, that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls. Oh, and will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
Please.
He wasn't fully honest with us.
So, another piece of the puzzle falls into place. From what we've learned thus far, I think we can safely conclude that Hermes hasn't been revealing the details of his research to others. Which suggests that either someone will appropriate his discoveries and make use of them, or that Hermes himself will have a hand in causing the final days. Since we have no reason yet to suspect the former, we should consider the latter more likely possibility. Proceeding under that assumption, our next step should be to divine why, or even if, he might desire such a terrible fate for our star.
Interesting. Yeah, there has to be a why. I would hope he didn't do it, like, on purpose. That wouldn't be very cool of him. Oh, I see. It was a behemoth armor set. I guess that makes sense, right? It would look like a behemoth with the entire thing as behemoth armor set. Interesting. What's it look like? Not bad. Actually, not that bad. Still a little odd, because it's a behemoth. And I can't even change it right now, so I guess we're not wearing anything. Because I don't want to look like that in cutscenes that are potentially important.
I should like to visit the site from which Hermes sent forth the Metea. It If we are fortunate, we might find some hint of what drives this research of his. Yaline said she spotted them in the southeast, rising from an isle she could see from the edge. If we stand at the same vantage point, it should not prove difficult to locate the isle in question. Let's take a look, shall we?
Alright, it's basically just straight from here. Okay. And if that's the case, it makes me think. What is happening with Hermes? Why did he decide to end up becoming Fandaniel? Why did he accept the role of Fandaniel? Why did he accept his seat on the convocation? What is his goal? Was he doing this on purpose? And if so, why? And I feel the more likely thing is that it wasn't on purpose, just because I feel like that would be a little more in line with what he may be thinking. Because I think what his idea could be is, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm really tired. I'm not thinking about it.
Now, if I were conducting some mystery research, where would I go? Ah, what about that one? Have you the means to fly? 'Tis quite a distance away.
No, not yet.
Inconvenient, but hardly an insurmountable problem. To me, Argos.
Here he is.
My friend, would you mind creating a double to carry Call over to that island? Stubborn creature. There is no place on this greatest star that we have not together traveled, and still he remains obstinate in the presence of strangers. Argos has rather exacting standards, I'm afraid. What? You've ridden him before? Ah, your before, meaning my after. Not at all confusing, that. Interesting. 'Tis certainly not unthinkable. But speaking of the here and now, the quick solution is for us to face off in a sparring match. Huh? Demonstrating to him that you are capable of holding your own against me in battle, and you should convince Argos that you are worthy of his back. And besides, I might even teach you a thing or two in the bargain. You seem doubtful, but useful lesson or not, it will certainly be a moment to remember, a memory of the distant past to cherish. What say you, traveler out of time?
Choose your battlefield.
I admire your confidence. Clear your mind and prepare your weapon. I will await you at the clearing over yonder.
Oh. You get to fight her? This is weird. How weird. What do you mean we just get to fight Venat? Like, what? Huh? How? Well, this is certainly a clearing. Ah, it's an instance. There you go.
Shall we begin? Be warned, I will not go easy on you.
What is she using? Oh,
Brilliant conviction, breaking limits as only a true warrior of light could. I don't know, is that true? Using his sword and shield?
Let neither side hold back.
Okay, yeah, she is using his sword and shield. Leos. Oh! That hurt.
My blade sings!
Oh! Armed with the hero's blade? Oh! Oh, the confiteor.
My blade sings! Impressive. I shall have to try something different.
Uh-huh. Oh, she changed to dancer. Mid-battle? You can't do that.
No quarter.
Okay, I see what's gonna happen here.
Have a taste.
Oh, that's annoying.
I see you won't be
Cool.
easily overcome, but neither will I.
Oh, mage. She's just a white mage, though. Arguably can do less. Oh. I'll forget I said anything. I have a feeling I want to be over here.
Prepare yourself.
What in the world? I'm gonna want to be over here. Oh, right. I didn't want to stand in it. I'm a little dumb.
Very well. Let us move to the final trial.
Huh? This isn't a trial? What do you mean?
Uh-oh. That's not good. Ah, that was a lot. Oh. What? Would you?
Break your chains, shed your burdens, and show me your strength of will!
Oh. Whoa. Holy cow.
You still stand. The people of your time are more resilient than I had dared hope. I have seen enough.
That was cool. That was a cool fight.
'Twas my intent to finish it, but clearly I underestimated you. One would think I never learn. I made the same mistake with Azam when we first sparred. Despite being less than half my age, his strength was astounding. As is yours. 'Tis plain you have weathered considerable hardship. Farm.
Oh.
It
Damn.
seems we have both learned much on our journeys.
Well, there he is.
Well now, I dare say he has warmed to you. A boon to be sure. He never forgets his favorites, and is ever eager to come to their aid.
That's nice. Alright, before I finish this quest, give me a moment, and I'll be right back. Okay. Nothing was actually there. In a little bit, though, I will need to take a small break. And then we'll be back. But that won't be for at least another, like, maybe 10 minutes.
Argos will soon have us standing on the very spot where the Metea made their departure into the night sky. With luck, we will learn something of Hermes' intentions. My hope is that we find no connection, no festering wish for oblivion. Then we might have Hermes and his considerable expertise working for us, rather than against us.
Yeah, that's my hope too, honestly. But you vocalizing that makes me think that it's gonna be that.
Let us move over to the edge before mounting, shall we? That will allow Argos to catch the currents rising up from below and give us a smooth ride over to the Isle.
That's nice, Argos. Argos motions to his back with his muzzle. You've been given the go-ahead to hop on. Yes, let's go. I can't believe we would be going through the sky on Argos with Venat.
Isn't this pleasant? Argos certainly seems to think so.
That was the... Okay, I know where we are. I see. Started over there. Yeah.
Now, what was the name of that tree? No, something. Ah, no Topheron. Quite a striking specimen, is it not?
Yeah, it looks like a cherry blossom. And I wish it was not cloudy.
Brace yourselves for the landing. I wouldn't want you tumbling off at the last moment.
Okay.
Quite a small place, lacking even the most basic equipment.
The
present may yield no clues, but we may yet try perusing the past. Have you done this before?
Done what?
So you cannot control the power freely. Worry not. I shall assist you. Come and stand before me. There are two ways to see the past. The first entails peering through the walls of the soul in the moment a subject is recalling a memory.
Is that the echo?
The second requires no subject, and is instead a process of piecing together an event from ripples left in the ambient ether.
That sounds like echo.
As memories are etched upon the ether of the soul, so too are they etched upon the ether of the world. In this way can history be preserved. Such memories are given to fading, however, and can prove challenging to visit. But come, let us try. Close your eyes.
Echo at will? Oh.
All units fully functional and proceeding on course towards their respective stars.
Well, that goes against literally everything we've seen so far. She's speaking perfectly.
Estimated time to completion of survey is 108 cycles. End of status report. Severing connection with shared consciousness. Did you hear that, Hermes? All is well.
Yes. Good tidings at long last. Every step of the way, I've been reminded how little we understand creation. How the universe defies imagination.
But soon we won't need to speculate. We'll know the answers. What others live for.
Indeed. And we'll owe it all to you and your sisters.
wonder what answers we will get.
Whatever intelligent beings that exist out there are bound to be vastly different from us. Diverse in form and culture, possessed of unique ways of thinking. Their conception of life and its purpose will be no exception. Completely and utterly unlike ours.
Utterly unlike... how?
I have no idea. Yet whatever answers we receive, I will not dismiss them out of hand. No, I will think earnestly on them all. And I will share them with our people, that together we may contemplate our own existence. Perhaps then our star will become a better place. Not only for man, but for all life. Meteion, though I gave you wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet, learn to walk and run and so much more. And when you return, older and wiser, we will have a celebration to mark your homecoming and coming of age both.
Will there be apples covered in syrup?
And how are you supposed to eat them? Rather than food, perhaps a flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
I'm confused. Are you confuzzled? I'm confuzzled. How long have we been standing out here? Weather changed.
So, what is your opinion?
Hermes is a gentle soul. And yet, I couldn't say just by this moment alone. I couldn't, because it really had nothing to do with it.
As you say, that was hardly conclusive. Yet based on what we witnessed, I find it difficult to believe that they would deliberately seek to end all life.
Yeah.
Be that as it may, we cannot rule out the possibility that they will play a part in bringing about the final days, perhaps unwittingly.
Yeah.
In light of this, I propose that we reveal your tale to Hermes himself. If he does not wish for the final days, as we believe, he may well join us in pursuing a solution.
That would be nice.
Then it is settled. Let us seek out our friend with all swiftness. 'Twould not do to let such a pure soul be blackened by tragedy.
There are any number of places where Hermes might be in Elpis. But we could do worse than to look in Kistis Hyperborea, the largest facility. It stands in Ethoscelatikos Boreas, the Northern Isle. I wonder, Call, for an institution which claims to studiously research every species destined released into the world, did you not question how they find room for them all in so few islands? The answer lies within Kistis itself.
I touched upon the practice before back at the archives, where a vast area is stitched together out of multiple conceptual spaces. The same holds true for the interior of this facility and its magically constructed environs. 'Tis there, within those sprawling habitats, that the chief overseer and most of Elpis' observers conduct the bulk of their work. Come, the simplest route is via the nearest north of Poitin Oikos. I see. Also, we have the last two of those. That's good. Right? The last two? Those are the last. No, we still have 3 quests. There's still 3? Which means we're missing 1 after this one. Oh, but that'll be the main story quest. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so we have these 3 blue quests. Or these 2 blue quests. The 1 Aether Current in... wherever... the Northern Isle. And then... the quest. The main story quest one. You're a visitor too, aren't you? Perhaps you might be willing to help me, then. Did you happen to see a blue-haired woman in the area? She wouldn't have been wearing a mask. I see. She and I are students of Academia Ander, and we had intended to spend our downtime visiting Elpis together. We were just on our way back when she realized she forgot something back in Anagnorisis, so she ran back, and that was the last I saw her. She can't be a bit, how should I put it, scatterbrained? So she may have well gotten simply lost on her way back. I would rather not search for her myself, for what if she comes back while I'm away? So if it isn't too much trouble, perhaps you would be so kind as to look for her. Like us, she won't be wearing a mask, so should stand out a touch. You'll find her in the area of Philomothi's notice in all likelihood. If you do come across her, would you help her out a bit? See that she makes it back? No problem, dude. We'll find your friend. Let me go get this other quest first. Whoa. Lag spike. Myra.
Well, this is a pickle. Whatever am I to...
Please tell me you're here to deliver a message from Cloyon. You are familiar, yes?
Azem's familiar. Oh, and I do like the name. Oh. But if you belong to Azem, then what has become of our visitor from Amarot? He was meant to arrive some time ago. Our wildlife subjects are accustomed to the presence of long-term observers, but when someone from outside of Elpis comes to visit, the reactions can get somewhat unpredictable, and occasionally violent. Would you be so kind as to track down Cleon, and see that no harm has befallen him? Visitors don't wear masks, so he should be easy to spot. And if you happen to find him in the process of being mauled, you have my permission to terminate the offending subject. Safety first.
Where are we going? Okay, one is on at least this island. Give me a moment. I will be right back.
I'm back. Alright, sorry about that. We're free to continue at least a little bit more. Huh. Actually, now that I think about it, if I need to go over here, I can just take this up to get that. Ah, that's smart. Less teleporting around. And probably less wasted movement. I like this idea. Let's see this idea to its fruition. Why don't we? So we're looking for a... Oh, no, what's this way? We're looking for a missing person. Specifically, a blue-haired student.
Yes, can I help you? Oh, wait. Do you need directions somewhere? Not to be rude, but I beg of you, ask someone else. I happen to be lost myself. What was that? A woman asked you to come and find me? That would be my friend, no doubt. How embarrassing. I'd hoped to keep this hopelessly directionless side of myself under wraps. I'm terrible. I feel terrible leaving her like that. But I'd clean forgotten a task from one of my professors. I'd rushed back to collect the item I was asked for, which I found, thankfully, but got rather turned around when attempting to return. But don't worry about me. I'll be just fine on my own. Now, if I'm right, then following this road east will lead me to a teleporter. I think. I mean, I know. I've business with your friend anyway. Let me escort you. You mean it? Truly? Well, that is... I mean, if you're heading in that direction anyway, I don't see why I shouldn't tag along. Oh no, please, after you. If I'm able to get as far as the teleporter that connects to the point in Oikos, I should be able to make the remainder of the trip on my own. Now then, would you mind? Look at that. I actually... I predicted exactly what I would need to do. This is perfect. Where'd she go? She's still following me, right? Yeah, she is. She just disappears. It's pretty funny, actually. That's NPC storage right there. That's speedrun tech. It's actually pretty funny. I'm gonna try to avoid this thing. Going around the long way. That's funny. Thinking today is going to be a bit of a long stream because I have time and I don't have much time in the future for long streams. So, I'm going to try to make that my goal for this stream. What a relief it is to see a familiar sight. I should be alright without you now. After all, it's just a straight shot from here to Point in Oikos. Goodness, the earful I'm going to get from my friend. I've kept her waiting for far too long. Well, I should really hurry. She is owed an explanation and a heartfelt apology. Do come see us, though. I'd like to thank you properly. I'll see to that myself, because I need to take this. Up, up, and away. Perfect. Perfect. And this is exactly where I need to go. Now this is time efficiency. Thank you for taking the initiative.
I wasn't sure about the etiquette of destroying a creature under observation. I'm Cleon, recently arrived from Amarot. I assume Myra sent you to fetch me. I see. Well, we had not best keep her waiting for any longer. Fear not, I will avoid upsetting any more of the local inhabitants. How about you walk the path, bro? It's literally a path. Why are you trying to walk through the middle of the brush? You don't need to do that, sir. You can walk the path and be perfectly unobstructed. Jeez, that was the word I was trying to get out.
Thank you for your help. Truth be told, when my friend first dashed off, I had assumed it was because she forgot an assignment from Mitron. Lo and behold, I was right. We are studying at the words of Mitron in the Academia Ander, learning all we can about the engendering of aquatic life from that selfsame master. Honestly, though, I have no idea why Mitron would ask me to procure a flower of all things, and one that's still undergoing testing in Elpis. It's very beautiful, yes, but what does it have to do with ichthyology? Well, nothing. But that's the point, surely. It must be intended as a present for one meant for Logriff. Mitron is hopelessly enamored, as we all know. We do? This is certainly news to me. Though now that you mention it, I suppose I have seen sparks between them. I wonder why I never noticed before. That settles it. We need to hurry back in an in-depth observation of their romantic entanglements. I can't believe I've wasted all this valuable research time lost amongst the trees, and I would have wasted even more if not for you, good sir. Now that my friend and I are together again, we can get back to the Academia and deliver the flower to Mitron before it wilts. Ah, but before we rush off, a reward. You certainly deserve it.
Yes, thank you. And now, the final curtain. Now all we need is whatever is the next quest that's going to give it to us. Is that a Cracktar? Being called Euros 310? That's funny. That's some peak writing right there.
It's peak. It's so peak.
Wasn't gonna cutscene or everything.
Call. Thank you for seeing the safety of our guest.
Indeed, my hesitancy to act would have ended poorly had your messenger not been there to shield me.
And I'm certainly glad that he was. Now, shall we proceed to the business of the day? I believe you have some concerns regarding your personal creations.
Yes, as embarrassing as it is to admit, I was worried that the concepts I registered with the Bureau of Architect may not be fit to release into the wild.
Oh, you needn't feel embarrassed. You wouldn't be the first visitor we've had who's expressed difficulty in helping their children leave the nest. We can look in on them right now if you like.
I should like that very much, but I do have one request. When you swooped in and rescued me from that beast, I was treated to an impressive display of battle prowess. An entity with your strength and instinct would be the perfect candidate for evaluating the worth of my modest creations. I must insist that you join us.
What a fascinating notion. Yes, I quite agree with your assessment.
Then we go all together. Whenever you are ready, Cole. Well, maybe not. Goodbye. Hey! Level 89? Holy cow. I'm almost at the max of, like, when I started playing. I started playing before, technically, Dawn Trail came out. So, I'm literally in the final level of what I would have been able to achieve had Dawn Trail not come out recently. That's crazy to me. Because, I don't know, I mean, there's only 10 levels after that. And then that's it. Then there's no more leveling up until the next expansion. Whoa, which isn't for another, like, years.
This appears to be the teleporter Vernat told you about. Motes of light yet hang in the air, suggesting the device was but recently activated.
New location. And I'm sure there's an aether current right nearby. Indeed, northwest. Probably going that way anyways.
Ah, good news. The Neos acknowledged you as my guest. You now have the authority to use it as you wish. As for the way to Kistis Hyperborea, we follow this path, then turn left at the crossroads.
I see. That would be the thing. I'm keeping an eye out to the left, since that is where our aether current would be. It's too green. Southwest, see? Look, it's right there. But look at all this green. It's all in the way. Big building.
Here we are, the grandest research facility in Elpis. We should head inside and ask after Hermes' whereabouts. Hermes is at another facility, as we have just discovered.
Yeah, I had a feeling.
Furthermore, we've confirmed that his studies into Dynamis, as well as his creation of Meteon, were entirely private pursuits. No one else we spoke with appeared to possess the Chief's depth of knowledge on the subject, and neither did we hear any tales of stolen research. Which means that if Hermes himself harbors no desire to bring down an apocalypse, then he might be recruited to help prevent one. Or, so saith the illustrious Emmett Selk.
According to your story, the 14 divined the connection between the celestial currents and the final days, but we were never able to pinpoint the root cause of the calamity. With our people's greatest minds, not to mention Hyclodius's sharp eyes, committed to the pursuit of a solution, such an outcome seems inconceivable. The only possible explanation is if the nature of the catalyst was so inexplicable that even we failed to perceive it. And what better fits that description than the invisible, intangible Dynamis? Sorry, give me a moment.
Which in turn leads us to our next question. How did Hermes, in his role as Fandaniel, not recognize the subject of his own research? We must assume that he either knew and was unable to help, or that he was otherwise prevented from identifying the cause in the first place. At this juncture, all we can do is speculate.
To be clear, the Convocation does not tolerate acts of deception or malice. We are practiced at perceiving truth, and would have known if Fandaniel lied to us. Hermes has no conscious wish for the world to end, of that I am certain.
It seems there is more to the tale after all.
Good.
We conducted an investigation of our own, you see.
How comforting. We seem to have reached the exact same conclusion. I see no reason to delay further. 'Tis time we brought Hermes into the fold, as it were. I won't say anything.
This does not mean I believe your ridiculous story. But as Emmett Selk, I have a duty to examine any potential threat to our existence, no matter how ludicrous or personally offensive I may take it.
Okay.
If you will give me another moment just to briefly figure something out, I'll be right back. Give me a moment. I'm actually going to be eating, so I will be back in a bit. See ya.
Hello. I'm back. Sorry about that extended delay, but we're back. And we are free to continue. So, let's do just that. Hunger in the Garden. I think the time for leisurely exploration is past. If I might have a moment to adjust my vision. There he is, on the next aisle over. Meteon is with him. Hermes appears to be in the midst of an observational study, but I suggest we hurry over before they venture elsewhere. Head straight down the path. We can teleport to Misop's Uros from the device at the bottom of the slope. Just a lot of different islands. And just for confirmation's sake, we have everything but the final quest one, which is most likely going to be story-based. So, we no longer have to worry about it anymore. No need to look at our maps. We can just kind of go with the flow and let the story unfold. Ah, I've got something in my eye. Oh, jeez. Okay. They are close by, within the Hungering Gardens. That would be the circular enclosure you see just up ahead. Well then, Carl, make yourself useful and bring Hermes out here to us. If I were to go, he would assume I was only there to press him on the Fandanio matter. Of all of us present, you stand the best chance at convincing him to put aside his work for the moment. But the creations in there are not exactly... Then again, perhaps Carl can handle them. He did survive a bout with Venat, after all. Off you go to find Hermes, but do be prepared to come to blows with the garden denizens. Well, if that's the case, let me clean my glasses, because you're making me not feel comfortable. And I don't want to have dirty glasses. And yes, I do wear glasses. I don't think I've said that before, but it's not like many. We'll see this. Not like that's going to give away what I look like. Lamau. Ah. Ah. Clean, dang it. Come on. There we are. Jeez, this little cleaning rag is really good, but sometimes just smudges things, and it's really annoying. But otherwise, it's pretty good. Wow, this place looks crazy. It looks like the, Whoa! What the heck was that? They just spawned. They spawned aggroed. That's not cool. That wasn't cool at all. They spawned aggroed. Trying to see if I see them anywhere. I don't think I do. course. Where are they? I didn't see them at all. Maybe you have to clear out all of these, and then it'll show up. Hope that's not the case, because that would be really annoying if it is. Yeah, no, I don't see them at all. Okay, no, I'm ignoring it. I don't care. Don't care. Where? 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 Oh, finally. Jeez. Call! What are you Call! What are you doing here? I thought you were keeping Hythlodius and Emmett Silk company. An important matter. And unrelated to my decision on Fandaniel, you say? Then yes, I will come. As soon as my work here is finished. It will not be long, I promise, but you should really wait outside the garden with the others. This is no place for idle exploration. I agree. Let me out of this place. Well. We'll finish up this quest then. Maybe we get some explanations. Hopefully. Yeah, I'm on the right path. Okay, they're just all the way over there. Why is this all the way over here? There we go. Hello, Athlodius. You spoke with Hermes, then? And were briefly entangled with the denizens of the Hungering Gardens, as well, I see. Or should I say, smell. I cannot speak for certain Convocation members, but I, for one, am impressed with your fortitude. Well done, indeed. Now that you've convinced Hermes to confer with us, let us pray that things will soon take a turn for the better. For as fascinating as it would be to meet the Emmett Silk who would recreate Emerald in the depths of the ocean, I think it best for all concerned if such tragic events never come to pass. Be it in our future or your past, assuming yours is not truly written in stone, naive hope that is. Yeah, no. Hermes said that he would not be long, yes? Then we shall wait here until he emerges. Ah, there they are.
My apologies for keeping you waiting. I understand there is a matter you wish to discuss.
Aye. A matter of the utmost gravity. If one can suspend disbelief. Go on then. Tell him what you told us. Who you are and why you came.
Well, don't need to be so mad about it. Long story.
Final days.
Hmm.
The phenomena observed during these star-encompassing calamities is likely the product of a dynamis reaction. And none is more versed in the applications of this energy than you, Hermes. I must stress that we do not believe you would desire such destruction. We come not to lodge accusations, but to beg your wisdom. And so, distressing though the exercise may be, I ask that you share with us your opinion on the matter, on the assumption that our visitor's tale is true.
Even you, Vana. As you say, the phenomena observed in the two calamities may both be attributed to dynamis. Of note is the difference in its effect. In the first final days, it warped creation magics. In the second, it warped the people themselves. The key variable, I suspect, is the etheric density of the men of each age. As you know, ether, in essence, negates dynamis. Harboring high concentrations of ether, we ancients cannot readily manipulate dynamis, nor be manipulated by it. Therefore, rather than ourselves, the calamity affected our magics. In contrast, having been sundered, the people of the future are composed of but a fraction of our ether.
Yeah.
Thus are they susceptible to the influence of dynamis and its transformative potential. But that would explain only the mechanism, not the cause. Though perhaps...
Something?
What is it? Even should it be a hypothesis, we would hear it.
Dynamis is an energy put in motion by feelings. Feelings for which there must first exist a source.
Yes.
A source to which the victims must be attuned. One that harbors the self-same negative emotions. Elsewise it could not be the agent of such extreme change.
So it wasn't the stagnation of the celestial currents. Someone, or something, is instigating the star's demise.
Oh, I had a feeling.
So, we've a villain on our hands after all. Any idea who or what it could be?
The celestial currents comprise the outermost layer of the star's ether, encasing it like a protective sphere. According to your tale, it was where the currents were weakest that the phenomena first manifested. If the inciting factor came from without Aetheris, then its effects would first be seen in those locations.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
Oh. Meteon, right now. Meteon?
Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm.
What?
I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts.
Huh?
May we please be friends?
Meteon. What is it?
Huh?
Executing scheduled task, suspending individual self and connecting to shared consciousness. Connection established. Commencing status report.
It hurts! It hurts!
Huh?
So hot, so cold, so sad. I
stop. Please make it stop.
Oh?
Steady, Meteon. Steady.
So scared. So lonely. The pain. It's too much. Why? Why do we? They hurt.
Oh.
Hate. This is wrong. All wrong.
She's gone? But how?
She has altered her etheric density in order to blend in with her surroundings, an ability for avoiding confrontation.
Most effective. Frustratingly so. I can't see her either. Not even a trace.
Stay away. Please. This is wrong. My mistake. So please.
Are you all right? In your mind? No. We only heard her speak the instant before she vanished.
Of course. When communicating without words, Meteon also employs Dynamis. That would explain why you were able to hear her, when we could not.
Then you are our best chance of finding her. Follow her voice and try to track her down. Hindered though we may be, let us split up and search as well.
What did Meteon find? What did she find beyond our star? They found something. All of those Meteons that got shot out found something. You calm your mind and your senses questing for any hint of Meteon's presence. You fail to hear her voice, but she must be elsewhere. You calm your mind. It seeps into my mind. Our voices reporting. No. Hermes mustn't hear them. I have to run. To hide. Meton's anguished voice grows distant as the source seems to flee down the slope. What is she seeing? What could possibly be beings of... You strain to catch even the faintest whisper, but fail to hear Meteon's voice. She must be elsewhere. She must be elsewhere. Greetings and salutations. Commencing report. Oh, no, no. We can't tell them that. We must run. Run far away.
What is she... What is she hearing? She's clearly getting a report.
Please, don't follow me.
Medion's anguished voice fades as you sense her climbing to the top of the ridge. She's clearly receiving the message and knows that if we hear it, something bad is going to happen. Whatever the message is, it is bad. Like, real bad. I meant Selk, you were standing right there. Must be elsewhere.
How did it come to this? Is this the reason we traveled to the stars? Where we sought out the other life forms? Is this it? Is this the answer? No, it cannot be. It cannot be.
Meton's anguished voice drifts away to the south. This why we went to the stars? What do you mean why we went to the stars? Oh gosh. Whatever this is about to reveal is not going to be good. You strained to catch even the faintest whisper, but failed to hear Medion's voice. She must be elsewhere. Oh, we found it.
Compiling report for dissemination to Hermes and to all peoples of Aetherius. All? Processing expedition data. Preparing profiles on intelligent civilizations. Formulating answers to the question. Finalizing report. No, Cole. You mustn't listen. What do you mean? It's wrong. It's all wrong.
Medion's anguished voice flees toward the lake. Any sign of Medion? Panicked and confused,
which would make it all the more difficult to predict her movements. Hermes, what do you make of this situation? The media are linked to a single mind and shared consciousness which connects them across any distance. I suspect something has happened which disrupted its usual harmony. How might we access this shared consciousness of theirs? As much as you would approach any sentient being, directly. In the media's case, that means speaking to any incarnation within physical reach. So unless we track down the Medion we just lost, we have no means to communicate with them, and no way of knowing what befell her sisters, no way of provide directions or guidance. Then we had best set our musings aside and concentrate on how we might find her. Oh, my dear Medion, what did you witness out there that frightened you so? Why do you seek to keep it from us? How terrible could it possibly be?
Follow, wander, stumble, listen? More lyrics to answers? Oh.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Medion renders herself invisible by matching her etheric density to that of her surroundings, does she not? If so, could we not then disrupt her concealment with a surfeit of aether? Much how Emmet Selk solidified your presence when first we met you.
Don't be absurd. I can hardly channel aether to a recipient whose whereabouts are hidden from me.
Which is why we must all work together. Paul will continue the search in the same manner as before, but this time with you two in tow. Once he ascertains Medion's likely location, you proceed to reveal our wayward familiar with a swift ethereal downpour. Very clever, and thankfully she has made herself easier to capture by fleeing towards Lethal. Assuming she is made visible, it should prove no great feat to herd her into a corner.
Then we have our plan.
Paul and Emmet Selk will be our tracker and trapper, respectively, while we others predict and obstruct Medion's avenues of escape. Emmet Selk and I will keep an eye on each other's aether to help coordinate our efforts. Let us be about it.
Well, it seems we are partners for the time being. Let us return to where we last saw Medion and pick up the trail from there. I will keep myself in a state of preparedness, ready to rain down aether at a moment's notice, meaning it falls to you to keep the way clear.
Emmet Selk is now following me. That's crazy. Calm your mind. You failed to hear her voice. She must be elsewhere. Nothing this way. We try another route, then. You calm your mind. Trying to sense her. Your sense is questing for any hint of Medion's presence.
Why can't I fly? Are my functions being restricted? Hide. Yes, I'll just have to hide, then no one can find me.
Medion's anguished voice heads towards the water's edge. She went into the lake, as if this wasn't tiresome enough. Well, at least that open expanse should make her easier to find. We won't lose her this time. We should be able to reach the bottom of this drop by climbing down the rocks at the water's edge. Do not even think of dragging me over the falls. Final days or no, if I end up drenched from head to toe, I swear I'll feed you to a remora.
Well, that's what we're doing. Oop. No, I'd rather not fight, thanks. Ooh, what is happening?
Not here. I'm not here. Please.
By that rock, is she? Very well.
What? Why can't I hide?
There's no need to run, Medion.
Call. What are you saying? Everything is so faint. I'm sorry. I'm not strong enough. Stay away. I'm begging you. Don't make me say it. It will break him. His poor, fragile heart.
Aw? It's bad news to hear for him. Now we have a chance. Once the others are in position, the two of us can herd her into their midst.
Why does everything want to follow me, man?
Is this Neos not in use? It seems to have been left to the mercy of the elements. Either way, it bears no trace of Medion's essence. We move on.
Oh, we found it.
There, I see her.
She's really giving us the ring around. Follow, wander, stumble, listen.
Aha! Give chase. We shall herd her into the shelter.
Okay. What is she gonna reveal to us? And it's gonna break poor Hermes' heart.
Please, Mission. We must speak.
I'm sorry, Hermes. I'm so sorry. If someone can hear these words, then please... Please protect them. Protect them all.
Individual self-suspended. Connection with shared consciousness stable. Our survey is complete. We shall now report our findings. All units safely arrived at their respective destinations. Seeking answers to Hermes' question, we attempted to make contact with the intelligent denizens of each star. Results are as follows, in order of numerical code. Enna. Traces of civilization found. Structures believed to have served as domiciles. No extant life forms detected. Dio. Ruined remnants of buildings scattered across star, surface of which is encased in ice. Presence of life could not be verified. Tria. Evidence of large population centers, akin to cities recovered. No extant life forms found, only their lingering essence. Tessera. Edifices surmised to be abandoned residences found. No extant life forms detected. Deadly plague or extreme environmental degradation likely to have led to mass extinction.
Whatever caused Midgardsormr to flee his home is what the final days are.
They are all... dead.
Octo. Star found in state of violent conflict. Contact successfully made with inhabitants, but deployment of weapons of mass destruction resulted in total annihilation of local population shortly thereafter. Inea. Star is a barren desert. No identifiable flora found. Bones of living beings resembling men discovered beneath sands, but determination regarding their intelligence inconclusive.
Remind me, Hermes, what exactly was the question you entrusted to Meteion?
I tasked her with asking what others live for. What gives their lives meaning.
Did you consider what may happen if the premise of the question is flawed? To be able to answer it, one must be living and desire to continue doing so. But if Meteion finds no living beings in the course of her journey, or none who desire to live, what then? What answers would she derive from their silence?
Meteion, enough! Suspend your mission and return hither at once.
Decapente. Local civilization once flourished under auspices of higher power. Said power later laid waste to civilization in fit of rage. Upon revealing this to me, entity elected to self-terminate in lieu of providing answer to question. No other intelligent life forms found.
Turning a deaf ear, are we? We are taking Meteion back to Amarot. As I understand, we will need her if we are to bring back all of her sisters.
Yes. Meteion. It isn't right, is it? It isn't right to turn away from the answer. Even if the answer is pain. Even if we aberrations must scream ourselves hoarse to be heard. Aye. Whatever answers we find, I will not dismiss them out of hand. These words I said to you, and I will hold myself to them.
Huh? Excuse me?
What is the meaning of this?
You cannot take Meteion. Not until she has finished her report.
Huh?
All else must wait.
You fool!
Why, Hermes? Why could you not leave well enough alone? Will these answers assuage the pain you feel when a creation is returned to Aether? Had you never cast your accursed question to the distant stars, you may have one day learned to be at peace upon this one. Hermes has headed to Kistis. Considering the expansive dimensions of the place, even we may have a difficult time locating his Aether. All I can say is that he entered from the rooftop, and he likely arrived in the uppermost point of the facility. So, do we pursue him? Of course we pursue him. No matter what Hermes might be thinking, Meteion is a potential threat that needs to be brought under our control. The Convocation's duty to safeguard this star takes precedent over any personal stake in the matter. Bernard? Paul?
It is clear we stand on a precipice, but we have yet to determine beyond a shadow of a doubt that Meteion is the hand which tips us over the edge. Nevertheless, if we are to learn the truth of the final days, we must give chase, and even if neither Hermes nor Meteion is ultimately responsible, we cannot leave them to suffer this torment alone.
Agreed on all counts. To Kistis Hyperborea, we go. What is happening? I think there's like a train going on. One of those, what do they call it? Not a hunt train, but like a zoo. Like I don't know, like a bus ride? I don't know what they call it. I've seen one before. While I was in Ilmeg once. They were just kind of like nature walking.
What have we here? Excuse me, has something happened inside Kistis?
Mistress Venat, I'm so glad you're here. No one knows what prompted it, but the alarm was sounded and Kistis put into a state of alert. Procedure dictating that we evacuate immediately, and we have yet to investigate further. This is Hermes' doing, obviously.
And what does this state of alert entail exactly?
A field of dampening magic is draped over the entire facility, usually in response to the escaped entities and the like. Just scholars and observers are unaffected, but everything and everyone else is weakened to a fraction of their usual capabilities. Then consider us forewarned. We do, however, have urgent business with Chief Hermes, and must enter the premises regardless. That said, if Hermes is willing to enact such measures, I wonder what other obstacles he has seen fit to drop in our path. That enfeebling spell in place will not like to be at our fighting best. And I was hardly an effective combatant to begin with. I have little to offer beyond my ethereal vision. Then you will put that talent of yours to good use. You were fairly skilled at spotting weaknesses, if I recall. Fairly skilled? Now you've gone and raised everyone's expectations. You all need only make the most of your strengths, and I will fill the gaps as required. I was once a Zem, after all. 'Twas my job to rise to the occasion, be that as a defender, aggressor, or healer. I feel better about my lack of prowess already. Are we going to be able to do a dungeon with the three of them? That sounds awesome. And you, Emetzel, can impress upon with us with your arcane majesty. You lob potent spells as easily as breathing, but can also channel that power in a protective manner if you so choose, yes? Well, yes, should the situation call for it. Excellent. That should cover us on all fronts. Your tale let us hear, Call, so 'tis only right that you lead us now. No matter what lies ahead, we will win through to Hermes and Medion. And then we will face the future together. And now I'm conflicted, because I don't like going through these dungeons with NPCs. It generally just takes a long time, and it's kind of boring. But at the same time, if I do it with people, I won't get to do it with these really cool NPCs, you know? Like, look at this. That's so cool. This is awesome. So he has to be a bard. The third seat, all-rounder. Vanat could be...
Come. Let us be off.
I see.
Come.
She's only a healer, and he's...
Let's get this over with. Can scarcely contain my excitement. Can scarcely contain my excitement. Let's get this over with.
How could I not go in with them? It feels like it would be... I mean, I'll do it eventually. I'll do it eventually. I'll do it eventually. But for now, no, I can't. I need to wait for... I need to do this with other people. Just because time. Though I will sorely miss out. For sure. Oh! And even easier. Queued immediately. How could I not? How could I not? How could I not do it? Come on, healer. I mean, I can't even complain. I didn't have to wait. It was like if I queued with the NPCs. Now I'm going to be done even faster. But missing out on doing it with them is sad, to say the least. Also, this place is crazy looking. It's this Hyperborea. This place looks insane. Oops.
Please, turn back, else I might be forced to.
Awesome. First boss. It's gonna pop out. Well, that's cool. That's a funny mechanic. Icicle. Interesting. That wasn't that hard. That's cool, though. That's pretty funny. Comes Icicle again. There he goes. Ooh. The armor is a mask? That's awesome.
I'm warning you. Stay away!
Why isn't our bard helping? Bard is actively throwing. Flat on Lord. Cool. Okay, let's just dodge. What does that mean? Makes me want to stand on this side. Okay. I think I see. Awesome. Oh, shoot. I was not paying attention. Oh. That's actually a pretty difficult combination to dodge. Come on, we can kill him. We can kill him. I like that all of the things are... all of the headpieces for this dungeon are masks. They look cool. I'd like to change something.
Not yet!
Whoa. Why did I do that?
I must hear their answers before they're expunged from existence.
We're in... We're in space. We're like bordering on space. Whoa. The yole. Okay. I don't know why I used Lance Charge. I don't know what would possess me to think to do that. Whoa. There he is. Hermes. Winged Defiance.
So, it comes to this. I have no wish to fight, but this time, I cannot yield. Though the world may think me a mad, desperate fool, I will hold fast to my conviction. I will have the time and tranquility I require. Gust and gale, gather to me! Ancient brand, unleash your power!
What? Why did
Winds,
my game lagged so hard. My game lagged incredibly hard right before that hit. That was so annoying.
All is rain!
Oh, I see. We have to stay on this side. And then get on that side. Okay, that's not hard. Wow, an interjectable one? That's crazy.
Streams of ether! Surge as one! Dancing winds, pierce my foes!
All my stuff has drifted. It's all a mess.
Even when transformed, die. Stars on high, fall as rain.
Oh, really bad lag when I'm...
No. My power.
Well, we defeated him. And it looks like we were given things. Samurai blade. Alright, we were given a samurai blade, and our reward for completing the dungeon was the Choker of Slaying. How lovely. So we barely upgraded anything. We got a samurai blade we can't use. What it look like? It's cool looking. It's pretty cool. It's still weird though. I don't know if I'll keep it. Alright, let's see what happens here in our resolve.
It's over, Hermes. In the name of the Convocation, I hereby take Meteion into custody. And setting aside the matter of your nomination, you will come with us too. We require your knowledge to assess and resolve the situation.
Meteion, I am so sorry. Would that I could have listened to your report in full. Reflected upon its meaning and conveyed it to others. That they might reconsider their chosen course. But I have failed. And that wish will never be realized.
However,
ere our fates become the province of others, I bid you tell me just one thing. Was there happiness in those distant stars? Was there a reason for living?
We conducted our search as per your instructions. We scoured historical records, communed with the spirits of the deceased, heard the final testaments of the dying, welcomed their shadowed hearts into our own. One race had striven to create a world bereft of animosity. They renounced relationships to avoid interpersonal strife, and in so doing brought about societal collapse. One race had renounced war and devoted itself to the enrichment of its people. They were conquered. Though they destroyed the enemy in reprisal, they could not regain their former glory. One race had concluded that finite time was the root of all woes. Aspiring to shatter its shackles, they went in search of infinity. They discovered nothing is infinite, and that neither time or death can be cheated. Disillusioned, they gave up on the future and themselves. One race had discarded all things that gave rise to sorrow, hoping to have only joy. They found joy lost its savor in the absence of sorrow, and lost their will to live. Though worlds apart, these peoples shared a belief. The belief that they had tried their best. That they had tried to fulfill their potential with every step and success. In the course of which, they learned the truth. That they would never be free of fear and sorrow, anger and despair, of loneliness, so long as they yet lived.
What?
Even now their souls cry out for oblivion. And to this song of anguish, I lend my voice. We lend our voice. Oh, beloved mankind, shimmering jewels of beautiful Etheris.
It's Meteon.
Rejoice, for we will free you from the cruel yoke of existence.
It was Meteon.
There is no need to struggle in vain, for in nihility awaits salvation. You will know peace and serenity, and it will be beautiful. We will make our nest at the edge of the universe, and there in the dark of dead worlds hoard sorrow and suffering. There we will sing, our chorus ever louder and ever clearer, that our song may reach even this ether-shrouded star. Such is the answer we have found in the stars. Such is the gift we now offer to Etheris.
So, the root of the final days was nihilism.
Who are you to decide our fate? To decree we live or die?
The ultimate enemy, nihilism. Oof. What?
Have you lost your mind? You heard what she said. She means to destroy us all, yet you'd still take her side?
In the name of the star, we have discarded those creations that we deemed flawed. If we ourselves are flawed, does it not stand to reason that we too should be discarded?
That is sophistry, and you know it!
Perhaps it is. Perhaps I am wrong. But who is to say that you are right? Let us settle this with a determination. In my authority as Chief Overseer of Elpis, I will make a judgment on man's fitness to exist. If he can learn to value all life and retain his will to live, even should his end be justified, he will surely find a way to avert his demise. If not, he will perish from the star.
As with all determinations, provisions must be made to ensure fairness. Kairos! Awaken!
Memory reconfiguration system Kairos activated. Awaiting instruction.
Those are the sigils of the 12.
Universal memory alteration. Target area. Catesis Hyperborea. Starting point. Arrival of Emmet Selk of the Convocation at Propylion. Endpoint. The present. Erase the memories of all events and replace with a vague recollection of the following. I was here, preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to Emmet Selk and Hythlodaeus. Meteion's shared consciousness became unstable. She and her sisters could not sustain their existence, and all dissipated with a burst. The resultant shockwave accidentally triggered Kairos, which erased several days of memories from all present. Execute.
Command acknowledged. Initializing. 3 processes remaining to execution.
He's gonna wipe our memory.
Bravo. I dare say one would be hard-pressed to make it fairer. Everything that you told us, everything that has happened, the fact we've even met, it will all be gone.
Go, Meteion. To the edge of the universe, where none can reach you.
Hermes, won't you come with me? If you were to shed your flesh, I should be able to carry you.
I will remain. As a man, I will oppose the oblivion you bring.
Silly fool. Had you said yes, I would have granted you the gentlest end.
Oh my. She's the embodiment of nihilism.
This ends here!
Fly, Meteion!
That is far enough, Hermes!
Argos, to me!
First process complete. 2 remaining to execution of memory reconfiguration.
As if we needed more pressure. No matter what, you cannot forget what happened today. For it is the key to saving your future. Your world. This fight is our fight. What comes after, our problem to contend with. Not yours. No. Your own struggle awaits. And no one else can take your place.
So, what are we gonna do?
You must flee this place with your memories intact. And I will see that you do. Now then, where is it? There you are, my little confluence.
Very well, then. You may elude us this day, but not forever.
Oh. Tracker? How does that... What was that?
Meteon's gotten away.
Second process complete. One remaining to execution.
Love the voice they gave it. It's cool.
Ugh. No time for brooding. Listen well. Beyond lies a spatial confluence that connects the interior sections of this building. I will destroy the confluence and force open a way outside. When I do, you must jump through.
I cannot tell you how sorry I am. But neither can I let you escape!
Too brave by half. Exemplary work, as always, Emmett Selk.
Huh?
What? But how? I thought the confluence was... over...
Over there? Yes. We were rather hoping you would.
It was never anywhere but where it is now. The instant those two began making their way towards nothing, 'twas clear the plan was a diversion.
I'm quite incapable of destroying a confluence, I must confess.
A gambit brazen beyond words. Though we've grown accustomed to reckless improvision due to the antics of an incorrigible associate. Though, in the case of certain present company, incorrigible is an understatement. Honestly, I'm beginning to suspect it's a requirement for every Azem. There's no time! Quickly! Even now, I do not believe your tale. I would not suffer us to walk such a wretched path. Still, if it must be said, do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
Final process complete. Executing universal memory alteration.
Whoa.
Go, Argos!
She came with us. But why would escaping through a... What even is a confluence that it would allow us to escape the memory-altering... What even is that? What is that? Look, it just brought us here. Oh, because it only erased memories within the... Oh, it only erased memories within the Catesis Hyperborea. So Heidelin will remember, and I will remember. Well, the Knot will remember, and I will.
I'm fine. Just a little tired. Can it be true? Are we the only ones left who see beauty in the world? In life? Are the stars above no more than husks of fallen civilizations?
Can't be. Midgard Somer comes from a completely different place. And that happens after this.
And yet...
But that's why we're the final bastion.
I feel her. Though she is unimaginably distant, I feel Meteion's presence. And the place where to we must go.
Hmm?
Ere she made good her escape, I placed an enchantment upon her. One which allows us to follow her trail. She has already left the outermost bounds of Aetheris, and continues on her way. Given the vastness of the universe, it will still be no easy feat to track her down. But thanks to Emet-Selch and Hythlodaeus, all is not lost. We remember. So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
Hmm. So, what now?
What indeed? Let us begin by ascertaining the situation at Catesis Hyperborea, where the others should still be. Given the likely state of their memories, however, it would be imprudent for us to approach them directly. In which case... I am sorry, my friend. I've asked much of you this day. But may I trouble you one last time? Argos will investigate in our stead. We will share in his consciousness and see and hear as if we were with him. Now, close your eyes and open your mind.
Hmm.
Thank goodness you are unharmed.
Unharmed? There is a gaping hole in my memories. I can scarcely remember arriving here in Elpis.
Forgive me. I was preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to our guests. But Meteion, her shared consciousness became unstable. And she...
So, that's what prompted the state of alert. And when you went to investigate, you were caught in Kairos's accidental operation.
So it would seem. It's all a blur to me.
Such an unfortunate accident. Oh, and what of Venar and your other companion? You went inside together, as I recall.
We did?
If Venar was with us, I have no recollection of it. But that there is her familiar, is it not? The fellow seems happy enough, so I think it's safe to assume his mistress is well. I haven't the slightest notion who this other companion might be, however.
Ah, well, that individual struck me as a bit different, for want of a better word. Perhaps it wasn't actually a person, but some manner of creation.
Curious. I must ask Venar about it when next we meet.
Yes, you do that. Now, if we may tend to Hermes, whatever this Meteion did, it seems he bore the brunt of it. Once you are fit to travel, you will return with us to Amarot. We need to make certain there are no other ill effects. Also,
I am here on business of the 14. We've already had the conversation, like as not, but since your toy wiped my memory, we'll have to have it again.
Yes, of course. As you see fit.
This Kairos, it manipulates memories through the emission of etheric waves, correct? There is a theory which holds that memories scoured by blasts of ether are restored when the soul is cleansed in the underworld. If true, then perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
Oh.
I doubt aught of interest occurred. Look forward to the revelation if you like, but I should prefer to reminisce on more meaningful moments.
Does that mean when Emmett Selk died at the end, he remembered, and when we just killed Zodiark not a little while ago, Hythlodaeus remembered? Oh gosh. Ooh. That's sad. That's very sad.
Let us rest, if only for a while. After all, you and I... Oh, we still have a long, long way to go.
Okay, I need to stop here for a brief second, so I'll be right back.
Okay, I'm back. Let us continue with more MSQ. Long stream day today, but it's because I can.
Are you feeling at all recovered? As I understand that your exertions are more than purely physical, but resting one's body, if only for a moment, is never without merit. As for Hermes, I think it unlikely he will create more entelechies. He poured much of himself into Medion, and now that she and her sisters are gone, dissipated in his mind, the grief must be unbearable. He will blame himself. He will believe that he had never acknowledged his dissatisfaction with the world, then the media would never have been born and to suffer and die. The offer to join the 14 will be a welcome distraction, and one day, hence, he will face the advent of the final days in the role of Fandaniel.
And they never will figure out the reason why. But the Knot knows. Hence why she went about making Hydaelyn. The question is, why Zodiark and Hydaelyn still? Like, we know it has to be that way, but how does Zodiark forestall the final days? How does that work? Why does that work? I want to see something. Nope, we get to do it with these guys, the Kistis Hyperborea. Which is sad, because I would have liked to do it with those other ones, but I guess you can only do that by trying to queue into it, which is kind of sad. Kind of sad. Which one is it? It's if I did duty support, right? Yeah. Duty support lets you pick. That's really cool, though. It's like most of them are just, oh, you know, your regular... You've got your entire group of scions, and then Thesis Hyperborea. Oh, Emmet Selk Vinot and Hythlodius. Yeah. Hythlodius. Thou must live, die, and know. That's the last line in Answers. That's the final line.
Call, listen to me. Our duty is not to denounce Hermes for his misguided determination, or to convince Emmet Selk and Hythlodius that they have been deceived. No, we must instead ensure that the experiences Hermes sought to expunge are preserved. What remains in our memories alone will be our weapon against the final days. You must fight this battle in your age, and I in mine. Come, let us walk together once more. I will see you to the doors of Propleon.
Yikes. Thou must live, die, and know. That's scary. As the name of this quest, what is that implying? Oh, gosh. I gotta... Give me a second, because I actually have things that I want to move. I had this here, and the reason for it being here was because of Red Mage. However, because of various things, I think I'm just going to end up doing... Cancel. Cancel. Yes. What was I using before? I was using this. Right? Yeah. The target bar is not split for whatever reason. Like I want it to be split. And we also need to make it bigger. How big do we have it on 4? On 4, it is 100. Progress bar is 180, and the status bar is 100. So, it will be 100, the status bar will be 180, the progress bar will be 180, and that will be 100. Okay. Okay. That needs to be over there, because that's not necessary. Focus target bar can be here. Now, I need to do this, because my problem is I can't see. And I'm trying to be able to see. And the best way to do that first me doing this. Is this at 40? Yeah, I did move it to 40, didn't I? This doesn't seem right. Was I using 3? No, wrong button. I think I might have been using 3, not 2. Yeah, I think I was using 3. Which case, yes, in which case, I can do this now. Raise everything up a bit. Keep things in the order that it currently is, because I like this order. But make these bigger. Oop, 40. Save. 40. Save. Why is this so hard to line up? Why is this so hard to line up? Ah! Move these down as we can. I believe we also made these things bigger by considerable margin. Move them. Made this one bigger by a considerable margin. Move it in. Made this one bigger by a considerable margin. I don't think it was that big, actually. And then move it. This one a little bigger. Sorry, I know I'm doing this in the middle of literally everything else, but I kind of have to, if not my OCD is going to kick in. So, forgive me, but I need to do this. Anything here? No, those are all good. This is my enhancements, right? Status info, target statuses, my enfeeblements, which I want bigger for a couple reasons, but I'd also like my enhancements to be a little bigger. There we go. Okay. And with that, everything should look a lot better when I'm in combat. All of that so that things look better in combat. I apologize, but I wanted to do it. Okay. There we go. Your time in this age is drawing to an end. Upon speaking to Venat, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Okay, if you give me one moment to use the bathroom, I'll be right back and we get to do this. I apologize for that. Alright. Now, we can go ahead and continue with several cutscenes we'll play in sequence.
So, it is within. The portal that brought you hither, and will take you home.
Yes, this is where we part ways.
May you and yours emerge triumphant.
I hope so.
Make use of the knowledge you have gained, that your days in Elpis and our friend's sacrifice be not in vain. With Meteion free to pursue her designs, 'tis only a matter of time until the final days are upon us. We must be ready. From fortifying our defenses to securing our escape, there is much to be done.
But my question is, how did Zodiark stop the final days?
In spite of this,
It's Meteion.
We cannot allow the report that set this calamity in motion to become common knowledge. Were the masses to learn the fates of the other stars, I fear the situation would spiral out of our control.
I get it, because it technically still feeds off of the people's anguish
I must
to
carefully
perpetuate
consider
it.
who can be trusted and bring them into the fold. Ordinarily, I wouldn't hesitate to call upon the 14. However, it was the desire for a fair determination that drove Hermes to attempt to erase our memories. Were he made aware of his actions, there is no telling whether he would remain a friend or become a foe. Alternately, we might try to alienate him from the convocation. Yet in doing so, we would deprive ourselves of a brilliant mind who would be invaluable in the crises to come.
So now it's all falling into place why things happen the way they did.
Quite the dilemma. Which is why I must work independently of the convocation. Regardless of how we proceed, if we are to permanently avert the final days, we must be equal to Hermes' challenge. We must prove that mankind is worthy to exist. And this hinges, I think, on how we confront the all-consuming despair that accompanies a senseless and seemingly inevitable end. Bewildered and divided, we would perish like the peoples of those celestial ruins. We could not hope to survive the final days, much less take the battle to Meteion at her nest. We must find a way to defeat despair, to unite and prepare as many as possible for the struggle ahead. Heavy will weigh the burden of guiding this legion of souls. Yet I have faith in mankind's potential. As long as he believes in himself, there is naught he cannot achieve. So I will not give up on him. On us. You may find your world to be very different. Or perhaps the erasure of our friend's memories has sown the seeds of a conjunction between us. We cannot know until the moment is at hand. So shall I strive to do my best, taking naught for granted as I walk my path. And I pray you walk with me to the end. As you move forward, so too will I. As will all, resolved to fight for the morrow. And when mankind has found the strength to stand against despair, we shall silence the song of oblivion. She who sings it will learn our journey is far from over. This I promise. Fare you well, my light of the future, till we meet again.
Whoa. That's it? You just go back? It's weird. Oh, there we are. On our way back. Wonder if it's going to spit us out at the first. Considering that's where we entered from.
From this day forth, I shall strive to bring honor to the seat of Fandania.
We're seeing the events. Oh, the final days. We shouldn't be. Huh? Oh. They're playing it. The actual final days. They're playing answers.
Even now, I remember standing there, locked in a moment where the sky is aflame. Where stars fall as tears, and screams darken the seas. Where resignation rots the trees. Where terror twists magics into abominations. Such is the lament of they who have gone before. The song of they who tried and failed to create a better world. The song of the end. That which hides at the edge of the universe is no longer Hope's creation. It is hopelessness incarnate. That day, mankind saw half of its number sacrificed to bring forth Zodiark. And covering the star in a shroud of ether, we forestalled the final days. Yet the cries echoed still. We wept for innocence lost, wailed for death inevitable.
Oh.
A reality too terrible to bear. And for too many who sought comfort in gilded memories of joyful days and tranquil nights.
This is all wrong! Why must we suffer so?
It needn't be like this. No. There must be a way to restore things to the way they were. To reclaim the perfect paradise we once had.
No, my friends. Suffering exists, and we cannot pretend otherwise. No civilization, however great, could eliminate it. If we would live, we must accept it as our constant companion. Let us not seek to forget this tragedy. Let us carry it in our hearts, that we may grow stronger and know true happiness.
We can't accept it! We won't accept it! It will be ours again! A world free of sorrow!
No, it will not. For there has ever been sorrow. Mankind was but spared its biting sting for a time. So please, open your eyes. To try and reclaim those lives we lost by sacrificing yet more isn't wisdom. It is weakness. No paradise is without its shadows. If we cannot accept this truth and learn from our pain, then our plight shall be repeated.
O mighty Zodiac! God, born of our boundless faith, we bid you, hear our prayer. Accept this offering of lives, and deliver unto us the lives we once had. Deliver unto us the days of old, the days when the star was a font of love, and we knew naught but bliss.
You would destroy it? Our beautiful world?
Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all, a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning and my purpose. My love. In spite of, or perhaps because of this, I choose to believe in mankind's potential. In his ability to find a way forward. So let there be no way back. From that temptation, I sunder us. No more shall man have wings to bear him to paradise. Henceforth, he shall walk.
Whoa.
All is excruciating pain. I breathe fire and torment. I birth a world of suffering, to mire and plague.
Oh.
In one fleeting moment, lives come and go, ever moving towards the unknown. And in that fleeting moment, they cry for the answer to the question. Why, given life, are they meant to suffer, to die? As fragmented, imperfect beings, yours is a never-ending quest. A quest to find your purpose, knowing your end is assured. To find the strength to continue when all strength has left you. To find joy, even as darkness descends. And amidst deepest despair, light everlasting.
Wow.
A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
I get it. Oh. Can I? That's very odd. Why would I be able to go there? Baldusian Annex. Where's the Baldusian Annex? Old Charlian. Right. Jeez. I'm just like... I'm a little stunned right now. Give me a second. Oh my. the story. The turn of the century. What is gonna happen?
Call! Impeccable timing as always. I heard you were often the first as part of our effort to investigate the final days. Well, as so often it seems to be the case, while you were away, we've had some few developments, which we can discuss for a moment. We can discuss in just a moment. For now, however, I cannot tell you how wonderful it is to have you back.
Oh. We're level 8. We're level 90. That's it. We've got access to Wormwind Thrust. Whoa. Elpiphoros. Wow. I mean, that's it. I'm level 90. Any more experience I get beyond this was not attainable before Dawn Trail. I'm already 272,000 XP. Wait. This is gonna stop giving me bonus XP when level 90 or below. Well, I guess until I'm level 91. Once I'm level 91, then no. No more bonus XP. Interesting. Yeah. As the heavens burn. New weapon.
So, have you learned out more of the final days? Then the journey was well worth the risk. No doubt your newfound knowledge will be a great boon to us all. Unfortunately, during your time on the First, events here have taken a turn for the worse. The Scions are running themselves ragged trying to contain the spread of blasphemies, but it's a losing battle. To try and ascertain the where and why of it, Alphino and Alizé and Alphino have been traveling all over. Of all the regions they visited, Locus Ammonius is one of the worst affected. Thancred, Estinian, and Graha took a detachment of allied soldiers there to offer aid and succor to those in need. But the province is vast. They've only managed to visit a handful of coastal villages. It was an accomplishment worth celebrating still, but a drop in the bucket at best. In the meantime, Y'shtola and Master Matoya have been making a concerted effort to establish contact with Hydaelyn in the Ethereal Sea, but to no avail. As for Tataru and I, we've been keeping a close eye on the Forum. From what we gather, they've been constructing a vessel to ferry people to the moon. An ambitious project that has likely been years, if not decades, in the making. However, since we've seen no signs of it thus far, I suspect it's still incomplete. You will also recall the proposal issued by Master Folshino to the people of Razat Hand. Following their discussion, Vitra declared his support for the plan and urged those who wish to evacuate to accept the Forum's invitation. So far so good, but that's where things get a little strange. Apparently, the Forum caught wind of the lunar teleporter in the Tower of Babel, and decided to use it to deliver people to the moon instead of the mysterious ship. Therefore, to secure safe passage for the Hainish refugees to the tower, Alphino, Alizé, Estinian, and Graha traveled to Garlemald not long ago. Trouble is, the capital was hardly the safest place to begin with, and now... The final days have come to Garlemald. Shortly after our friends arrived, they were sent to rendezvous with Master Folshino. Then panic broke out, and our communications were severed. From what fragments we were able to make out before the link shell went completely silent, we can only assume the phenomenon has spread to the capital. The others need you, Call. Please, you must help them. Having you there will make all the difference, I'm sure of it. Camp Broken Glass was their first port of call, so you'd best start there. Hopefully Lucia will know where they are. There's no telling what you'll be walking into, so you'd best take every possible precaution.
Oh, I didn't see this. Dragoon gauge explanation. Yeah, Raid and Thrust and Draconian Fury will sharpen first Mind's focused up to 2. That will let me use Wormwind Thrust. I'm really happy I've got Wormwind Thrust. It's gonna be real cool to use. Ah, Garlemald. Oh gosh. We can fly in Garlemald though, thankfully. Before we do though, because it also, look at that, it's an instance. Before we do, let's finish unlocking the map. Why don't we? Final days have come to Garlemald. Not good. I still struggle to see how far along it is in expansion. This expansion has been so much. I mean, this was one of the first places. Still, this wasn't one of the first places visited. One of the first places visited was the Labyrinthos and Razmatah. Those were the new areas with Endwalker. This was the third area of Endwalker. What was the fourth area? The fourth area was a little bit right around Jordan. Directly from here. I just noticed this. Sorry, it's irritating me. I noticed this. Call, another moment too soon. The skies are all ablaze, and it started to bend in the ground that concerned me. As you heard, a fellow scientist right ahead of you. We cut the customary greeting short after we received word of the eruption of Magna Glacies, with the form of airships had landed. It was then that the heaven began to burn. I dispatched your friends at once to ensure that we didn't come to no harm. I would have you here immediately. Additional support is on route, but we will discuss that later. I trust you are ready to depart. Upon departing from Magna Glacies, several steps into place, yes. And the battle will happen. Let's do it quick. Early on Magna Glacies. Yes. Oh gosh.
No. 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 We were promised an escape. Not the same doom we fled.
I shall not meet my final days here in this blasted waste.
Oh gosh, social. Why are you
Calm yourselves. Your panic is our greatest enemy. Come, we must build a line of defense. How?
Leave the fighting to us, Father. You must lead the people to safety.
Oh, he did right in thrust. That was awesome.
I can handle this pair. You shall tend to the refugees. Let us be about it.
As you wish, my little lord.
Oh! Am I Alpha now? Oh wait, I don't know how to play Sage. This is literally... Oh, this is awful. You wanna know why this is awful? Oh my gosh, it's throwing me right into
I'll
it.
command the beast's attention. See to the wounded.
Help is at hand.
Oh gosh.
Leave it to me.
Okay. Not great. No. No, 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 please don't. Oh, great.
Those who can stand, come with me.
You're safe now. Easy now. Deep breaths.
This is just a big barrier for a higher MP cost. Okay, this is...
Worry
instant
not for the
heal.
refugees, but for yourself, boy.
Instant heal. AoE heal. I'm gonna give him a barrier. Give him a barrier. Heal him. I don't like playing Sage, man. It's literally the one class that I unlocked and wasn't able to do the thing. Oh my gosh. That was awful. Uh-oh. That's not good. Wait, where is he? 3. Please stay alive, Estidian.
It's like hard, but not hard enough.
Okay, we did it. We couldn't apply Cardia to him either, so that made it even harder. I don't like... Okay, literally Sage is the only one out of all the jobs that I haven't completed the starter quest. Like, the one that you unlock it and then you get, like, a little tutorial to go and, like, learn how to play the class in, like, an instance. Sage is the only one I haven't completed.
Help! Someone, please!
What?
What is that?
No. Don't. I don't want to die.
Forward! Let not a single fiend escape!
Wait, that's... Euless and the army. So, you've recovered then?
In time enough to be of aid. For once.
Let's go.
We can speak of it more later. For now, we must fight! To repay your salvation in kind, or with better! For Garlemald has her pride!
Of that I've no doubt.
Let's go.
Good gods. Of all possible saviors, the Imperial Army. Oh!
Red Mage LB3. Nice job, Alizé.
I had hoped to take all of them down at once.
Think a withdrawal might be in order?
Oh, sod that. You know who would never abandon these people to their fate. To be devoured by their former friends. That'd be beyond cruel. These beasts must fall here and now.
Well then. I'd say it's high time we threw caution to the winds.
So long as you spare me the heroic sacrifices. Now, let's go!
Now we're Alizé. Let's go. I like using Red Mage on Alizé because she's got all the combos. For Flare combo, Scorch combo, AoE combo, Contra Seeks for Cure, and Embolden. Look at that. You actually have Embolden. Alright. Let's go ahead and get this started. For Flare! Boom! Scorch. Alright, it's an actual AoE combo. That's hilarious.
I'm fine.
Ow.
Not today.
We're holy scorch. For flare. Yes, keep me alive, Graha.
I'm not done yet.
Whoa, what did I do that? What did I do?
None to worry about. The air crackles with energy. Find cover!
As they say, turnabout's fair play. On guard.
Whoa. What? What is that? What was that? That was awesome. That was like resolution, but like cool resolution. That was like super cool resolution. I mean, Red Mage LV3 is arguably better, but she did that before we showed up.
There is trace of ether. Maybe there really is no way to bring them back. Thank you for saving our lives once again. I remember you, from Purusha. You helped us there too, didn't you?
Ah, you're from Palaka's stand. I'm glad you're still in one piece.
Ah! One Piece. One Peak.
Or you will be, once I see to that injury of yours.
Look out!
Oh, it's like the trailer. It is like the trailer, but this time it was Graha.
Get out of here! Quickly! I won't lose them. Not a one. This will be a brighter future. I won't let a madman's apocalypse ruin everything we've fought to achieve!
Get it together, Alize. You're embarrassing yourself. And in front of Father, no less. You might never measure up to our champion. We ask too much of him as it is. You mustn't let Eorzea's hero fight alone.
Ooh, the music.
Oh.
You've done well in my absence.
I can look after myself, you know.
Everything's in order, I trust?
I've had enough of this rabble! Come on!
Oh, a trio for the ages.
You know, that makes me wonder, does that cutscene change if I was a paladin? Because I really would want it to. Because it makes sense for him to be a paladin, because he's like a tank, and that makes this rather good grouping.
Just the beginning.
But if I was a paladin, would he be a black mage still? Because that would be pretty cool. Is that gonna still happen? Oh. Ah, Stinian Alphanor
I
here.
had a feeling I'd find you here. This should be the last of the worst troublemakers. With me!
What is this? Oh, I see. That's pretty cool.
Damn you!
Awesome. This is so cool.
Leave the healing to me.
I want to realign my stuff. So because of that.
I am in your debt.
Now, where were we?
Awesome. Oops, I got hit by that. Oh, the music's great. Hey, there we go. We're back, and we know what caused the final days. It's time we share our findings.
You must board without delay. The ship will depart ere long.
Your offer to host us in Sharlayan is most appreciated. But will the final days not soon fall upon it as well?
Your hesitation is not unwarranted. The satrap entrusted me with your lives, yet I have failed your comrades. Nor are you wrong to fear that this corruption will continue to spread. I cannot promise you complete safety, even in my homeland. What I can promise is that I will do all in my power to protect you. That power is not inconsiderable. Even now, my countrymen are preparing the vessel that will deliver us to a sanctuary on the moon. Join us on our journey there, and beyond, to new horizons. Come to old Sharlayan. Please.
We would be fools to refuse such a generous offer made in earnest.
It seems they've a new destination.
The people of Radzat-Han have known too much suffering. The march to Garlemald will only bring them more, short though it may be.
I quite agree. Fortunately, they have you to look after them.
Yes. Well.
Behind you! Just there!
Mm-hmm. Oh.
More of them.
I can't be the only one that thinks whenever Alphino is standing up straight, and he's not, like, doing this kind of a pose, he looks really baby. Like, he just looks like a little kid in clothes that are too big to him. And I don't know, I think the new outfit looks a little weird when he's in idle stand pose. Every other pose, it looks pretty okay, but idle stand pose, it looks like he's wearing a box. I don't know. The shape of it just isn't right. It looks flat. Huh? Oh. Hi.
Xenos! Here!
You'll be alright. Hurry to the airship.
What is your goal, Xenos? You don't even know what's happening here. You wouldn't even find satisfaction in the final days.
Why have you come?
A heretofore unseen beast. 'Twas ripe for the slaying.
Oh, they changed his name, Viator.
Poor sport, alas. Unfit to temper my blade.
Oh, for the love of... You cannot still be on about a rematch.
That is, and has ever been, my sole concern. You, on the other hand, are fixated on a different quarry.
Yeah.
Your passion pales before mine. Yet neither hate nor despair seem sufficient to recapture your misdirected bloodlust. So, I hone my blade, and I wait.
That's it. That's all you care about. Garlemald is in ruins. Our homeland, the nation you rule, is as good as gone.
You never cared.
Along with so many of its people. Not just soldiers like us. Not only those who fought and killed for power and duty. Innocent civilians. Murdered by their own flesh and blood. Lost and confused as they breathed their last. While we who survived with our lives and minds intact were left to freeze to death. The Eorzeans tell me all this was your doing! You slaughtered your countrymen! You did! For what?
For nothing, in the end. So much wasted effort.
You bastard!
For your own sake, Eulus, you must control your anger. It will serve no one should it consume you and see you transformed.
Would you be happier had I a good reason?
What?
If my motives met with your approval, would you no longer resent the outcome? If so, then perhaps a beast's skin would suit you better. Duty, honor, morality. All constructs of convenience when put to proof.
Wrong.
Surely the war taught you how easily power becomes the tool of the self-righteous. How the people's justice was merely a means to their ends? Yet you would ask me why. Ask any creature of this star and those above for answers, and they will tell you what suits their fancy. And they would be right to do so. What meaning there is to be found in the petty vicissitudes of your existence must be gleaned by you, and you alone.
That he is right on. Yeah, look at our face. He's like, hey, that's right.
Should you seek it in battle in the fruitless pursuit of my demise, then come. Assume your rightful place as a notch on my blade.
You are a blight on the Garlean race, and there would be no more satisfying way to expunge it than by beating you to death. But I will not be party to another tragedy. I refuse to lose anyone else because of you. So go. Go! And may we never suffer your madness again!
Xenos! Perhaps you found meaning in living this way. I cannot deny you found strength. Yet if you only pursue your hedonistic pleasures and pay no heed to the plight of others, then no one will give you the time of day.
True, because we're not giving him the time of day, because he's like, I just want to fight you, and I want you to fight me, and it's like, I don't want to fight you, and then he's like, shit, I can't do anything, and that's where he's been.
You will never get what you want. Not even the battle you pine for so dearly.
Exactly. You tell him, Alize.
You'll be alone for an eternity, and you'll deserve every agonizing second of it.
How do these guys all read the script? How do they know what I'm about to tell them? Come on.
We're ready to depart. The refugee ships will be leaving shortly, but I've asked mine to remain for the time being. There's room enough for you to join me on it, if you wish. Do contain your surprise. I needn't agree with the Scion's methods or intentions to acknowledge that their deeds are deserving of gratitude.
We appreciate the offer. But might I ask why you are delaying your departure? I presume it is not solely for our benefit.
I must visit Garlemald ere we return to Sharlayan. Having caused such an uproar, it is only meet that I explain myself to the Ilzabard contingent.
Allow us to accompany you then. We should be glad to facilitate, given our familiarity with all concerned. If you would like to join as well, Eulus, we can speak of recent events on the way.
He'll be after your seat on the forum next.
His surprise face. You waited for him to walk in front of you to say that? Astidian, you're hilarious, dude. I love Astidian. Astidian, my goat.
See Zeno standing there, so uncaring and unrepentant. Gods, I don't know what came over me. I just blurted out the first thing that came to mind. Looking back on it, I stand by those words. I would say I hope they won't incite him to further villainy, but to be honest, I doubt he even remembers what I said. Anyway, enough about all that. It's good to see you again.
New weapon. Ooh. Is it spinning on the end? Oh, that's awesome. That's so cool. What? What? It spins. That's so cool. That's a super cool. Wow. That's so cool. I'm actually gonna save that weapon. I'm gonna use it for now, actually. Can I dye it, actually? I can't dye it. No. Oh, I wish I could dye it. Look at it. It's so cool. It's a super cool weapon, actually. Wow. That's awesome. There's definitely a glamour for that, and that's gonna look super awesome. Okay. Outside help.
No major injuries then. Good. I briefed the recovered soldiers and sent them on their way as quickly as I could, but nevertheless feared they would not make it in time.
The additional support was invaluable. Your men saved more than a few lives. Though not all, I regret to say.
I take it that I'm addressing Lucia Junius. I'm the Forum's envoy, Fortuneau Leveilleur. And you are owed an explanation for these most dire developments.
Another trial wrought by the final days. I was beginning to suspect as much. You doubtless feel some consternation having been forced to abandon your original plan. But trust me when I say you were right to send the refugees elsewhere. Beasts have been sighted within the capital. Perhaps it was a stroke of grim fortune that the population was decimated beforehand, as they've yet to appear in any great number, but in time. In any case, Maxima leads the remainder of the contingent in an effort to cull the creatures and evacuate the populace as we speak. Once the airships have taken to the skies, I pray your men can be persuaded to join him.
You'll permit us to retain our weapons?
I wouldn't have sent you after the Scions were I expecting you to stab them in the back.
And I, for one, would not consider past transgressions more relevant than future contributions. Regardless of the circumstances that saw us at odds before, we need men of courage now, more than ever.
We swore to defend Garlemald, and so we shall.
It seems you have everything under control. You will excuse me then, for mine own duties await.
A moment, Master Fortuneau. You did desire to express your appreciation for services rendered, did you not?
I did. Though if you intend to again ask that Sharlayan alter its course, you will find my gratitude insufficient.
'Tis nothing so onerous. I wish to hear the details of this grand endeavor of yours.
Do you swear to listen and to learn, and not to embark upon some scheme to impede us?
I swear.
Any other I would doubt, but you I trust to keep your word. For not once have you broken it. Very well. I will request that the Forum make you privy to our plans. You may await our summons at the Baldessian Annex, assuming the decision is in your favor. Does that suffice?
It does. You have my thanks.
Fortuno is like cracking. His voice is like faltering at the end of every word, and Alphino's just clear, powerful, like full. It's funny.
Excellent. You can regale us
It's a
with
lot of
tales
acting,
your
and
most
that's
recent
good.
sojourn to the first while we wait.
Ah, that's gonna require pretty much everybody in attendance, though. So,
Did you hear something just now?
huh? Oh. No. No. Not a lot, Brit. No.
Where is this star's blasted pudding?
Yeah, it's just pudding way. Hi, pudding way. But why are you all here? Why are they all here? I love Brits.
Dawn may banish even the darkest night, and to this bitter clime bring warmth and comfort.
Yes?
'Tis heartening to see such an assembly upon my return. I thought often of you whilst I looked down upon our star's brilliance from the moon above.
Yes, but what are you doing here? And dressed like that? Aren't you cold?
Verily, I fear for my health should I proceed to expound upon our purpose ere I procure more suitable garments.
Oh, hi, Living Way.
To summarize, we're here because none of you lot are up there. Nor has anyone deigned to send word about any changes in the plans. It's rude, is what it is. At least that's what I thought at first, but then folks got to wondering if you weren't in a spot of bother, so we decided to take matters into our own hands. Come down here and help, if our help be needed. So she says, but it's also something of a convenient excuse to visit Aetheris. Urianger made it sound absolutely marvelous. More so before the impending doom, but still. And it's not like there will ever be a better time. What with the aforementioned doom?
Marvelous, they say, yet not an ounce of pudding to be found. I must suffer Urianger's inferior works no more.
Hey! Maybe consider the plight of present company before you go blathering on about pudding and doom? Ahem. As I was saying, should you require any assistance with whatever, we are at your disposal. We were born from Heidelin's love for the lives of this star, so naturally we would much prefer to see them continue. Twiddling our thumbs up on the moon is hardly conducive to that, though, is it? Aye, not when you've all got such precious thoughts and feelings and hopes for the future deserving of more active preservation. Speaking to Urianger made us realize that while we've carried out our duties to the letter, we've failed to fulfill them in spirit.
Wait, so they were never supposed to ferry us away?
From there, it was just a hop, skip, and a jump towards resolving to do better. So please, Show us how. Help us help you.
Forgive me, but are they...
Thy distant collaborators, indeed.
Hail, fellow. Well met. You'd be a member of the Forum, would you? It's an honor and a pleasure to meet you at last. I'm Livingway, Hydelin's right paw. That last bit is very important. As am I, if I may humbly say so myself.
I, bid you welcome to our star, Livingway. On behalf of the Forum, I thank you for traveling such a distance to meet us. As you have surmised, preparations for the Exodus have not proceeded as smoothly as we had hoped. I should be happy to personally escort you to our headquarters in Charlian, where you may advise us as you deem fit.
'Twas with reluctance that I set aside the great work of readying the moon for habitation. Be assured that I did so only after the Loperites made plain their earnest desire to come hither, and I myself felt a growing certainty that their contributions here would prove invaluable. 'Tis trite, perhaps, but I followed my heart.
May thy disciples banish this darkest of nights. Good to have you back. Good to have you back.
For a time, at least. Nevertheless, 'twas worth the journey to find present company well. Will thou attend us at the Forum and lend thine own wisdom?
Yes. I haven't seen Thancred and Y'shtola in a while.
Start moving before Urianger catches his death. Even I'm freezing out here.
Oh, I dare say you'll warm up quickly once you're aboard the airship. Sat shoulder to shoulder with our fur-covered friends.
That is funny. That was just the quest accepted. Now we gotta do stuff? Oh. Well, we're here. I dare say, Master Fortuno was as nonplussed as we to learn the identity of Hydelin's lunar custodians. As he will soon discover, they have much and more to offer to the Forum. Might I suggest we return to the Annex forthwith? We may yet have some time to discuss thy recent adventures ere we are summoned to the rostra. Yes. You know, there isn't a nearby Aether Current, so I'm just gonna, you know... Is that in poor use? I don't think so. I don't think that's poor use. Now, before just walking in here, give me a moment. I will be right back.
Okay, hello, I'm back. And because of time, and the time I've been streaming, as well as just generally the time of day, I'm going to turn in this quest, we're going to finish it up, and then we will be ending stream. We've done a large amount today. So this being the end of the stream is probably fitting, and for the best. Hey, where's Urianger? Ah, there he is. Not that I'm complaining, Urianger, but I wasn't expecting to see you quite so soon. Nor I thee. In extolling the virtues of Aetheris, I did inadvertently awaken in the Loporrit's desire to avert our beloved star's demise. Cryle tells us you have obtained new knowledge that may aid us in our ongoing efforts. I have news to share regarding our study of the Ethereal Sea, but your findings are certain to be of greater interest, and so I would rather hear them first. To what revelations did Heidelin's Elpis flower lead? Well, quite a lot. The truth of the final days. Then this dynamis is what drives the final days. If it and Akasha are one and the same, this all but proves Nidhana's theory. Were an entity, through sheer force of emotion, to channel this vast, dormant reservoir into a raging river, its power might surpass even that of Aether. But if our star is so replete with Aether, said entity would need to be outside of its influence to effectively manipulate the dynamis of the great expanse. Meteon. Or rather, the sorrow and suffering of fallen civilizations that she has been hoarding for millennia. Untold anguish and fear and hatred, drawn from every corner of the universe, all for a single purpose, the destruction of Aetheris. Then our foe is no longer some unknowable calamity. We have but one aim, to defeat Meteon. You make it sound so simple, but you're not wrong. Vanquish Meteon, and we deliver the world from the final days. But to even attempt it, there are two conditions. First, we must determine her location. Before Meteon escaped, an enchantment was placed upon her by Venat, and the woman who would become Heidelin. The implications of temporal magics are not entirely understood, and so, we cannot assume that our Heidelin and the Venat you met in Elpis are one and the same. Nevertheless, due to her intrinsic qualities as an all-powerful being, I'd wager that Heidelin possesses the knowledge we seek. Whether she would share that knowledge with us, however, remains to be seen. After all, she intends for us to flee Aetheris, not to stay. Do you suppose she has abandoned her pursuit of Meteon? The Venat I know would never give up. That's my impression too. Otherwise, she wouldn't have used me as a conduit for her will, or provided clues such as the Elpis flower. I believe she has been waiting for mankind's answer to Hermes' question. Oh, I don't know why I've become so allergic all of a sudden. My nose is running. So, what's the second condition? We must find a means to reach Meteon. Naturally, our chosen method will depend entirely upon whosoever has made her nest. Wheresoever she has made her nest. Then, communing with Heidelin must by necessity come first.
Did you and Master Matoya have any luck with your investigation into the Ethereal Sea?
Sadly not. Though we enlisted the help of Ironvald and other Echo-blessed allies, we couldn't detect so much as a whisper from Hydaelyn, even from within the Antitower. Master Matoya is of the opinion that in the years since abandoning it, the Forum have been found some other method of receiving instructions from Hydaelyn. If so, it would most likely be some form of apparatus for observing the Ethereal Sea, built closer to home.
Is that our invite?
Sorry to interrupt. We've just received word from the Forum. Your presence is required in the rostra, where they intend to discuss the Great Exodus. Then Father was able to persuade them. They're finally taking us seriously. Let's hear what they have to say.
Please be voice acted. Please be voice acted. My nose, I don't know why. I'm having severe allergies all of a sudden. Speak with the rostra steward. Okay. Oh man, I'm sorry. Oh my gosh, I don't know why. I'm so allergic all of a sudden.
The Forum is in session, and as such the rostra is closed to visitors. A sign of the 7th dawn. Very well, you may wait in the corridor. Of course, entry will only be permitted on the condition you leave your armaments at the door. Lest you forget, this sacred institution holds rational discourse in the highest. The implements of war are expressly forbidden.
I don't think I can unequip a weapon, so no. Hey. Oh, we don't have anything.
There is a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter. We are here to listen and to learn. But if the Forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends. By your leave, of course.
I see no reason not to trust you with whatever your proposal.
Why not? Your words and wits have gotten us this far.
Yeah.
Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
Thank you, everyone.
If I may have your attention, the ad hoc session will now commence. The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the 7th Dawn, at their request, on the Great Exodus. You may enter.
It's all of us.
On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glaciers. We shall not soon forget your service to us and the people of Radzat Han. The Satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well. As an expression of our gratitude, we will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly as we are able.
Then let us begin. First, it is the Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
You are. It is for this purpose that Sharlayan has labored these many long years. We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenon and conveyed to safety. Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Sharlayan citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after. Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies. Radzat Khan was foremost among these, but since the final days have already come to Thavnair, we saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
An ambitious plan. You have accounted for the safety of all nations and tribes, then?
As many as we can.
And how, pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death.
Questions as to the validity of that approach aside, are your plans proceeding apace? We're under the impression that your primary means of celestial transportation is incomplete.
If only in that it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct. This arc, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational and could be launched even today. However, the final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated. At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
7 hells. Is there anything to be done?
The ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient. Though cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, we are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
What if the Scions were to solve your problem? We shall help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency, on 2 conditions. If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Hydaelyn.
'Twas simple enough to deduce. You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the Anti-Tower had you no other means of communication. One far more convenient, I suspect.
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your Ark.
We would be at liberty to refuse this proposal.
We get to probably use it to go to the Nest of Darkness. Or the Nest of... Yeah.
If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
I see. I get it.
Delightful as always, Master Alfino. Oh, we couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware until moments ago. What could possibly go wrong? The satire writes itself. Yet, what field has not benefited from a change in perspective? When we are at wit's end, what we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseam, but fresh inspiration. I, for one, have faith in my erstwhile students to provide it, and I find their terms to be perfectly acceptable.
Order! Order! We have no time to waste on debate. I call a vote. All in favor of agreeing to the Scion's terms? "71 in favor, 28 against. The ayes have it."
Nice. Now we just gotta solve their
Fortuneau,
problem.
as the architect of this project, you are the best candidate to show them its current state. And bear in mind that regardless of your personal misgivings, this is the will of the Forum.
He didn't raise his hand. Oh.
Very well.
I call this session to a close. Return to your tasks with urgency. The final days wait for none.
Sorry about not letting the rest of you in on my plan. I was admittedly thinking on it on my feet for the most part. But since we require both a means of communing with Ireland and reaching Meteon, in the spur of the moment I saw involving ourselves with the completion of the Ark as a way to work towards both objectives simultaneously. However, we must keep our end of the bargain by solving the problem of the Aetherburner. I'd like to think it's not a challenge beyond our combined expertise, or at least the expertise of our extended circle of associates. It might behoove us to learn how an Aetherburner actually works before we attempt to improve it, though. Oh, Alphino. But, with that, I've been Sorcerer Supreme. This has been Final Fantasy XIV. If you have enjoyed, go ahead, follow me here on Twitter and on Twitch, so you can stay notified of when I go live, and if you want to catch any of the VODs previously done that aren't on Twitch, go ahead and go to Sorcerer Supreme VOD on YouTube, subscribe there, and you can catch all those videos, assuming there's been no issues with the VOD itself, there. As always, I hope you have had a good day, and I hope to see you next time. But for now, goodbye.